Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Westin Hotel Jakarta, Indonesia. For participants and attendees which already arrived or still arriving at the venue, please kindly do not forget to conduct your registrations up front, where you will be assisted by our event executive. And also please kindly enjoy our light refreshment that we provide for all of you before we start the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our event for today. For the next 5 minutes, please kindly take your seat. During the event, please also kindly switch your mobile phone into a silent mode. We have appointed photographers and videographers as well for this event. Nevertheless, if you really need to take pictures during the event, please kindly do so without flashlight. If you need to go to the restroom or make a phone call, please kindly keen to leave the room in between segment of the sessions. The restroom is located outside of the ballrooms. You may turn left from the ballroom and the restroom will be seen on your right before the Denpasar room. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the event in the next 5 minutes ahead. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's still located outside the foyer and also outside the ballroom. We would like to kindly invite you and join us inside the Java ballroom as we would like to proceed to opening of the summit. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya. Salam kebajikan. Good morning distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat. As your host for today, I would like to introduce myself and my partner. My name is Melati Dewi.
And my name is Claudia Nauli.
And we would like to welcome you to the 2023 Global Human Capital Summit, Shaping Talent of the Future for a Resilient and Innovative ASEAN. We would first like to extend our warmest welcome to our guests of honors and our speakers for today's sessions. To start off, we would like to welcome the Secretary General of ASEAN, His Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn, that going to join us by virtual later with the video message. Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister for Diaspora and Socio-Cultural Affairs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the technicality glitch just now, let's proceed again. We would like to warmly welcome the Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister for Diaspora and Socio-Cultural Affairs, Her Excellency Ambassador Siti and Mauludia, the Chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Net Zero Hub and Legacy Lead of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, His Excellency Darsono Hartono, and the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Improving Health, Quality and Population Development, His Excellency Mr. Johannes Baptista Satya Sananugraha.
We would also like to welcome the Minister of Health, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Budi Gunadi Sadikin, the Vice Minister of Health, Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, the Chairwoman of APindo, Her Excellency Shinta Kamdani, and the Country Head of Indonesia at LinkedIn Talent and Learning Solutions, His Excellency Roni Supardi, and of course our warmest welcome also to all of our speakers, moderators, and distinguished guests who attend this event virtually and those in person with us.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this event with the Indonesian national anthems. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly arise for Indonesia Raya. Hadirin, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk berdiri. Di sana Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. Human capital, the intangible asset that resides within each and every one of us, is the driving force behind economic growth, innovations, and social progress. Today, we have gathered here to explore the significance of nurturing, harnessing, and investing in our most valuable resources, ourselves, and the individuals around us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my partner and I would like to give a little bit of a background of our event today. The first Global Human Capital Summit was held last year as a B20 Indonesia 2022 site event with the support of Kadin Indonesia and organized by Global Indonesia Professional Association or GIPA. It was held in collaborations with the B20 Future of Work and Education Task Force of Indonesia 2022 and also supported by Indonesia's coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs alongside its partners.
This year's Global Human Capital Summit, in conjunction with Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship, aims to consolidate thought leadership and build a network of future global digital talents, green talents, and health talents for a connected and resilient ASEAN through our global alliance across Southeast Asia, Europe, Middle East, Americas, and the Pacific. In particular, our aspiring initiative brings together global leaders and senior representatives from more than 20 overseas professional hubs in Indonesia. As part of GIPA's contribution as the ASEAN BAC's network partner, along with senior representatives of the Indonesian government and institutions, and of course from all other G20 member countries.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to mention that this event summit would not be possible without the support of our main sponsor. Therefore, we would like to thank and address our highest gratitude for our event partners. And Prudentials, SKF, Swire, Torque, Hanley and Partners, and Pets Kita.
Before we begin our agendas for today, let us hear the programming introduction by Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita as the head of Indonesia and head of strategic initiatives of GIPA. Mr. Hilmi, please be kindly keen to introduce the programs.
Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I recognize the Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, who is represented by Deputy Coordinating Minister, Mr. Satya. Thank you, Bapak, for making it today. May I also recognize representing Indonesia's Foreign Minister, Ambassador Siti Nugraha Mauludia, Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister for Overseas Indonesian and Socio-Cultural Affairs. Thank you so much, Ibu, for making the time. May I also recognize representing the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Darsono Hartono, Chairman of the Kadin Indonesia Net Zero Hub and Legacy Lead of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Thank you so much, Papa, for making it today. Mr. Steven Marcelino, Chairman of the Global Indonesia Professionals Association, ambassadors of friendly countries to Indonesia and ASEAN, first and second echelon officials from the Indonesian government, chairs, secretary generals, and executive directors from foreign chambers, and business leaders, community leaders, and youth leaders. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Hilmi Kartasasmita. I'm the head of Indonesia, and I'm the chair of this year's summit. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my deepest and most sincere apologies for the technical hiccups and the delay this morning. It's my great honor to extend a very warm welcome to all of you here today. I'd like to thank everyone for being a part of this prestigious event. As chair of the summit, it is a tremendous honor to see so many distinguished guests and high-level speakers on the agenda, and to welcome hundreds of guests from various sectors and industries. I see a lot of friends and familiar faces. but I'm sure a majority of you will be asking, what exactly is GPA? GPA is a one-of-a-kind organization founded on the simple idea that Indonesians should go global and that globalized Indonesian professionals can do so much for Indonesia and the broader region. As a global alliance, we work together and represent overseas Indonesian professionals so that they may contribute to Indonesia's economic diplomacy and human capital development. As a professional association, all our professionals, including myself, have day jobs that pay the bills. But through GPA, we work for a better Indonesia. Although we are relatively new in Jakarta and young as well, we consider ourselves to be a relatively resourceful bunch with a lot we would like to contribute. Today, our global alliance stands at around 6,000 members strong with over 23 hubs at various stages of maturity, all with the same passion to contribute for a better Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the GHC is GPA's annual flagship event that acts as a forum for our global alliance to consolidate and engage with the wider business, government, and diplomatic community here in Jakarta. As an organization, GPA chose to structure our flagship event around human capital because of three things. First, we truly believe that human capital development is the key to realizing Indonesia and ASEAN's growth story. Second, we realize the significance of human capital in attracting investment inwards, but more importantly, in allowing for a more global Indonesia expanding outwards. And third, we are uniquely suited to contribute to Indonesia's human capital development. As mentioned by my colleagues, the MC, last year GHC was an official B20 side event, and we are truly honored this year to be able to engage with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ASEAN-BAC. This year's GHC doubles what we did last year in scale, with a total of 6 segments and 4 parallel sessions. We do sincerely hope that you will do us the honor of joining today's event in its entirety. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this year's GHC would not be possible without the support of many individuals that are present here today. To that end, I'd like to once again thank our strategic partners in this endeavor. First, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially Ambassador Siti Nugraha Maludia. Bunining, thank you so much, Ibu, who has supported us from day one. And tomorrow, we will be holding a closed-door session discussion hosted by her at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And of course, the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. I'd also like to thank our corporate partners present here today. There's Ant Group, represented by Dr. Chara Suporn. Where are you, Doctor? Dr. Om, are you here? It's good to see you, ma'am. Thank you so much for making the flight here from Singapore. I'd also like to thank Prudential Indonesia, represented by the CEO, Ibu Dani, and her team. Are you here yet, Ibu Dani, or her team? Thank you so much for making it. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd also like to thank Henley and Partners, represented by Mr. Ian Harsbo, Director and Country Head of Indonesia and his team. Thank you so much, Mr. Ian. I'd also like to thank Swire Pacific, represented by Ibu Faisha Indra Kusuma, the International Test Center, represented by Mr. Heri Pratama, and Petskita, represented by CEO and founder Gunawan Wahab, a good friend of mine. I'd also like to thank our network partners here who's curated such a great crowd, BritCham, AmCham, EuroCham, SingCham, Indonesia-Canada Chamber of Commerce, the Philippines Business Club, and of course, our community partners made up of 20 like-minded organizations. And last but not least, our media partners, TVRI World, CISA, and Indonesia Expat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the next few hours, we will hear presentation, debates around human capital development in Indonesia, the broader region, and of course, within the global context. Through the lively discussions that are sure to follow, we will undoubtedly learn from one another by exchanging valuable viewpoints and perspectives. I hope you all find the next few hours to be enjoyable and rewarding. I look forward to meeting everyone here today. Again, apologies for all the hiccups. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Hilmi, for briefing us through today's event. I believe we all are excited for today.
Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the day. We will watch a message video from Dr. Kao Kim Horn, the Secretary General of ASEAN, who unfortunately couldn't join in person today with us. Please kindly enjoy the video.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address you virtually today at the Global Human Capital Summit 2023. I commend the Global Indonesia Professionals Association, GIPA, for convening this important event to leverage on the power of collaboration and innovation in order to shape the future of human capital development in Indonesia and ASEAN. Indeed, ASEAN is poised to become the new epicenter of growth, with Indonesia as the current ASEAN chair at the helm of this critical transformation to make ASEAN matters for the 670 million people in this region and to uplift the quality of their lives and livelihoods. However, in order to realize these potentials, it is important that we also invest in our human capital, especially the youth who represent the beating heart of the region's advancement, driving economic prosperity, societal cohesion, as well as sustainable development. This understanding underscores the importance of our gathering today as we discuss the paramount significance of investing human capital for a connected, resilient, and inclusive ASEAN. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, against the backdrop of digitalization and the greening of economies, many more young talents and entrepreneurs will be needed in this region. We must cultivate a workforce that is future-ready and adaptable, capable of keeping pace with change as well as driving it forward. Within this context, ASEAN has made concerted efforts to prepare our young workforce for this brave new world and to make ASEAN become competitive locally and regionally and globally. Allow me to highlight 5 joint commitments adopted by the ASEAN leaders recently, which are highly relevant to our discussion today. First, the ASEAN Declaration on promoting competitiveness, resilience, and agility of workers for the future of work. Second, the ASEAN Declaration on human resources development for the changing world of work. Third, the ASEAN Declaration on promoting green jobs for equity and inclusive growth of ASEAN community. Fourth, the consolidated strategy for the fourth industrial revolution in ASEAN. And fifth, the Declaration on digital transformation of education systems in ASEAN, as well as its upcoming roadmap. Through upskilling and reskilling initiatives to translate the ASEAN leaders' goals and commitments into actions, we are equipping our workforce with the tools and expertise required to navigate the digital and green landscape, as well as embrace sustainable practices. These endeavors will ensure that our human capital is responsive to the changing labor market demands and innovations in industries, as well as safeguard their relevance in future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the torch bearers of tomorrow, the youth will play a pivotal role in ensuring the ASEAN economy remains globally competitive. Promoting entrepreneurship skills among the young generation is critical to our strategies. As the global economies continue to digitalize, there are many opportunities presented to harness the ideas, cultivate innovation, and drive business ventures of our youth. Information is abundant, and the markets are beyond borders. Young talents and young entrepreneurs, therefore, have great opportunities to succeed and make an impact across industries and communities. ASEAN's commitment to human capital development also extends beyond national borders. We recognize that facilitating greater mobility of skilled workers is paramount for realizing our collective potential. On one hand, workers can enjoy different working environments that each ASEAN member state has to offer. On the other, they can build up networks with similar skilled workers, which will help increase people-to-people ties. Our region's diversity is our strength, and by easing movement and collaboration among the ASEAN member states, we can move into an immense pool of talents and expertise. This mobility connects our economies and has made them interdependent. It also reinforces the bonds that unite us as an ASEAN community, transcending various challenges confronting us today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I urge each of you to carry the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and commitment during and beyond this meeting. Only by investing in our human capital, an indispensable factor for any country's development, would we also invest in the shaping of our region's destiny to realize an ASEAN community that is more connected, resilient, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kao Kim Horm, the Secretary General of ASEAN, for an insightful message.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Mr. Stephen Marcelino as the chairman of GIPA to deliver his welcoming remarks. To Mr. Stephen, please welcome to the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of applause, Stephen Marcelino.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome honorable speakers, Your Excellency Budu Besnining, partners, representatives of overseas professional hubs, returning Indonesian professionals who already come back to Jakarta for a while, and friends. Welcome to Global Human Capital Summit 2023. A really warm welcome. I'm Stephen Marcelino, chairman of GIPA. I spent about 15 years in the UK, and I'm really glad that I come back to Jakarta every August. Last year for GHC Summit, also for this year. At Global Indonesia Professional Association, or GIPA, we started our journey back in 2019, before the pandemic. And our global alliance has grown strength to strength, with over 20 Indonesia overseas professional hubs across G20 and ASEAN countries. So the way we split it, we have some hubs that we are powering in Asia Pacific, in the Europe, Middle East region, in the Americas. And this year, we're so delighted that we launched the Indonesia hub and also the Thailand hub. You'll hear a little bit later on. Together, GIPA, along with the independent hubs, represent Indonesian professionals and executives working abroad, mainly in the 8 industry groups, from financial services, technology, professional services, consulting, all the way to energy and so on. And today, we are excited to showcase the best of Global Indonesia Professional Association, or GIPA, and its ecosystem. Today's GHC Summit is hosted by GIPA in collaboration with Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, supported by our partners. We are pleased to be able to support Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship in 2023 by highlighting a key catalyst that makes ASEAN Matters epicentrum of growth a reality, which is the human capital element. Hence, this year we are focusing on the theme, shaping talents of the future for a resilient and innovative ASEAN, with emphasis on redoubling key talents in green industries, in digital and finance, in health, and in the public sector. Now, I've met many Indonesian professionals working abroad, both that are still abroad as well as those who just returned. And I think there is a common thread. And there are 3 R's, 3 remarkables. So allow me to share what they are. Number 1, I've seen remarkable expertise. I've seen those of our colleagues who work in AI, in EV, they are thinking and doing the most exciting things in their own industries. And some of them now become global industry experts. What remarkable to see our own Indonesians working there. Saya aslinya Surabaya. Jadi kalau ngomong Indonesia masih medok, hence I speak in English because I prep my remarks in English. It's just great to see those from Lampung, those from Sumatra, those from Kalimantan doing remarkable things. And you'll hear some of them a little bit later. The second R, remarkable energy. I've seen firsthand in the UK, where I'm domiciled, the energy of Indonesians working abroad. They are willing to contribute. They do mentorship for free to some of the Indonesian students. They have willingness to contribute outside of their working hours to do community stuff. Just like many of our GIPA council and team has done tremendously. The third R is remarkable endeavors. When I heard about their future plans, their future ideas, it gave me, I'm really encouraged by the Indonesians abroad, the fact that they can contribute no matter where they are. Nggak perlu menunggu harus pulang ke bumi, ke tanah air untuk berkontribusi. And that's a message that Bu Dubes Nining, our Bu Sahli of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have been from time to time remind us, and I'm looking forward to hear her remarks and fireside chat a little bit later. We will not stop this global movement until we're seeing more and more Indonesians becoming global CEOs of the Forbes 500 companies. And I think it is possible because we have our friends in South Asia where many of the global tech companies, their CEOs now are Indian or Indian diaspora. Kalau kita makan-makannya sama-sama aja, I'm sure we can also do it. Now later today, we also have launching a point of view. So regularly every year, GIPA will publish a point of view. This year, we will publish point of view in support of Ministry of Foreign Affairs to provide inputs on diaspora strategy. One of the focus is championing the role of Indonesians going global and diaspora in propelling Indonesia's journey to become a top 5 world economy by 2045. So this number or this word of Indonesia Emas, Indonesia 2045, we've heard a lot. What we haven't heard as much is in the year of 2030. And what happens in the year 2030, because it's about 7 years from now, Goldman Sachs predicted that Indonesia can be a top 7 economy by 2030. I know whilst many of us are focused in the 2045, how Indonesia can be top 5, let's not lose sight on what can we do in 2030. And in the diaspora POV, we want to showcase the importance of Indonesians going global and diaspora to play part in accelerating that Indonesia growth journey in the 2030, 7 years from now, and also in 2045. You'll hear from our Secretary General as well. We will also unveil Global Skills Center by Digne, who is creating a really beautiful Global Skills Center that was first announced last year at Global Human Capital Summit, the B20 side event. It's all around one-stop platform for reskilling and upskilling, something that Mr. Secretary General ASEAN Kim Horn talked earlier. Now, I want to specially express our huge thanks to all corporate partners of GHC Summit 2023. Prudential, Ant Group, Henley, and partners, Petskita, SKF, Swire Pacific, International Test Centers. You can see some of their booths outside. I also want to thank all the supports to date from network partners, community partners, and media partners. Importantly, to our great team from GIPA Council, all team and GIPA family to make today's GHC Summit possible. We have been able to grow substantially from last year, which was a side event of B20 with the support of B20 Future of Workforce Task Force, Kadin, and partners. Perhaps one call to action that I want to leave to many of you who perhaps a little bit outside of the GIPA ecosystem, or you sort of get to know about us, but you don't know exactly what we do. We would love to hear how we can be more of impact to you and your organization and institution. We would love to listen on what you're doing and your key priorities, and if you'd like to get some of the Indonesia going global and diaspora expertise, we would love to support now that we have a GIPA Indonesia Hub. So feel free to reach out to Mas Hilmi or myself. We would love to have more conversation. With that note, thank you again and have a great summit. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, for a warm welcoming remarks.
Now we would like to watch a highlight videos that shows what is GIPA and what GIPA has done and accomplished until today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the video. Claudia, what a video! It shows us strong points and numerous achievements made by GIPA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask for your keenness to give a big applause one more time for GIPAs.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to hear a welcoming remarks from the Ambassador Siti Mauludia, the Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister for Diaspora and Socio-Cultural Affairs. To Mrs. Siti Mauludia, please kindly come up to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mrs. Siti Mauludia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam 24 jam. Saya akan berpidato dalam bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak, Mas, karena masih muda sekali, Steven Marcellano, Chairman of GIPA. Kemudian yang saya hormati juga Bapak Satya Sanugraha, Deputi Bidang Koordinasi Peningkatan Kualitas Kesehatan dan Pembangunan Kependudukan Kemenko PMK, Bapak Darsono Hartono, Chairman of Kadin Indonesia Net Zero Hub and Legacy Lead of Asian Business Advisory Council. Yang saya hormati para pembicara ahli pada bidangnya masing-masing, dan tentunya yang saya hormati dan saya cintai teman-teman hadirin pada acara Global Human Capital Summit. Teman-teman panitia dari GIPA juga, congratulations for this event. Izinkan saya mewakili Ibu Menteri Luar Negeri dalam pembukaan acara ini, karena beliau sedang mendampingi Bapak Presiden dalam beberapa kunjungan bilateral ke Afrika. Pertama-tama, suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk dapat menyampaikan kata sambutan dalam acara GIPA Global Human Capital Summit 2023 ini. Tahun kemarin saya berhalangan hadir karena kebetulan sedang ada penugasan di luar Jakarta, dan saya senang sekali bisa hadir di sini melihat full house, Pak Steven dan teman-teman GIPA, Mas Hilmi, Mbak Kristi, semua congratulations. Bagi saya acara ini merupakan momentum yang sangat penting untuk dapat berjejaring dan saling bertukar pendapat guna bersama-sama mendiskusikan the best and the most effective way untuk kita dapat membangun Indonesia yang memiliki sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan dapat bersaing di kancah global. Saya sangat mengapresiasi peran Global Indonesian Professional Association, GIPA, atas inisiasinya untuk menyelenggarakan perhelatan ini. Saya berharap acara ini akan menghasilkan diskusi yang solutif bagi pengembangan sumber daya manusia Indonesia yang unggul. Saya juga berharap semoga perhelatan ini dapat selaras mendukung berbagai agenda pembangunan pemerintah Indonesia, termasuk dalam peningkatan diplomasi ekonomi serta pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang turut berdampak pada pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia. Teman-teman yang saya banggakan, Indonesia memiliki visi menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Dalam perhelatan 100 tahun kemerdekaan Indonesia tersebut, kita berharap Indonesia akan semakin menjadi negara maju dan terdepan. Saat ini berbagai lembaga riset ekonomi tingkat global juga telah banyak memprediksi bahwa Indonesia akan menjadi salah satu negara 5 peringkat ekonomi terbesar di dunia pada tahun 2050. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang unggul, handal, dan dapat bersaing secara global menjadi kunci utama untuk merealisasikan target tersebut. Guna mendukung pencapaian tersebut, saat ini pemerintah Indonesia tengah mengembangkan manajemen talenta nasional sebagai salah satu bentuk pengembangan dan pengelolaan sumber daya manusia. Tujuan dari manajemen talenta nasional adalah tersedianya SDM Indonesia yang produktif dan berdaya saing tinggi. Pemerintah Indonesia juga tengah berfokus untuk melibatkan lebih banyak lagi para diaspora profesional Indonesia untuk bersama-sama membangun proses percepatan upaya dalam pencapaian visi Indonesia Emas tahun 2045. Guna mendukung visi ini, Kementerian Luar Negeri saat ini sedang menginisiasi roadmap peningkatan peran diaspora dalam pembangunan nasional. Pada saat yang bersamaan, Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional juga akan memasukkan kebijakan penguatan peran diaspora dalam pembangunan nasional ke dalam rencana pembangunan jangka menengah 2025-2029. Upaya ini diharapkan nantinya menjadi panduan bagi kementerian dan lembaga di Indonesia, juga para stakeholder lainnya, untuk meningkatkan peran para diaspora Indonesia secara optimal dalam berbagai sektor ekonomi dan sosial budaya. Kedua dokumen ini, Roadmap dan RPJMN, tentunya akan memerlukan masukan dari teman-teman semua. Kedua dokumen ini harus bisa mencerminkan aspirasi sekaligus harapan dari seluruh diaspora. Dan harapan saya hasil dari pertemuan hari ini dapat berkontribusi memberi saran dan solusi bagi pembentukan dokumen roadmap tersebut, khususnya besok ya Mas Stefan ya. Teman-teman yang saya cintai, tahun 2022 kemarin Indonesia telah berhasil memimpin perhelatan G20 di mana 20 negara dengan ekonomi terbesar di dunia saling berkumpul. Dan saya sangat berbangga GIPA tahun kemarin juga menjalankan side event dari G20 yang inisiasinya masih terus berjalan sampai sekarang. Begitu banyak tantangan yang dihadapi, namun kita dapat berhasil mengedepankan pentingnya persatuan bagi peningkatan ekonomi dan pertumbuhan ekonomi dunia yang lebih merata. Pada tahun 2023 ini, Indonesia juga sedang memimpin keketuaan di ASEAN dengan juga masih ada tantangan. Pada kesempatan ini, Indonesia sedang menginisiasi pembentukan Core Elements Visi ASEAN Pasca 2025 yang menginginkan ASEAN sebagai kawasan yang semakin terhubung dan tangguh. Tentunya peran Indonesia sebagai satu-satunya negara Asia Tenggara di forum G20 menjadikan Indonesia sebagai negara kunci untuk dapat mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi di kawasan Asia Tenggara. Teman-teman yang saya banggakan, saat ini untuk dapat bersaing secara global dibutuhkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul dan berbagai sektor. Kawasan Asia Tenggara saat ini menjadi salah satu kawasan dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang lebih pesat dibandingkan kawasan lainnya. Karena itulah kita menggunakan slogan Epicentrum of Growth dalam masa kekuatan ASEAN Indonesia saat ini. Salah satu faktor percepatan pertumbuhan ekonomi di Asia Tenggara didorong oleh pengembangan teknologi dan ekonomi digital. Saya yakin teman-teman yang hadir pada acara ini memiliki visi yang terdepan dan dapat memanfaatkan perkembangan teknologi ini untuk percepatan pertumbuhan ekonomi di Indonesia. Saya berharap teman-teman dapat terus mengembangkan program yang dapat meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia Indonesia untuk memimpin sektor-sektor ekonomi vital. Melalui program-program peningkatan kapasitas ini, kita dapat mengeluarkan Indonesia dari middle income trap dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan bangsa Indonesia. Saat ini Indonesia memerlukan berbagai ahli dalam sektor krusial seperti teknologi dan ekonomi digital. Tadi disampaikan oleh Mas Steven, sebetulnya banyak sekali profesional Indonesia yang ahli di bidang ini, serta teknologi ramah lingkungan dan berkelanjutan serta teknologi kesehatan. Harapan saya teman-teman di sini dapat mendukung dan memberikan solusi terbaik untuk memajukan sumber daya manusia Indonesia dalam sektor-sektor dimaksud. Teman-teman hadirin yang saya hormati, yang saya cintai, izinkan saya juga turut menyampaikan beberapa pesan utama dari Menteri Luar Negeri saat bertemu dengan beberapa perwakilan diaspora Indonesia pada minggu yang lalu. Pertama, mari kita jadikan para diaspora Indonesia sebagai jembatan atau katalis bagi peningkatan hubungan Indonesia baik di bidang politik, ekonomi maupun sosial budaya di negara tempat tinggal masing-masing diaspora tersebut. Kedua, mari kita bersama-sama mengidentifikasi sektor-sektor utama yang dapat berkontribusi besar bagi laju pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia. Seperti kita ketahui, dalam beberapa kuartal terakhir, laju pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia berada di atas 5%. Dalam hal ini, sebuah potensi nyata bagi Indonesia yang tangguh dan dapat bertahan di tengah ketidakpastian dan resesi global. Namun, hal tersebut harus memacu kita untuk menjadi lebih baik lagi dan tidak cepat berpuas diri. Karena gerbong pembangunan kita sangat panjang. Dengan jumlah penduduk 277 juta jiwa, kita harus dapat menghindari pertumbuhan ekonomi yang stagnan, seperti yang tadi saya sebutkan, mengeluarkan Indonesia dari middle income trap. Dan hal tersebut hanya dapat direalisasikan kalau laju ekonomi Indonesia bertumbuh di atas 5%. Di lain sisi, jumlah populasi Indonesia terbesar keempat di dunia menjadi ujung tombak promosi dan pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia. Begitu banyak peluang yang dapat dikembangkan dengan keunggulan jumlah populasi tersebut, dan apabila dikelola dengan baik, saya yakin kita dapat terus mempertahankan dan bahkan melampaui pertumbuhan ekonomi di atas 5%. Oleh karena itu, saya ingin mengajak sekali lagi teman-teman yang hadir di sini untuk dapat saling berbagi solusi guna meningkatkan laju pertumbuhan, termasuk dalam mengidentifikasikan sektor-sektor pengungkit pertumbuhan ekonomi dan mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang handal dan kompetitif untuk mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi di atas 5%. Ketiga dan terakhir, pesan dari Ibu Menlu, teman-teman sekalian, beberapa bulan lagi kita akan menghadapi tahun politik. Jangan sampai dinamika politik tersebut memecah belah bangsa kita, meskipun terdapat perbedaan pandangan yang harus kita rangkul adalah kebersamaan untuk mencapai Indonesia yang lebih sejahtera. Saya ingin sedikit saja menggarisbawahi dalam bahasa Inggris 3 pesan dari Menlu, three messages from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. First, we need to, as I mentioned earlier, in a couple of years, our growth has been solidly in 5%, but we need to have more than 5% growth, economic growth, to escape from to avoid the middle income trap. And we need you, diaspora Indonesia, wherever you are, to help identify sectors that could boost and propel economic Indonesia to have more than 7% growth. That's the first message. The second message, we are now entering the political year, and where we are going to have general election, and we know that before the general election, we are facing fragmented society, communities, so we are hoping that you will be the one who encourage us unity in our community wherever you are, be it even when you are still a citizen of Indonesia or not a citizen of Indonesia, but you are still diaspora Indonesia. Help to solidify our society, community, wherever you are, so that the fragmented society before the general election could be avoided. And lastly, actually this is the first, Indonesia needs you to become the bridge or catalyst for a closer cooperation, a closer relation between Indonesia and the country wherever you reside. So these are 3 messages from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Demikian yang saya sampaikan, saya yakin teman-teman dapat terus berkolaborasi dan meningkatkan kerjasama yang efektif dan implementatif untuk mendukung pengembangan sumber daya manusia Indonesia yang unggul, hadir, dan berdaya saing tinggi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, selamat bersamit ria, dan saya yakin hasilnya akan banyak kontribusinya bagi pemikiran-pemikiran meningkatkan SDM Indonesia di ranah global. Terima kasih. Salam 24 jam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, we would like to ask for your kindness to kindly remain on stage as we would like to proceed to the fireside chat with our chairman of GIPA. Please kindly take a seat in the sofa. I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Marcelino, the chairman of GIPA, to moderate our fireside chat with Her Excellency. Mr. Stephen Marcelino, please kindly lead the sessions.
Tes. Thank you, Bu Nining, for joining us, and thanks for sharing the message from Madam Foreign Minister untuk Ibu Menlu Retno. Mungkin saya akan coba dalam bahasa Indonesia saja. Bu Nining, we have sort of 2-3 questions. Ada 2-3 pertanyaan buat Bu Nining. I know we will also be hearing from Chief Darsono, Chairman of Kabinet Zero Hub, and also a keynote speech by Deputy Coordinating Minister for Human Quality, Health, as well as Population Development, Pak Deputi Sani, soon. But the first question, Bu Nining sebagai ibu diaspora, mother of diaspora of 9 million, 9 juta diaspora di seluruh dunia. Challenging nggak, Bu Nining? Bagaimana your day to day?
Very challenging. I think it's that because we don't have the most challenging one, because we don't have exact numbers of diaspora. Why? You know, there's so many difficulties in challenges in having the right numbers. Why we don't have the right numbers? Untuk WNI kita punya data dari portal Peduli
then I have to remind you here for all diaspora Indonesia, if you are still Indonesian citizen, WNI, by law, you have to report to the closest perwakilan mission in Indonesia, wherever you are. For the diaspora WNA, this is a bit challenging. Sometimes they don't need us in our mission, so they don't really contact us. But we would like to also encourage them to have the Kartu Masyarakat Indonesia Luar Negeri. Of course, there are some cynical, remarks about this Kartu Diaspora, but don't worry, we are going to give you more facilities for the holder of the Kartu Diaspora so that you will feel that it's beneficial to own this Kartu Diaspora. Now the Kartu Diaspora, for those who doesn't have KTP anymore, bisa membuka rekening di Bank Himbara. Bank Negara Indonesia itu sudah bisa dengan kartu masyarakat Indonesia luar negeri. Yes. And untuk WNA yang diaspora sekarang juga sudah bisa membeli properti di Indonesia dengan harga 75% di bawah ceiling WNA yang bukan diaspora. So there's benefits and we are also going to have more benefits on this. We are talking to several stakeholders who have the authority to give these facilities so that the Kartu Diaspora would have more like kan selama ini bilangin apa manfaatnya kartu diaspora ini, tapi nanti bagi pemegang kartu ada benefit-benefit yang tidak akan dapat dimanfaatkan oleh non pemegang kartu. Jadi so it's very challenging actually.
It's very challenging and we're here to help and I'm sure our
yes.
GIPA family here, more to come. Pertanyaan kedua, Bu Nining, after your master di setelah master di Columbia di New York, your posting di Rome, Warsaw di Poland, dan balik sekarang membantu di Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Championing Diaspora. Bu Nining telah bertemu dengan banyak dari kami, berbagai diaspora segmen. Ya mungkin ada banyak diaspora akademisi, diaspora berbagai segmen kami dari segmen professional eksekutif. Bu Nining, do you have perhaps a message that you want to share on how we can maybe help the way you do things? Monggo.
Well, what I see among diaspora, there are some fragmented communities of diaspora. I know GIPA has been very successful in recruiting young professional all over the world. Your hubs really tremendously grow since last year until now. You have much more hubs now, many more hubs di beberapa capital. But what I really wants to see is that more lebih banyak rasa kebersamaannya. Artinya these communities need to converse with each other. I mean like in diaspora itself, sometimes the PMI, the pekerja migran Indonesia, they feel like they are a second layer of diaspora, but actually they are diaspora. There is no first layer, second layer, or third layer. No, they are all this diaspora. Yang bisa saya rasakan adalah pada saat saya penempatan di luar negeri, biasanya kalau saya ketemu dengan wajah Asia, kalau ada yang ngajak senyum saya tahu dia dari Philippines. Because no matter, for the Philippines, when they see the face like this, they always assume they're Filipinos. So they have to greet them first and, talk to each other and everything. But orang Indonesia dan orang yang lainnya ya, not only Indonesia, kadang-kadang kalau belum tahu orang Indonesia, nggak mau ngobrol. Atau kalau tahu orang Indonesia, malas ngobrol sama orang Indonesia, misalnya seperti itu. Kebersamaan itu yang saya kurang, yang saya rasa. Jadi saya berharap be it professional like you or hanya turis gitu atau yang hanya atau siapapun yang bekerja di luar negeri, yang ketemu di luar negeri, if you see Asian face like us, could you just smile first and then maybe start conversation, who are you, where are you from, dan kalau memang ternyata orang Indonesia, start conversation, and I'm sure they would mempererat kebersamaan kita, karena dengan komunikasi kita akan nanti saling mengenal. Tak cinta maka tak kenal maka tak sayang itu. Jadi itu yang saya lihat, dan semoga solidity dari GIPA ini bisa ditularkan kepada komunitas-komunitas diaspora yang lain. Karena saat ini, not because I'm sitting here at GIPA event, I saw that GIPA is the most solid diaspora yang selama ini saya lihat. So
Tepuk tangan dulu dong.
Please share this with them, sehingga lama-lama nanti tidak hanya GIPA tapi semua kita bisa punya rasa berbangga jadi Indonesia, dan kita saling tolong-menolong dimanapun kita berada.
Terima kasih Bu Nining. Start with a smile, togetherness, biar kita semakin solid.
Yes.
Dan proud to be Indonesian certainly. Maybe last question. Terima kasih Bu Nining telah banyak memfasilitasi kami dari previously Bu Dewi Wahab, Bu Nining betul-betul fasilitasi kami, betul-betul mengkonekkan dengan missions dari berbagai negara, priority dari GIPA, G20 dan ASEAN countries. Besok kita juga akan di welcome di Nusantara Room yang sangat cantik di Kemlu. Do you want to share a little bit what you are hoping to achieve dari besok hari kedua close door session Bu Nining, so that everyone's here aware?
Terima kasih, saya harap besok juga bisa datang, mungkin nggak semua karena kapasitas ruang Nusantara lebih kecil dari ini, tetapi saya berharap besok kita mendapatkan masukan. Tadi saya sampaikan di pidato pembukaan bahwa Kemlu sekarang sedang menginisiasi penyusunan roadmap peningkatan peran diaspora dalam pembangunan nasional. Mengapa diperlukan adanya roadmap? Karena belum semua kementerian dan lembaga pemerintah terutama punya awareness yang sama mengenai diaspora. Padahal diaspora banyak sekali potensinya untuk berperan aktif dalam upaya-upaya kita pencapaian pembangunan nasional. Jadi saya berharap besok kita bisa berdiskusi secara terbuka, secara candid, apa saja yang diharapkan oleh diaspora yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah. Jadi roadmap ini lebih untuk pemerintah, dan kita memerlukan masukan. Kita tidak bisa membuat diaspora ini kemudian nanti ownership-nya hanya di pemerintah, tapi enggak maksudnya yang kita lakukan terus diasporanya ngelihat, ngapain sih? Kita nggak perlu itu sih gitu. Kita perlunya adalah ini gitu. Yang dalam kaitan dalam meningkatkan peran. GIPA sudah memberikan banyak contoh ya. GIPA selalu berbicaranya melihat dari prioritas pemerintah apa, kemudian itu yang digali lebih dalam gitu ya. Banyak sekali inisiasi GIPA yang sudah dilakukan. Nah, kita juga ingin masukkan, kan GIPA melihat kepentingan Indonesia dalam pembangunan. Tapi kita juga ingin melihat bagaimana nih GIPA kalau mau diaspora GIPA dan umumnya diaspora, kalau misalkan saya diaspora, saya ingin berkontribusi tapi saya perlu ini gitu. Nah, itu perlu ini itu yang perlu kami dengar untuk nanti bisa dimasukkan ke dalam roadmap itu. Jadi harapannya itu besok kita akan berdiskusi lebih jauh mengenai hal itu, dan harapan saya juga nanti dari pembicaraan hari ini juga akan ada masukan ke dalam roadmap ini. Dan saya in close conversation dengan Pak Bappenas, karena nanti roadmap dengan RPJMN itu harus selaras. Wow. Jadi nanti apapun yang kita hasilkan, inti-inti dari roadmap itu akan masuk ke dalam RPJMN.
Ini gitu. RPJMN 2024
sampai 2024 sampai 2029.
Oh, 2029.
Ya.
Wow, okay, that's certainly a key project. Again, thank you for involving us in the process. I know Ibu Sekjen Sekristi Zakarias has been talking with representative dari berbagai hubs, Bu Nining. So she will share you tomorrow in a closed door of about 30-40 people. So again, looking forward to tomorrow juga. Oke, untuk menutup, tadi Bu Nining sudah bilang selamat bersamitria. I will hand over back to the MC. Thank you again.
Terima kasih.
Ladies and gents, let's give a round of applause untuk Bu Nining. Makasih.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador and Mr. Stephen Marcelino, for a very insightful conversations. Please kindly return to your seat. Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the chairman of Kadin Indonesia, Net Zero Hub and Legacy Lead of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Mr. Darsono Hartono, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Darsono Hartono, please kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm applause.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Siti Mauludia, Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister of the Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, Pak Satya Sana Nugraha, my dear friend, Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of GIPA, distinguished guests and participants of the Global Human Capital Summit. It is a great pleasure that I'm standing here today to represent ASEAN Business Advisory Council. This year, Indonesia will take another global spotlight with the ASEAN Chairmanship. Indonesia's ASEAN Chairmanship theme for this year is ASEAN Centrality Epicentrum of Growth, Innovating Towards Greater Inclusivity. There's a slide that I want to show if there is possible. We will be focusing on three core values: centrality, innovation, and inclusiveness that are reflected through our 5 key priorities, which are digital transformation, sustainable development, health resilience, food security, and trade and investment facilitation. This year, Indonesia is also aiming big with an ambitious delivery of 8 legacy programs across the 5 key priorities. 3 from the digital transformation team, the ASEAN QR code, marketplace lending platform, and wiki entrepreneur. 1 from the health resilient working team, the ASEAN one-shot campaign. 1 from food security, the inclusive loop model for agriculture product, and 1 from the trade and investment facilitation, a legacy project called ASEAN Business Entity. And finally, the 2 programs from the Sustainable Development Working Group that I'm chairing this year, Kadin Net Zero Hub and Carbon Center of Excellence. Kadin Net Zero Hub was first established as we recognize the importance of collaboration and knowledge sharing in the global fight against climate change. It plays a pivotal role in fostering collaboration and coordination among diverse stakeholders toward the common goal of achieving net zero emission. Carbon Center of Excellence, on the other hand, aim to enable the growth of carbon trading through a global center of excellence that provide carbon knowledge platform, practice sharing, and ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Market. Chairing the 2 legacy programs, I have seen the importance of human capital in ensuring the success of their implementation. Without the right human resources to drive the effort in the net zero transition, I can assure you that even an amazing business plan will fail. ASEAN as a region might remain potential without actualization. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast Asia trade bloc represents a combined total population of 670 million people, making it the 3rd largest market in the world after China and India. ASEAN's combined GDP reached $3.1 trillion in 2020, making it already the 5th largest economy in the world. The ASEAN region was among the fastest growing region in 2022 and is expected to remain so in 2023 and beyond. Human capital is among one of the most important resources that a business has. Without talent, there are no businesses. We cannot talk about transitioning to a net zero, for example, without talking about the availability of green talents. We, as a region, have a great opportunity and responsibility to realize the potential of this region's human capital. Just want to share with you a little bit flashback of where I was. 20 years ago, I was in a crossroads. I was also a diaspora. I worked in New York for 6 years, and I always think that I want to go back. I think I have Merah Putih in my heart, always. And I decided to come back to Indonesia, started my business in 2007, have an idea that we can conserve and restore forests and sell carbon credit. 15 years later, our project is the world's largest project of its kind. It is something that I felt grateful to be in this country. I think when I was working for a bank in New York those days, I felt I don't belong there, even though I might call myself a diaspora. So I just want to encourage all of you today here. Always feel something about this country. You might be a diaspora, you might not be holding a passport hijau anymore, but you have to have that. Felt that you are part of this. Just like Stephen mentioned, even though you no longer hold a passport hijau, you can still contribute to this country. So I'm really excited. I always, to see so many of you here today. All of you, the young people in this room, are the future. We need to remember that ASEAN is a strong region with abundance potential. And we want to ensure it will not remain just a potential. We want to realize this potential, and that is all dependent on you. I'm looking forward to connecting with you all today, and thank you for having me. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to Mr. Darsono Hartono for delivering his warm and strong remarks for today's event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to hear a remarkable speech by the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Improving Health, Quality and Population Development, Mr. Yohanes Baptista Satyasanugraha, or Mr. Sani. Mr. Sani, we would like to ask your keenness to deliver your remarks.
Give a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati perwakilan kementerian, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, Bu Dubes, Pak Darsono, Bro Stephen, ya, Ketua GIPA. Pertama-tama saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Saya terus terang baru dapat tugas ini jam 7 pagi. Karena Pak Menko masih terjadwal sebenarnya hadir di sini. Tiba-tiba Sespri telepon saya jam 7, diminta untuk menggantikan ke sini. Ya sudah, lumayan. Jadi tadi sempat takut agak telat juga. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, izinkan saya menyampaikan apa yang sudah didiskusikan dengan Pak Menko. Jadi saya akan membacakan dan mungkin nanti akan saya tambahkan sedikit-sedikit. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih saya ucapkan atas undangan untuk berbicara pada hari ini pada acara Global Human Capital Summit, The Importance of Human Capital Development, especially in the context of delivering ASEAN Growth Story. Indonesia sudah berada di era bonus demografi. Persentase penduduk usia produktif, yaitu dari tahun 15 sampai 64 tahun itu, ada 69,30%. Sisanya 30,7% itu merupakan penduduk usia non-produktif, atau 0 sampai 14 tahun dan 65 tahun ke atas. Nah, bonus demografi ini menjadi peluang bagi Indonesia untuk mencapai visi Indonesia Emas 2045, yaitu Indonesia yang maju secara ekonomi, sosial, politik, dan ini akan terjadi di tahun 2045, di mana kita merayakan 100 tahun kemerdekaan kita. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran yang sangat penting sebagai akibat bonus demografi, apalagi dikaitkan dengan pertumbuhan ASEAN. ASEAN sebagai pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi kawasan dunia. Untuk menjadi pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi, Indonesia mendorong agar ASEAN mengembangkan ketahanan kawasan memperkuat faktor-faktor pendukungnya. Salah satunya adalah pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Kenapa pengembangan SDM ini sangat penting dalam konteks ini? Yaitu antara lain adalah kesiapan untuk pekerjaan masa depan, inovasi dan teknologi, investasi asing, peningkatan produktivitas, peningkatan kualitas hidup, penguatan identitas ASEAN, peningkatan diplomasi budaya, dan pemecahan masalah bersama. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya ingin share sedikit mengenai apa yang sudah dilakukan oleh pemerintah mengenai pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Ya. Jadi kalau Bapak dan Ibu mengetahui, pemerintah itu in charge di dalam mulai dari 1000 hari kehidupan, jadi mulai dari kandungan, ya, sampai dengan kelahiran, sampai dengan fase PAUD, fase SD, SMP, SMA, SMK, kuliah, belajar, dan lanjut usia. Nah, di masing-masing fase itu, peran pemerintah itu sangat besar, dan ratusan triliun sudah disampaikan, sudah diinvestasikan untuk menyiapkan pengembangan manusia yang baik. Nah, kenapa saya ingin sampaikan ini? Karena terus terang saya berbicara di depan profesional ini, GIPA. Ya. Saya ingat tadi Pak Darsono bilang, without talent, there is no business. Betul ya Pak ya? Nah, saya hanya membayangkan bapak-bapak ini sama ibu ini menjadi pimpinan pengusaha yang sukses, tapi pekerjanya itu ternyata ex-stunting, ya, atau kesehatannya tidak baik. Nah, kita tahu bahwa Presiden sudah menyampaikan bahwa target kita tahun 2024 stunting itu 14%. Kemiskinan ekstrim kita 0%. Saat ini kita kemiskinan ekstrim 1,12% ya dari total populasi. Terus kemiskinan biasa 9,16%. Nah, itu target Bapak Presiden. Kenapa saya sampaikan ke sini? Ya. Jadi sebenarnya kami juga membutuhkan nih teman-teman Bapak Ibu sekalian ya, untuk ikut menangani percepatan penurunan stunting. Anak-anak atau ibu yang mengandung itu, kalau dia sudah terdeteksi stunting, ya, itu perlu effort ya, perlu usaha supaya nanti bayinya itu tidak menjadi stunting. Stunting itu kan perkembangan otaknya tidak berkembang dengan baik. Ya. Orang stunting itu pasti pendek, kerdil. Tapi Bapak Ibu nggak usah khawatir yang nggak tinggi, karena pendek itu belum tentu stunting. Ya. Tapi kalau stunting itu cenderung pasti pendek. Gitu ya. Nah, jadi itu Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, saya ingin menyampaikan sedikit ya, bahwa pemerintah sudah begitu banyak melakukan program. Ya. Itu kalau Bapak dan Ibu tahu, di setiap fase itu ada bantuan. Ya. Ada peran pemerintah. Contohnya di 1000 hari kehidupan. 1000 hari kehidupan itu adalah hamil plus 2 tahun lebih melahirkan. Nah, di situ ada bantuan dari Kemenkes, yaitu PMT ASI ya, makanan tambahan, terus pemeriksaan gratis ya untuk bayi. Terus di fase PAUD ya ada BOS itu bantuan operasional sekolah ya, terus PAUD di setiap kabupaten harus ada. Terus udah gitu di SD, SMP, SMA itu ada kartu Indonesia Pintar, ada PIP dan lain-lain. Terus di kerja itu ada kartu prakerja dan lain-lain. Disabilitas, ya disabilitas itu kalau warga negara kita itu masuk di dalam DTKS, yang namanya Daftar Terpadu Kesejahteraan Sosial. Dalam satu keluarga itu masuk di dalam DTKS itu kan dia miskin pasti. Ya. Nah kalau miskin itu kalau dia ada yang lanjut usia pasti dapat bantuan. Ada disabilitas dapat bantuan. Ya. Jadi sedemikian rupa pemerintah itu sudah memikirkan untuk pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Cuma itu memang tidak bisa hanya ditangani oleh pemerintah. Jadi bantuan dari Bapak dan Ibu ini juga diperlukan lah ya. Bayangkan saja kita 2 tahun kena COVID. Seluruh sumber daya, baik itu TNI, Polri, itu digunakan untuk menanggulangi COVID. Ya. Nah, sekarang apa akibatnya? IDL-nya terlambat. Tahu IDL? Imunisasi dasar lengkap untuk bayi. Ya, itu terlambat. Gitu ya, karena semua fokus. Nah, kalau terlambat artinya apa? Bayi ini rentan kan? Nah, kalau bayi rentan nanti, begitu Bapak dan Ibu sudah jadi pimpinan besar, bayi-bayi ini sudah masuk ke usia produktif, gitu ya. Nah, nanti Bapak dan Ibu ini bisa mendapatkan pegawai ataupun mitra kerja yang kualitasnya mungkin nggak bagus. Ya. Jadi sebenarnya banyak yang bisa kita lakukan ya untuk membantu. Salah satu contoh, COVID sudah selesai, ya maksudnya masih ada lah ya. Tapi sekarang apa yang berat juga? TBC. TBC itu kalau tahu, ya, yang meninggal itu jauh lebih besar dari COVID, 144.000 ya, yang meninggal TBC itu. Dan yang paling sulit dari TBC itu apa? Adalah mendapatkan orang TBC dan dia mengaku dia TBC. Itu yang paling sulit. Ya. Jadi sedangkan itu sangat menular ya. Jadi saya pernah dengan teman-teman membuat exercise di DKI. Paling banyak ada di Jakarta Barat dan yang paling banyak kena itu di daerah miskin. Bapak Ibu kan bisa bayangkan, mereka kena TBC, rumah 4x6 didiami oleh 2 keluarga. Tidak mau dipisah. Ya penularannya pasti cepat. Nah itu. Jadi saya hanya ingin menggambarkan sedikit bahwa bantuan teman-teman yang yang diaspora ini tentunya sangat diperlukan untuk menunjang program-program pemerintah demi kita mendapatkan sumber daya manusia nanti di tahun 2030 ya untuk bonus demografi dan di tahun 2045 Indonesia Emas itu kita mendapatkan sumber daya manusia yang baik. Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, saya berharap GIPA ini bisa memberikan sumbangsih kepada bangsa ini, khususnya untuk memajukan ekonomi Indonesia dan turut serta dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Sehingga nantinya dapat membentuk talenta-talenta masa depan yang tangguh dan inovatif untuk Indonesia dan ASEAN. Demikian, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Mr. Darsono Hartono for delivering his warm and strong remarks for today's event.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as a professional appreciation to our Indonesian professionals overseas, as representatives of Indonesian in the world-leading companies, we would like to introduce our leaders of overseas professional hubs across Asia Pacific, Europe, Middle East, Americas, and new hubs in ASEAN. Therefore, we would like to invite Ms. Christy Zacharias as the Secretary General of GIPA to introduce us to our overseas professional hubs leaders. To Ms. Christy Zacharias, please kindly come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Ms. Christy Zacharias.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy. I'm the Secretary General here at GIPA by night. By day, I work in climate risk for Barclays, one of the financial institutions. I'm based in London. It's been 4 years with GIPA since we first started this momentum. And across these 4 years, I've been involved in GIPA in various different ways. Jadi tahun pertama fokus public relations, public advocacy, terus abis itu fokus building relations with hubs, and this is actually my first year as Secretary General for GIPA. And across these 4 years, the growth that we've seen within the team, but also within our global alliance, has been tremendous. And I'm actually really glad to share with you that this year we have 23 hubs active around the world, all of them running their own programs, running their own initiatives, and they're all having their own leadership teams. So it's been quite an honor to see that growth in the past 4 years. So I'll share with you a couple of reflections, a couple of trends that I've been observing as a Secretary General. So a little bit of fun facts for you guys. Did you know that actually in Estonia, there's quite a high concentration of Indonesians working as software engineers? Because I didn't know that earlier this year, but a lot of people reached out to me on LinkedIn and I was like, oh, you know, who would have thought Estonia? I had to Google where in the world exactly that was. Another fun fact, if you're in Europe and you're craving authentic Indonesian food, I've been told Den Haag is the best place to go. I'm looking at Juan, who's part of the hub in the Netherlands in front of me right now. Apparently, that's where you should go. And then a couple of other amazing things. I've met Indonesians working across so many different companies. You know, there are people working in Meta, there are people working in Mulberry, people working in Tesla, people working in AlphaTauri, the Formula One team, and all of these Indonesians, you know, a lot of them started from where we are right now. Like some of them started from Lampung, from Bandung, from Surabaya, all sorts of background. But they're all hungry to serve, they're all hungry to learn, and that's why, you know, the uniting factor that gets them where they are, regardless of wherever they are in the world. So that's a little bit of kind of profiling, a little bit of fun facts that I see across the globe in this role that I'm very fortunate to hold. In terms of where GIPA is right now, a couple of interesting trends. Tadi Bu Nining sempat bilang, we need more connectivity. And interestingly, this particular year, I think after COVID, people have the momentum to move jobs quite nicely. So what we've started observing is hub leaders start to move around as well. So if they're involved in a hub in the UK, they have job opportunities waiting for them in New York. They will still be involved in the hub, but they change hubs. And I think that's been interesting to see. Some people go back to education, some people go back to Indonesia, and I think just this crowdedness of movement has been quite beneficial because you see a lot more interconnectivity, interconnections between the different regions. Other things that I've observed is that the kickstarting of this movement could be as simple as a LinkedIn cold message. It could be people see GIPA, you know, on social media, they DM us, they LinkedIn us, they get a group of their friends together, and it started to be something very simple. Kayak mungkin awalnya makan-makan doang, mungkin awalnya cuman mau mentoring nih, do you know anyone working gitu-gitu. So it started can be something quite organic. So these are some of the trends that I see. So in general, I think the overall theme I've been seeing is that there is a really strong appetite to connect and a strong appetite to contribute. So that's, yeah. And given this context, maybe you will be asking, so what? Jadi buat apa all of this network, all of these connections? Yeah, what do you do selain networking, selain bikin event gitu kan? This is a good segue. So as part of GIPA, we run a couple of centers of excellence. Salah satunya namanya Public Relations and Advocacy. And in this center of excellence, what we do is we basically try to pinpoint key sentiments across Indonesian professionals overseas. And we try to also do some desktop research to complement to see whether their key sentiments are valid, and we publish white paper on the back of it. We call it GIPA's point of view. Now, excitingly, I think Bu Nining tadi bilang dia lagi juga mau welcome some inputs of diaspora for the RPJMN refresh. So what we've done as GIPA is we've conducted a global sentiment survey. We've conducted various focus group discussions to get inputs on this. We've then done some comparative analysis. Jadi kalau Indonesia diaspora strateginya begini, what are other ASEAN countries doing? And all of this desktop research, primary interviews, all packaged in one single report, GIPA's point of view in Indonesia's diaspora engagement, which is the deep dive for tomorrow, but also the launch. We're publishing it today, announcing it and sharing it with you guys. So that's a little bit of background, and I think in terms of what we're trying to achieve through this point of view publication is 4 things. First, to advocate for their aspirations. Second, to reflect on the existing RPJMN. Jadi yang sekarang ini prioritasnya di mana? Where do we want to see that RPJMN refresh? What movement should be there? What can we leverage? And the analysis on benchmarking. And lastly, to influence the policymakers who will actually get this through, from the suggestions of diaspora to RPJMN to legislations to strategic plans. So all of this whole ecosystem working together. So I think without further ado, I actually have a copy. is actually here. So I have a copy of the point of view publication. Really short, don't worry, it's like 20 pages with all of the research on it. So we're launching that today. It's also available online. And if you want to chat further about how we've done it, the key findings, happy to chat anytime during the day. But in that case, so that's the result of our research and interaction with diaspora. I would also then like to invite Bu Nining to come up on stage because we will hand over some copies for you to peruse and to, yeah, hopefully chat through tomorrow.
Iya, Bu Nining. Jadi ini hasil Global Sentiment Survey kita, focus group discussion dengan teman-teman across Overseas Professional Hub, lebih dari 25 negara represented, 23 hubs live, and also we did some research around the literature juga, kira-kira tetangga kita di ASEAN, or like countries in China, in Israel, Mexico, mereka punya diaspora populasi yang besar, kita juga benchmarking program-program. So hopefully ini tangibly, you know, Indonesians overseas kadang-kadang mereka bilang, kapan pulang, kapan contribute to the country. Ini bukti nyata bahwa even if you're not based in Indonesia, you can still contribute, you can still get your voices heard. So thank you for giving us the platform. Ini reportnya semoga berguna.
Thank you very much. I'm sure this will be very helpful, especially nanti pada saat kita bikin roadmap ya. Oke, terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih semua.
Thank you, Ms. Christy Zacharias, for introducing us to our Overseas Professionals Hubs leaders, and also to all of the ladies and gentlemen of the Professional Hubs leaders.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for today's event, we will have 4 segments here in Java Ballroom. As previously mentioned, Green and Infrastructure segment, SOE and Government segment, Health segment, and last one is the Digital and Finance segment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 15 minutes coffee break before we continue to the next agenda. After this coffee break, we will also have Gibas Economic Diplomacy with Highland Partners in Denpasar Room. So there's another breakout session happening in Denpasar Room. The location will be the left side when you're out of the ballroom. You're able to join as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly enjoy 15 minutes coffee break. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu sekalian, silakan menikmati coffee break selama 15 menit ke depan. Kami ingin meminta kesediaan Anda semua untuk kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing setelah 15 menit. Terima kasih.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our event shortly. We hope you enjoyed your coffee break and please kindly return to your seat. Thank you.
Iya, betul. Baru ke sini. Betul sekali. Tapi ininya enggak ya, Kak? Ini kan tadi udah. Ini sudah kita tinggalkan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness to kindly join us back inside the Java Ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda. Hadirin sekalian, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami ingin meminta kesediaan Anda untuk kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing di dalam Ballroom Java Hotel Westin Indonesia karena kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Terima kasih. Baru kita lompat ke sini panel discussion. Abis yang tadi ya. Ini panel discussion ada orangnya ada berapa nih? Berarti dia harus nyediainnya tuh udah tuh bangkunya udah ini aja. Aman berarti. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is located outside the foyer of the ballroom. Please kindly proceed back to your seat as we're going to continue to the next agenda of the summit. Hadirin sekalian, kami meminta kesediaannya untuk kembali bergabung ke dalam Java Ballroom. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. To all GIPA's committees and team, please kindly keen to assist our delegates, participants, and attendees that's still located outside the foyer of the ballroom to kindly return to their seat as we're going to proceed to the next agenda. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you enjoy your coffee break. Please kindly return to your seat as we are about to continue our agenda with our first segment. During this segment, please kindly switch your mobile phone to a silent mode. We also already appointed photographer and videographers for this summit. Nevertheless, if you really need to take pictures during the event, please kindly do so without the flashlight. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. Hadirin sekalian, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk duduk kembali. Kami akan melanjutkan ke agenda Global Human Capital Summit 2023.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our first segment, we would like to hear the introduction of Global Skills Center, followed by the live demo to showcase Global Skills Center and cooperation to promote upskilling and reskilling to Indonesian and Southeast Asian companies. This session will be moderated by Ms. Dinya Hernanda, the Head of Professional Development of GIPA. To Ms. Dinya Hernanda, please kindly come up to the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly give the big applause, Dinya Hernanda.
Just gonna give it a few seconds until the door is closed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, excellencies, GIPA's partners and colleagues. It's an honor to stand here today in front of you. I'm one of the Putri Daerah that was mentioned by Steven at the beginning, originally from Lampung. So, Muli Lampung is how we usually say it back at home. I have the honor today to lead you through the showcase of the one-of-a-kind, GIPA's own learning and development platform, the Global Skills Center. The host has given a generous intro about myself, but I actually would like to delve a little bit into a personal career stories, just to give a highlight of a context and the importance of Global Skills Center. I am an L&D expert, so learning and development. I've been working and living in Germany for the last 11 years. It's part of my daily job to support German corporations, small, middle-sized enterprise, as well as global tech startups in their upskilling and reskilling program. So not only I've seen the first-hand experience, so to say, about the return of investment, of what it means if you invest in your talent, if you invest in the future of work, and what kind of benefit and impact they will give to your company. But I've also seen the hard work that goes behind it. And it's not as easy as just let's upskill and reskill our talents. I myself have gone through the German dual study system, so I work and also did finish my master's study, supported by the company. So Germany as a country, I think they have a couple of systems that supported reskilling, upskilling, not only from a very traditional point of view, like depending from government and academic institution, they have also incorporated private sectors in the process. So knowing what it takes to build a learning and development program, I know that it takes a lot at the beginning, especially. In the beginning, you have to do an in-depth research and laser-focused prioritization because it's not as easy as, oh, here are the top 20 skills from a certain institution. Let's build a learning and development program around it. You actually have to prioritize in order to make sure that the skills that you are developing for your employees are relevant for your business as well as your sector. After the research and the prioritization, then you are supposed to do a learning experience. So to create a learning experience for the workforce. Adult learns very differently, unfortunately, than children. It takes longer for us to understand and then not only understand new material, but also apply it in our job. So adult learning requires a lot more resources when it comes to the format, the medias that we use to make sure that the learning stays. And then after that, then it also involves stakeholder management. You need to engage a lot of experts in the process to make sure that you provide a broad range of content, but also depth enough so that it gives a foundational skills for everyone. So knowing all of this, Global Skills Center was born to help Indonesian private sector to spare you from all of this hard work and support you with Indonesian diaspora who have been mentioned. They have the expertise, they have the first-hand experience. They are working in this technological sector or the future of work, as we like to call it. We recognize the importance of not only depending on governmental effort and academic institutions, but also for the private sectors to take the lead and contribute actively to the development of our talent in Indonesia. So what I'm going to show you in a few minutes, it's a culmination of hard work for several months by several experts. It means a lot for GIPA as a community. It means a lot for, hopefully, Indonesia as a nation, as well as Asian as a region. I just thank the 5 people that I have building the Global Skills Center. 2 of them are at the back of the room, actually. The core team of Global Skills Center, and then also the management of GIPA who have been helping with the network, as well as the global network that GIPA has from all diaspora Indonesia. So, without further ado, giving a signal to the gentleman at the back, I would like to present to you Global Skills Center by GIPA. The music is missing? So that bit was to increase the excitement. That's not the platform yet. That's just to catch your attention, especially after the coffee break. Now I would like to show how the actual platform looks like.
We want to unveil the Global Skills Center in Global Human Capital Summit 2023. To all the documentation teams, please kindly capture the moment.
Thank you. I would like to ask the gentleman at the back to just let the video run, but without any sound. If you could repeat the video so that I could. So while we are waiting, that was the reveal, so to say. Last year, we have, thanks to our founding signatories, gathered the support and the expertise that were necessary to build this platform. So we call it a one-stop platform for the future of work. The idea here is as well that this is a starting point for a lot of Indonesian professionals to start understanding what are the future of work. We have divided the content based on green, digital, and health. So this is also in accordance to what was presented this morning with the Asian priorities as well as the B20 priorities last year. The difference between this learning platform, I think, is the GIPA power behind it. So this was built thanks to Indonesian diaspora from all over the world who have contributed their expertise and shared with us. These are the courses that we have so far. So for each of the digital learning and green, we have 2 different learning paths. We have done the research to make sure that the content and the focus of the areas are actually based on our conversation with industry experts. So we try to cover not only the fancy names that we usually see, but also the foundational skills that are necessary in 3 different areas. And in the Global Skills Center, it's not only learning courses, there is also a bunch of content from GIPA. So GIPA continue to produce a lot of content for our partners. So that is also can be accessed in the Global Skills Center. So we also gave you a little bit of insight into how it looks like from a learner point of view, just so that you also see that this is just not a landing page, so to say. There is a learning course behind it. Who can have access to this? So the idea here is to really support private sectors. So we are looking forward to work more with partners, with industry leaders who are in a lot of passion and have a lot of motivation to make sure that their talents are ready. Here's an example from the telehealth. So this was delivered or designed by our own Mary at the back, who has interviewed experts, Indonesian experts, who are able to synthesize what are the most important things to know about telehealth. And then we also have expert talk. So we make sure that this is accessible and also not just dry materials, but there is a story from Indonesian diaspora who have worked in this area before. And all the other courses, there's another one that we showed. It's for the carbon economy. So this is also for our colleagues who are working in most organizations. So we also try to make sure that the content is relevant for everyone. The idea of the carbon economy course is, for example, so that everyone in the organization knows what it means to build sustainable businesses. So it's not only the C-level talk when we talk about ESG, when we talk about carbon economy, so that everyone from top to bottom can, or all level can understand what the implication is. And at the bottom, there is always like application so that people know, okay, I learned now all the fancy names. What does it mean for me? If I am a marketing professional, what does ESG have to do with it? If I'm a finance professional, what does ESG have to do with it? And how should I change my behavior in order to meet the company goals? Another one thing that I would like to highlight is all the contents are in Bahasa Indonesia, because we also recognize that there are a lot of contents out there, but in order to make it accessible, we need to stay true to our roots and actually deliver it in our native language. That's also how a human being learns the fastest, if it's delivered in their native tongue. So all the content have been translated by our content curators. So this one is delivered by our own Widya, who is based in France, who is a sustainability expert completing her master's degree now in Erasmus program. So yeah, that's what a lot of Indonesian diaspora, a tangible outcome of what the expertise have been. Christy has talked about it. It's always like, okay, Indonesian diaspora, how can you contribute? And the only way to contribute is usually pulang dong, pulang kampung dong. I mean, yes, that would be ideal solution probably, but we would also like to encourage and then enable Indonesian diaspora from all over the world to be able to deliver their expertise and then deliver it directly to Indonesian corporations and talents back at home. So if any of you are interested in contributing, in supporting, in however degree of involvement you would like to have with GIPA, contact any of us from the management team, from the council team, or myself directly. Or if you have like challenges in upskilling your talents back in your organizations. Also, we have a bunch of people. I'm not the only learning and development experts in GIPA network. We have so many of them working in global companies who have been supporting in like foreign companies. Like it would be nice if we can deliver all of this expertise back at home directly untuk berbakti kepada Ibu Pertiwi. Thank you everyone for the attention and looking forward to a lot of conversations with you.
Thank you, Dinya Hernanda. Please kindly return to your seat, madam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next sessions. We will have a panel discussion with questions and answer as well. This session will be moderated by Mr. Juan Untung, Events Director at Indonesia Professional Association or IPA in the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to present you with our moderator short bios. Mr. Juan is responsible for managing IPA NL's event to facilitate various formal and non-formal discussion between Indonesian professionals in the Netherlands. Juan is also a collateral management specialist with 5 years experiences in clearing and settlement in EU and APAC regions. To Mr. Juan Untung, please kindly join us on the stage to lead the session, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, big applause, Juan Untung.
Thanks. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the all audience who comes this morning. My name is Juan Untung, and I'm happy to represent all my colleagues from IPA NL who are still working in Amsterdam and around the area. And I happen to be in Indonesia, so I'm very happy to represent them as the event director from IPA NL. From the discussion for today, the segment will touch upon the green economy in Indonesia's future and its relationship with human capital. Our esteemed speakers, which we all will have 4 inspiring speakers today, will talk about the future of Indonesia's relationship with human capital and the crucial importance of investing in green and infrastructure talents, both within Indonesian and among overseas Indonesian professionals. They will emphasize how this investment acts as catalyst for fostering a more resilient Asian region by nurturing and harnessing the potential of Southeast Asia workforce. The speakers will also shed a light in how this human capital development is essential in creating a more connected and resilient Asian, and how it can ultimately striving towards net zero emission. Without further ado, let me call also our first speaker, Mr. François. Please, Mr. François, if you can join me on stage, and if everyone can give a round of applause to Mr. François. Mr. François de Maricourt is the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Indonesia and the Chairman of Eurocham Indonesia. He first joined HSBC in 2002, and his previous role was the CEO of HSBC Bangladesh. Thank you, Mr. François. Nice to have you on stage today. And secondly, we also have Bapak Ilham Habibi. If everyone can give a round of applause to Bapak Ilham Habibi as our second speaker today. Bapak Ilham Habibi is co-founder and advisor of the Habibi Innovation Incubator. and he is also co-founder and shareholder of PT Ilthabi Rekatama, a private investment company in Indonesia, which he joined as a president director in 2002, and starting 2021, he became the chairman of the company. Good morning, Pak. Nice to have you on stage as well with us. And thirdly, our third speaker, we also have Bu Ririn Radiawati Kusuma. Again, boleh tepuk tangannya untuk Bu Ririn. Bu Ririn works at World Economic Forum, as known as WEF. She is the lead of Moving Indonesia. She was previously appointed as Indonesia Country Coordinator at Vital Strategies, an organization that partners with various sectors to help strengthen public health policies globally. Selamat pagi, Bu. Good to have you on stage with us. And last but not least, we also have Pak Widar Mika Agung. Round of applause to Pak Widar, everyone. Pak Widar is a partner of Systemic Ltd. He has a prior experience in a variety of sectors, including FMCG, fashion, and lifestyle. He also co-founded Indorelawan, an online-based NGO organization that provides volunteers for various kinds of events and seminars. Good morning, Pak. Thanks for having you with us, and nice to have you on stage. And as mentioned before, this session will start with a small presentation from each of the speakers, and then we'll proceed with small discussions, Q&A, and I will give the questions to the audience here. So we will start our session with a small speech or presentation from Mr. Francois. So if you can start, Mr. Francois, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And Selamat siang semua. Many thanks for inviting me to this event. So I will talk to you a little bit about the transition to net zero financing and perhaps have a few comments on the impact it has on the human capital, which is the topic of today. So to start with, I think it is fair to say that climate change is really the biggest challenge that we are all facing. It is really the challenge of our generation. And this is a big issue that is well recognized. And the level of maturity is still very different between the countries, and we see different phases in terms of addressing this issue. The first one is the level of awareness, then you have the planning, transition to net zero, and then the execution. I've been in Indonesia only for 3 years, and already I have seen the country moving from a phase of awareness to a phase of planning. And now, if I discuss with clients, with officials, we have a lot of different plans that are being formulated to move the whole country to net zero. The target for Indonesia is, of course, to be net zero by 2060, but with the signature of a Just Energy Transition Partnership, this target on the energy sector has been moved forward to 2050. This, of course, requires a lot of people to work on this planning. And if I give you the example of HSBC, we are working on first being net zero in our operations by 2030, which is what we call Scope 1 and Scope 2. And then for the emissions of our client, which is called Scope 3, then to be net zero by 2050. Which means that we have very large teams who are engaging with clients, discussing about their transition plan and helping them to formulate their plan and following the executions. My second point is that this transition to net zero will require significant investments. You have a lot of different numbers that are mentioned. I think that for ASEAN, one of the most recent number from the Boston Consulting Groups is a cost of $1.1 trillion by 2030. And for Indonesia, we are talking about 250 billion US dollars. So that's some big amount. And banks like HSBC have a role to play as a catalyst to mobilize the financing to achieve this carbon neutrality. And we do that by educating our clients. And I can give you an example. For instance, with, and it's public information, with a BUMM client like Simon Group, we help them to work on their sustainability framework. And then they can have some sustainability loans. There are a lot of different tools available to finance this transition to net zero. And in the financing side, you have green bonds. And for instance, the state of Indonesia has been issuing green bonds since 2018. So they have been doing that quite for some time. And all of these bonds, the proceeds are used for green projects. You have also what is called SLL, sustainability linked loans, and where you have different KPIs, where if you meet certain KPIs, you can have a lower rate of interest to support some green initiatives. And more, there are the usage of carbon credit, and you know that the carbon market will open in Indonesia, hopefully in September, and this will really create great opportunities for Indonesia. This, given the scale of investment, this is not something that can be done only by the private sector, and there is a need to use what you call blended finance and to have partnership between private sector and public sector. One example is the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, that was signed by Indonesia last year, and you have $10 billion of financing coming from public partners and $10 billion coming from commercial banks like HSBC to support this project. My third point is around opportunities. When we talk about transition to net zero, a lot of people talk about the risk, about the negative impact, the amounts of investments. But actually, it creates a lot of opportunities. The latest BCG report on ASEAN carbon neutrality shows that actually it is expected that 65 million jobs will be created in ASEAN by 2050, related to the transition to net zero. This is quite a huge number. I was very surprised when I saw it, because quite often we talk about the negative impact, but there is also positive impact. And these jobs, I think, are for all professionals for you, will be some great opportunities. Especially for us in Indonesia, we see a lot of opportunities of transition to net zero. Why? Because Indonesia has, of course, abundant natural resources. And Indonesia has done a very good job in supporting the downstreaming of activities, and not only doing the mining of some raw materials that are important for the transition to net zero, but also working on the downstreaming. I'll give you an example of investors, domestic or foreigners, Chinese, Korean, who are investing in Indonesia because of the opportunities in this area. So really, I think that if you look at Indonesia, we are really well placed to benefit from this transition to net zero, and that will create a lot of opportunities from a job perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Francois. That's a very insightful share regarding the opportunity what Indonesia can achieve if we are trying to strive to have a net zero policy by 2060 through the carbon trading, through the technologies that we have, and the private and public sector working together. Next up, we also have Bapak Ilham to share your insight or slides to us.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Yes, hello everybody. My name is Ilham, and I'm here to talk about a few things related to our topic today, which is green infrastructure. And so basically, maybe I say a few things about myself. We are here at GIPA, Global Indonesian Professional Association. So I think by definition, I'm a GIPA guy as well. Until today, if I count my years, I have lived more years outside Indonesia than in Indonesia itself. And I still need a few more years until I have the same number of years in Indonesia. But so I have gone through this process of being outside Indonesia. In my case, it's actually very extreme. I was born and raised outside and came here already. I was having a certain age already, many years experience in working, etc. And only then I, for the first time, came to Indonesia. Anyway, I'd like today to talk a few things about what I represent here. And this is a relatively new organization called Habibi Innovation Incubator. You just see that there's two important points here, the innovation and the incubator. I think I don't need to talk about the meaning of this, but I like to explain what this Habibi Incubation Incubator does, particularly in relationship to GIPA. First of all, it is important to know that HII is a program. It's not a location, right? It's not an office where you can go, but it's a program where you meet people. And what we can deliver here is basically three things: expertise, meaning we link up with mentors and have a look at quality. Then we help with getting access locally and also internationally, connecting to networks that exist. And thirdly, we try to help to scale when it comes to digitalization and market reach. Our focus is actually a bit unique. We try to focus on SMEs, meaning to say, doesn't need to be startup. Actually, we hope to have more companies that are already in existence and don't know what to do in the current change of things, and I'm going to talk more about that. Thirdly, we have partnerships already. You can imagine there's a lot of partnerships with the countries where I lived before, for instance, Germany or United States, but also with local institutions such as Papanas and city of Jakarta. Let me give you a few pointers regarding what we all know, what is actually the potential of our country that is often described as a country that has a great future ahead of us. And we all want that Indonesia in the year 2045 will reach its promise to our citizens, to ourselves, that we will be an advanced country. What does it mean to be an advanced country? It's not only high income per capita, but it has certain abilities, meaning to say we know how to use technology and how to create technology and apply it for innovation to create industries. Yeah? Right now, if you look at the current state, we are, I think, on the right way. However, in order to achieve our goal, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. One thing that concerns me personally is the fact that from year to year, the contribution of our industry to the overall GDP is shrinking. Whereas 15 years ago, we were at 25% plus of contribution of industry to the overall economy, now we are at just 18%. We call this in economic theory the deindustrialization. It doesn't mean that the industry is not growing. It is, but it's growing below national growth, right? So national growth is at 5%, and industrial growth is maybe only 4%. That is called deindustrialization. But what does it mean for us as Indonesians? I mean, the gentleman next to me just emphasized one important point is climate, and we link it often to our natural resources. True. We are one of the 3 big countries in the world that has a large tropical rainforest, together with Congo and Brazil. And we are also a large emitter, etc. Yes, it's true. But what does it do in terms of defining our future industry? Well, from the very beginning, we have to look at innovation where we are establishing and developing industries that are decarbonized from the very beginning. So we don't look at old industry where we basically fall into the trap of going through a technological process that create carbon, but we have to actually from the very beginning minimize it and if possible avoid it. It's not completely unavoidable, but it is something, it's a recipe for successful innovation these days. I think the climate itself, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Everybody knows this. It's like COVID. It's unavoidable. And everybody in the world will be affected by the climate. The difference with COVID is very fast. If something happens in South America yesterday, then tomorrow it's in Europe and day after tomorrow in Asia. And with climate, it's slow. And we feel it little by little, but we don't realize how big a problem it really is. And so in that regard, the country that we are in gives us a lot of opportunities to create future economic growth factors like industry. And natural resources we have, we know what to do with it, we have to downstream it. However, that's way not enough. If you look at the so-called hilirisasi or downstreaming of the industry in the last years, it hasn't really stopped deindustrialization at all. In fact, it has just continued. Because other industry sectors like textile or others, they're losing jobs and they're not coming back. Yeah. So we have to do something here. And that is basically lying on the shoulders of all of us here in this room. Innovators, engineers, scientists, business people, accounting. We have to create future industries that adhere to the criteria that we know already. It has to be green, it needs to be zero carbon or much less carbon. Of course, being a large country like Indonesia, it has to create jobs that are here in Indonesia. We have to think about maximizing economic added value, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of criteria we already know. They will lead us to our goal to be a developed Indonesia in 2045. And we call this in Indonesian language Indonesia Emas, or in English, Golden Indonesia, the golden times. Again, that is the prediction. It doesn't fall from the sky just like that into our lap. We have to work hard for that. And we might fail. It might not be in 2045, but only in 2055. That's okay, in my view. The main point is we're getting there. We're getting on the way. And we turn around the deindustrialization process that we have gone through many years. Because without an industry in Indonesia, we will always have a lot of people in Indonesia that don't really have a real job. They have an informal job. They have no job security. They have no pension. They have no insurance because they cannot afford it. And that's actually the majority of Indonesians today. So the importance of innovation, I already mentioned. I think I should say a few things why this is a good time to do this. It has to do with global politics, the change of global economics because of that disruption, because of the two superpowers in economy and politics that are not in harmony with one another, and it creates a lot of opportunities for others that are sort of like in a neutral position vis-a-vis both. I mean, Indonesia is one of the founders of the so-called non-aligned movement in 1955. We are proud to be strictly neutral, so we try to be friends with everybody. And in that regard, we have a very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with the United States as well, and of course with all the partners around those two superpowers. So that is a big opportunity for us to basically convince investors, companies, people from those two ecosystems to come to Indonesia and collaborate with us. And in many instances, it will lead to new industries in Indonesia. That is one way to do it. I think that's maybe the first step. The second would be to create industries on top related to those that settle in Indonesia, that are basically using the technology, the knowledge, and the networks that are created by those collaborations. Right now, if you talk in an ASEAN context, you think Indonesia is getting a lot of this? Not really. The country that gets the most out of this is at the moment Vietnam. And there's a reason for that. And that is because Vietnam is very good in education. Indonesia is good, but we have to do much better than this. And that is, I think, where GPA comes into play. Because we don't have enough educated people with a high quality in Indonesia, because we don't have enough universities that have that kind of curriculum that is good enough to drive those industries and those innovations in the future. So we have to tap outside Indonesia, logically. So that's where we in this room come into play. But what do we do? Well, we have to look at, I mean, as an individual, you have to start with a small step first. Just choose an industry, a problem where you see there's a chance where you can bring something to Indonesia from your personal knowledge, from your context, from the place you work in outside Indonesia, bring back to Indonesia. It doesn't matter these days anymore, I think, that much, whether you really come back or whether you stay, because we are very connected, even though we don't live in the same place. That's okay. Although it's sometimes still better to be in the same place, but you can do a lot of things today not being in the same place. But start with a small step and start with a small innovation and try to relate this to something you see in Indonesia where there is an opportunity. And I think small, medium-sized enterprises, if I speak from a Habibi Innovation Incubator perspective, is a very good starting point. Remember, 99% of people employed in Indonesia work for small and medium-sized enterprises. 60% of the GDP is created by small and medium-sized enterprises. However, they're stuck. They don't know how to innovate in many cases. And I'm not talking about digitalizing the way they work, meaning They sell their things online. They do the financial transaction through the internet. They try to get customers and marketing through the internet. No, that's only the first step. But still, if you don't really radically innovate your product, your service, using digital technology and keeping in mind the decarbonization process I was explaining before, you will not be successful in the global competition because other companies outside Indonesia do that and they come into our market. And we have seen this in many cases already. They are not only cheaper, they are faster, they have a better product. And so we have to compete globally these days, I think. Yeah? Yes, we can shield our market and say, okay, we don't want anything from outside, we just stay internal. But that doesn't really help the problem, I think, because Indonesia is where it is today because we have benefited from globalization. And I think we will further continue to benefit even though we have to face this competition. But it will make us better, a better nation, a better country with better citizens because we are more competitive, more open, more collaborative, more everything. Yeah. So I think this is maybe what I have to say. The future definitely is green. It's definitely sustainable. But I think the future rests on the shoulders of the young people. And young people are innovative. They have the energy. They have the positive thinking. They have less burden, I think. I'm not sure. That's maybe a little bit subjective. But I think that is a recipe for success. And I'm quite confident that we can do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Ilham. Round of applause once again. Thanks. I think that's very true. I can resonate with your stories about the importance of SMEs, while maybe sometimes it doesn't look very important in a country, but as you mentioned, it represents a huge chunk of our economy, and by supporting them, it'll support our economic as a whole. And thanks again for highlighting the importance of collaboration between international diasporas and our local workers as well, between different disciplines, from scientists, accounting, engineers, because I believe that by collaborating, we can be a developed country by 2045. So thanks once again. And we are up to our next speaker, Ibu Ririn, silakan.
Thank you, John. I'm going to introduce myself again. So I'm Rian, I'm from the World Economic Forum. So I'm specifically leading an initiative here in Indonesia called Moving Indonesia. If you're wondering what that is actually we are supporting the government to accelerate the electric vehicle adoption in Indonesia. So I think related to what we are talking today all day, and also already mentioned by François and also by Ilham as well. So I think if I'm going to give you plenty of numbers like target net zero emission by 2060, and then like the government has ambitious target to electrify the vehicles. I think like on 2035 the transportation target for electric two-wheelers is 12 million, and the four-wheelers is 4 million, and that is a huge number. And also another target by the government is also on electrifying the public transportation 100% by 2045, and the creation of battery on 140 gigawatt hour, and that's it's kind of like the demand of the whole world. And I think like it's really ambitious for Indonesia government for the next maybe 10 to 20 years. And what is my point behind that? So the World Economic Forum is basically connecting with private sectors and also the government to create some kind of dialogue and how they support together on creating the favorable policies to achieve that target. So now the main challenges that like met by the private sectors is talents. So if you realize, I mean, like if you see any electric vehicles on the road, whether it's two-wheelers or maybe like four-wheelers, and also the Transjakarta buses, if you're taking one, so they're all from outside the country. So maybe you see Hyundai, you see, you know, VR, you see, you know, like the vehicle from Electrums. If you take Gojek or maybe Grab, you will, you know, like basically the motorcycle is from China or other countries outside Indonesia. So that is really, really unfortunate. So when I asked the private sectors, like, why are you importing those vehicles and not, you know, making it locally? So what they say is that because we don't have any talents yet locally. So because these electric vehicles is a new technology, and Japan, Korea, South Korea, China is already advanced. Even in ASEAN, we are left behind compared to Vietnam and also Thailand. So I think like this is a really big issue for Indonesia, especially when we are talking about critical materials like nickel, because Indonesia is the biggest you know, nickel resources, and the government is trying to you know, like create you know, downstreaming the battery manufacturing also locally. And that will be a big challenge if we imported the talents from outside Indonesia. So during my dialogue with private sectors, I met plenty of startups. I met plenty of young people who are working abroad. And then they initiated, you know, some kind of like a business plan to support this kind of adoption. I know someone from the Netherlands, you know, Pak Sidik, they have Transisi, and then also another, you know, app to show you like where's the, you know, charging stations in Jakarta for your electric cars and etc. So those kind of, you know, you don't have to be here. I mean, like, I really agree. You don't have to be here to contribute on, you know, Indonesia's economy. And, you know, like, if you're living abroad and you're studying abroad and work there, you have a huge access. You have the, you know, you have the technology, you have the thinking, and, you know, like the one that the biggest issue here also, you know, for the funding as well. Because Indonesia maybe is not as advanced as, you know, other countries. Maybe Pak Ilham is already advanced, but, you know, like, if he got any help, you know, from other, you know, entrepreneurs as well from abroad, I'm sure that, you know, like there are plenty of supports also. I mean, like, I'm specifically speaking on EV, but so I think that would be a great opportunity as well, and, you know, like connecting, you know, the funding or the initiative or the technology from abroad and then taking to Indonesia. And so yeah, I think that's all from me. So yeah, I hope that you know, like the talents from around the world, and you know, you can also emphasizing the statement from Pak Ilham as well. You create job here, you added value here in Indonesia, and you know, together we can you know, create more you know, jobs and also economy, especially on our green transition to net zero emission or JETP. So that's all from me, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ririn. That's I like a quote that you say. I would like to quote that you don't have to be here to contribute to your country, because I think that's partly why we're having this summit right now. And I think that's a really ambitious program or initiative that you want to have by electrifying or making public transport electric. I think that's very ambitious, and I hope that really inspires everyone here to contribute to that. And next, but not least again, we also have our last speaker to share a bit more on the green economy. So silakan Pak Widar.
Terima kasih, Juan. Hi everyone, nama saya Widar. I'm a partner at Systemic. It's really good to be here and hearing all the, I think, optimism and positive narrative around green and talent around these panels, and also be with you I think being part of the youth, I think being in the room with a lot of energies, talking about Indonesia and green, it's really good feeling, and thank you for having me. I think, firstly, let me just start with basic in terms of introducing what Systemic is, not assuming everybody knows Systemic. So Systemic is a management consulting firm with the clear missions of accelerating the creations of a net zero world that is more inclusive. So what we do is we focus on 4 systems. One is on nature, trying to bring more investment to standing forests and forestry growth. Number 2 is on materials, trying to build a system that is that has zero waste, so build circularity. Number 3 is around energy transition, so bringing clean energy to the world. And number 4 is on sustainable finance. So therefore, I think we like to see ourselves as a system change company, but usually when I describe that, nobody understands, so I just keep using consulting firm because it makes more sense for people. So, and in terms of what we do as a consultant, we, of course, work with pioneering companies that try to reach net zero. We work with, we build coalitions of sectors that try to answer the question how to achieve net zero. We incubate ideas or projects that we spun off as its own companies. Like we have Systemic Capital, for example, or we just launched a partnership with other organizations that tries to align with our missions. And we also mobilize capital. So that's brief about Systemic. And Indonesia has always been an important part of Systemic. About 1/3 of Systemic is based in Indonesia. So just a brief about Systemic so that you guys kind of understand where I'm coming from. On these opportunities, I don't think I have a lot to add from this great panelists. What I'll try to do is to bring things alive, right? So speaking about green or climate change, a lot of the time we feel like it's a global thing. It is a global thing. So during the Independence Day, a few days ago, 17 Agustus, I had the opportunity to talk with one of the media partners of this event, Afu, who is a founder of Think Policy, and we talk about climate change. And what I learned from her is that, we learned that this issue about pollution in Jakarta brings climate change in a very local context. It's about, it's not far. We cannot blame anyone else. It's us. We make the decisions, right? So I think one point about green, I think what works is to bring it as a local issue or local opportunities. So when I think about green is really how can we create cities where you can breathe nicely, right? I think how we can go to the beach and not finding plastic waste. I think I remember the days of going. I'm from Bali, so I remember the days going to the beach, and I would not find plastic waste. But now, if you go to remote islands that is even not inhabited, you'll find plastic waste. So I think remember the days where you can go outside of Jakarta and just breathe without mask. Right? At the moment when we want to breathe kind of fresh air, we think about we need to pay. We need to think about air purifiers. We need to say like what kind of mask. So I think the issue around green, around climate is very local. I think that's something that I would like to share today, and it was one of the insights I got from my conversation a few days ago. So, and also I think, while it is an issue, right, but what we are looking at, I think everybody here has mentioned that it is an opportunities. And the trends that is going now, I think that when in the past, when you talk about environment, is a topic that being spoken by non-profit organizations, right? So it was a CSR issue. Other than taking part of, other than working at Systemic, what I've been involved is I've also been involved in Indorelawan since 10 years ago, working with many non-profit organizations. So the topic of environment has been mostly a CSR topic. But now what we are hearing is that it's not CSR, now it's a CEO topic. Here, Francois talk about it, here, Pa Ilham talk about it, right? Many others talk about it. If you talk with the leaders of many big corporations, it's their topic, right? They have accountability to be part of the solution. So I think that's kind of a new context that we are living in. There's a shift from CSR to kind of CEO topic at the moment. And I think it's very right to see this. While it is a local problem, it is an opportunity, right? When there is a shift, like in the past, there's been a shift, many shifts, right? Industrializations and then digitalizations. Whenever there is that shift, there is an opportunity. And it's also true here, what we're seeing here and in the green transitions, right? There is an opportunity. The difference is that we just need to move fast. We need to move faster, right? And just to bring to life a few opportunities, I think we had a privilege earlier today. We had Pa Darsono. I think he's among the pioneers of. I think nowadays everyone here a lot or getting more familiar about carbon projects. And Pa Darsono started it's pioneering one of the first and one of the best. So it's really it's a lighthouse for such projects, right? So that is an opportunity, and Indonesia is well placed to build that opportunities because we are endowed with our natural resources. But I think another thing about Indonesia, and maybe ASEAN in general, Asian, right? We have this culture of gotong royong, because this new type of businesses cannot be run by ways of, Pak Hilmi said, the way of the past, right? New type of business. The type of business around carbon needs to be more inclusive, right? Needs to include communities, right? Our DNA in ASEAN, Indonesia, is very deep around gotong royong, so it's something that is instilled with us. A few other kind of examples of opportunities, and I think which well placed for the diaspora is that part of the work that Systemic is doing is implementing for a project called Partnership for Forest. Really, we are incubating businesses that have positive impact on forests. See, it's similar, I think, on business terms. It's more of providing seed capital to Series A funding, but also providing kind of technical assistance. And what we're seeing is that the businesses that being kind of developed is either one, mostly are targeting Europe or US market, because they are the ones that are value or willing to pay premium for green qualities. Number two is some of them, and many of them, are actually started by, not by Indonesians, by expats, right? So I think what I noticed where you guys are well placed here as diaspora is playing that bridge. Being, outside of Indonesia, in locations that you see the market ahead, you have access to market, but you also kind of understand how Indonesia works, what we are strong at, where the opportunity is. One example is Ilipenat. There's a company that actually take Ilipenat. This is like biji tengkawang, an indigenous trees in Kalimantan. They take that Ilipenat that has zero value, economic value, right, without any effort. They take it, they change it into Ilipe butter. They have processing facilities. And then they sell it to companies such as Slash. I guess you guys have heard about Slash. And create a new sort of revenue to this community in Kalimantan. Right? I think that's one I think it's one example that is innovative and can create a lot of jobs and growth for Indonesia. As an ASEAN context, the next kind of, in the ASEAN context, is there is a coffee company in the context of green, right? And Pa Ilham mentioned, look at the business in an innovative way, not all business. So the green transitions actually values carbon capture, right? Various product that has zero, if not negative, carbon footprints. So this coffee company actually has negative carbon footprints. So whoever the buyer is will be able to claim that, hey, I'm buying this coffee, and therefore I think Francois mentioned about scope 3 emissions, right? They can claim that they reduce their emissions. So This type of businesses that is based on kind of old commodities, but you add a layer of green, you add a layer of innovations, and you kind of provide, you become the bridge of giving access to market for commodities that are based in Indonesia and Southeast Asia has a big room to growth. As a context, another context is that big food buyers such as the likes of Nestle, for example, they're committing that they need to buy regenerative commodities in 2030, for example, 50% of them. Like there are many other companies that are making those climate and nature kind of commitments, and it's a lot of opportunities for you to actually take upon to create it as kind of materialize. Let me just stop there, and more than happy to have further up discussion. Thank you, Joan.
Okay, thank you. Once again, round of applause to the very, again, insightful discussion. I see a trend where people say we can contribute even though we're not in Indonesia, and how important collaboration is. And I really like how you mentioned that green issue is not just global, but we can look at and as a local issue. And a very relevant one, what we can see is the pollution, as we can probably feel, not at the moment, but outside. But yes, again, thank you. And given the time constraint, I will just give one question, pretty general question, so everyone can answer that. As we all know, that Indonesia has a commitment to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. And I have a question. Do you think 2060 is a realistic goal? Given the current technology that we have, given the current progress that we currently own, and let's say we are not on track, how can we, as a local talent or diasporas, overseas talent, can contribute to that, to reach that goal, or to even speed up our goal to reach that carbon neutrality in the future? So that's one question for me. And Mr. Francois, maybe you can start.
Okay. So your question is 2060 a realistic goal in terms of transition to net zero? I will tend to say yes. And I think that there are a lot of reasons to be quite optimistic about the opportunities for Indonesia to be able to reach this goal. First of all, this is not the only, we are not the only country in the world that has these kind of goals. And if you look at ASEAN countries, most countries have a target between 2050, 2060, and for some 2070 to reach net zero. And if you look at the different components of a transition to net zero, there are still some technological solutions that can help to reach this goal. So will it be easy? No. But clearly you can see that now there is a huge mobilization of government, of private sectors, and a lot of individuals, NGOs, to really reach this goal. And I think that if everybody try to see what we can all do to move to net zero, it's doable. One big issue, I think, will be in Indonesia, the fact that we have more than 60% of our electricity generated by coal. And a lot of our coal-fired power plants are relatively young. And so if you want to reach 2060, it means that you will have to withdraw some of these coal-fired power plants. But there are mechanisms for that. There is something called the energy transition mechanism to finance an early retirement of the coal-fired power plants. So yes, I think it's doable, but it will require a lot of focus and a lot of effort. And in the second part of your questions, what can we all do? I think that if I look around, more and more companies are preparing their plans for transition to net zero. And this includes PLN for electricity, it includes large companies, but more and more smaller companies. And that can also be turned into a competitive advantage, because if you are compliant in terms of sustainability, that can open some markets for you. Because more and more, the large corporates, they want to look at their whole supply chain. And you talked about the importance of MSMEs in Indonesia, that is 90% of the jobs, 60% of the economy. I think that more and more we see not only the large corporate, but the smaller companies who have their own plans to move to net zero, and then it opens for them some markets with large corporate. Because if you are a big corporate, you can't afford to have in your supply chain some companies that are still emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. And you have to have your whole supply chain to be compliant. So if you want to be part of it, then you have to move. So a lot of things can be done, and I see a lot of focus in Indonesia, and I'm quite optimistic by nature. I think that it's something that can be done.
Thank you. Bapak Ilham, do you have anything to add to that? Do you agree, or do you have a different perspective from incubator firm perspective?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me break the challenge down into pieces that I think it's easier for us to comprehend. First of all, I'd like to say it's net zero rather than, what is it? You said carbon neutral or something like this?
Yes.
Yeah, because net zero means that, yes, there might be a chance that we still emit carbon, but we basically can store it somewhere. That is still something that, and that technology is now being developed in various places around the world. And Indonesia has a potential to be a beneficiary of those technologies. If you think about the oil and gas industry, that in some places in Indonesia, the reserves are already depleted, but we have large cavities there. We can inject carbon dioxide. Okay, this is just an example what it takes to be net zero. Because the underlying belief is that, well, we have different camps here, I have to say. Some people say we can do electricity or energy creation completely sustainable. And consume it and distribute it, and it's okay. Maybe. Some people say, well, that's not really possible. We'll still need something like a base load. Base load like we are now having the base load, but unfortunately very dirty base load using coal, or less dirty is with gas, but basically we still have the base load. What is that base load in the future if you believe that? Well, it's a very unpopular answer, but many countries believe it's nuclear. In a country like Indonesia, don't know, but we can talk at length about this. I have an opinion about this. It's not completely impossible, but it's challenging. Yeah? We need to look at this seriously, whether that is an alternative for, it's, of course, what is that, clean in a way, if you can deal with the waste. Yeah? On the other hand, Indonesia, I just give you a big picture. Why? My short answer to you, yes, we can do it, but we have to look into the various sectors. Energy creation, Indonesia has a very large potential when it comes to renewable energy. I'm not talking about solar energy only, but I'm talking also particularly about geothermal. We have about 40% of the world resources is in this country only, about 27 gigawatt geothermal energy. We have biomass, a lot. We have, it's a little bit underdeveloped worldwide speaking, but we can invest in the technology to research ourselves, which is basically ocean-based, yeah, like tidal or wave or ocean current. So it's a lot of potential in Indonesia, and Indonesians have looked at this already in various research institutions. Unfortunately, this is our challenge together. We have to just jump from research stage, lab scale, to industry. That's so difficult. It's not only difficult in Indonesia, in many countries it's difficult, but I think we have to master that if we want to be a developed country. So I think this is what I have to say about energy creation, because that's a big part of net zero. The other part is actually the emission itself. So once we have the energy, how do you consume it? Well, we go now very strongly down the electrification road. Cars in the future electrified, motorcycles, maybe ships, maybe airplanes, etc. I can talk a lot about that in depth, but I think it's not enough time about this. But one thing for sure, we will see more and more electrification in those transportation vehicles, and also for industry. So where before, like for smelters, you were using coal, we will use electricity, etc. But so once we have the electricity created in a sustainable way, we have to consume it also in industries, technologies, where that electricity is more used rather than the dirty way to basically create that energy. So that we're seeing right now. My wish would be, well, to me it's absurd that we have the third largest market for motorcycles in the world with more than 100 million vehicles per year. Not per year, overall. Yeah, 100. I think we produce 5 to 6 million a year. But there's not one Indonesian brand, not one. It's absurd for me. Yeah? So I think we Indonesians have to work hard in order to create a local industry that's not just building motorcycles that originally come from abroad. Nothing against that, that's fine. But why is there not one Indonesian brand? I think it's a major failure, a collective failure of all of us. We're not to be in a position to build something ourselves. And this is not because of national pride. It creates jobs, not only jobs in the factory, but also jobs for engineers, jobs for researchers, and it has more power about the strategy of that brand in the future. We can decide what we'll do in the future if it's our own. The third thing I'd like to say is actually about us as consumers, our behavior. Yeah? What I see with my friends and colleagues is we are still don't really take so much care about our energy behavior, right? I mean, the energy consumption pattern of Indonesians is, I think, lots of things to be. Only 28 years old, she comes from UPI, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She won the global competition for creating an architecture where the roof, basically, it's the product, you can look it up in the internet, called cool roofs. Cool, like dingin atau sejuk, and a roof, yeah, the roof, and atap, yeah. So basically what she did is she created a structure which is more steep in terms of angle, and she painted this with a special chemical paint that was one of her innovations to lower the temperature in the building below the roof by 2 or 3 degrees without air conditioning. Yeah? This is just one. You can imagine, we can be very creative, the humans, not only in Indonesia, by really focusing on what do we have to do to avoid consuming energy just the way we live and we build things and we lead our lives. And I think that is a major factor to be considered if you talk about reaching that net zero topic. Net zero doesn't mean we live the way we live right now and we try to produce the energy in a sustainable way and that's it. But I think the way needs to be changed too. And I think we can do it. It's not only us in Indonesia, I think everybody in the world needs to do it. So I think if you look at these little fragments of how to achieve that goal, there's a lot of work to be done, but I think there's a lot of potential where we can beat that goal. Maybe we can even be faster than 2060. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ilham. I think that's really important for us to think that not just to look at the big picture, but just remember it all comes to the small fragments and we can tackle them one by one. And another thing that I really like is the reminder for us to be creative, to remember that Indonesia has an abundant number of resources that we can use to reach that carbon neutrality. And you also need to remember the difference between net zero and carbon neutral. That's one of the take that I have today. So thank you for that. And also we have a reminder to keep the response a bit briefer because we are running short on time and it's about to be lunchtime soon. So Bu Ririn, if you can give us your thoughts.
Thank you. So I think Pak Prangsa and also Pak Ilham also share about their optimism on, like you can reach net zero emission by 2060, but I'm more ambitious, like we can reach by 2050, but if. So I think like I'm going to share all my optimism and also my frustration as well from my personal experience. And you mentioned about a nuclear power plant, Pak. So I was a journalist back then, I think like 10 years ago, and I covered like, there is a plan to build a nuclear power plant, and it was dismissed. I don't know what. I mean, like, what happens then? But I thought it's like, you know, like a new alternative energy for Indonesia. And you might, you know, surprised that, you know, the government and also PLN has like extensive a plan for new and renewable energy for the next 10 to 20 years. And it was since 2000 and, you know, this plan was having since 2010, but nothing, I mean, like not even 10% has been realized up until now. You might surprise why, and myself as well, I share the frustration as well, like what is going on? But the thing is that, okay, so I see the difference between back then, 10 years ago to now. There are plenty of innovation from the government side, you know, like on the past 2 or 3 years. So I think as, you know, like a public policy practitioner, I think that the policy is really important to create a favorable, you know, transition to net zero emission. What different that I saw from the 2010 up until now was there are many young people involved in the policy making now. So I think, you know, like young people involved in, you know, like policy making system, you know, run into governments or maybe like become the staff khusus, staff ali or whatever that is. I think that create a new perspective, a new innovation and a new breakthrough policy to, you know, like accelerate the net zero emission. So if you can imagine like, you know, I mean like, excuse my language, but the boomers is, you know, like millennials versus boomers, and I think like Gen Z is the future of the generation. I hope that, you know, like they are more innovative, more brave to implement or maybe like come up with some innovations as well to, you know, like create some technology or maybe like doing some innovation as Pa Ilham mentioned about, you know, like the cooling roof and etc. That's only a small example, but the bigger challenge is that how to implement and to create a policy that is favorable for these big changes, you know, shifting coal-fired power plant to renewable energy, for example, and supporting like carbon capturing technology and make it cheaper locally and etc. So that's, yeah, my message is, you know, more young people in the government.
Thanks for sharing your frustration and show some optimism for the young generations to continue the fight for the greener economy, greener Indonesia. So, Gen Z, it's your time to shine. Lastly,
thank you. Thank you for the questions. I guess to the questions whether we can meet that, I think yes. I think it takes a lot of investment. It takes about, I think, analysis of 2.4 trillion US dollar a year only for emerging countries and new economies. So it takes a lot of money. And it's not like there is no money. I think we just need to divert the money from being used elsewhere to focus in achieving the green transition. And I think the call to action is, I think, vote for nature. I think you're young, right? I think in terms of, you know, there is, Indonesia especially, we're going to have elections, right? It's a big moment. So I guess look for the topic, vote and choose for leaders who support this issue, right? Number two, also, not only, you know, this is something that happens every day, right? You need to make a decision about buying stuff, right? That's your vote as well. That's how you vote to companies, right? That's how you should send signals that you are prioritizing green, right? So vote to companies as well that are aligning to these missions, right? I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for your response and showing optimism for the green Indonesia. I think we all can agree that even though there's a long way for Indonesia to reach net zero or carbon neutrality, we are on our way there, though there's a lot of challenges, a lot of discussions going on, maybe a lack of talents, but I think we are on our way there through various incentives, through various programs from different institutions, from private, from collaboration between private, NGOs, from the public as well. And I hope this discussion could lead to a better understanding to all of us for the upcoming or the even happening green economy right now. And hopefully all of us could have some takeaways on how we can contribute to greener Indonesia. So that's all from me. That's all for the today's session, first session. My name is Juan Untung, and please clap again for all our inspiring speakers. Thank you.
To all distinguished panelists, please kindly remain on stage as we would like to present you with our commemorative token of appreciation for your contribution and support. We would like to invite Mr. Steven Marcelino on stage to kindly give the commemorative token for our amazing panelists. Documentation team, please kindly capture the moment. This would be our appreciation to the amazing panelists. All right, smile for the camera, gentlemen, and Ibu Rinin as well. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for our first panel discussion of the summit.
Thank you very much for all of our notable speakers, Mr. François de Maricourt, Chairman of Eurocham and CEO of PT Bank HSBC Indonesia, Mr. Widarmika Agung, Partner at Systemic, Mrs. Ririn Radiawati Kusuma, Moving Indonesia Lead at World Economic Forum, Mr. Ilham Habibi, co-founder of the Habibi Innovation Incubator, and of course, our moderator, Mr. Juan Untung, the events director at IPA in the Netherlands, for a very thoughtful discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our first segment. Now we will have a lunch break for about 60 minutes. To the hotel staff, you may prepare the food in the ballroom. And after our lunch break, we will be back with our second segment, which is the public sector segment here in Java Ballroom. Concurrently, there will also be a workshop from GIPA in collaboration with Habibi Innovation Incubator, the Startup Diplomacy Indonesia Innovation Ecosystem that will take place in the Denpasar Ballroom.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain at your seat as we would like to ask the keenness of Westin Bank team to prep the food. Please kindly enjoy your lunch provided in the right and left side of this ballroom and also provided in the foyer hall outside. You may start lining up for the signpost placed near the stage and enjoy the lunch here in the ballroom or outside in the foyer hall as well. And please kindly return at 1:20 p.m. to the Java Ballroom for the next public sector segment or the Denpasar Ballroom for the workshop. Thank you very much. We also would like to remind you, please kindly take care of your belongings. Be careful of your belonging as well. And please kindly do not leave your belonging alone in the chair or above the table. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the luncheon.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Handling policies is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen. Like so many times in life, we don't get aware of the need until we really word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley and Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley and Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley and Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley and Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley and Partners does, and we do it very well.
Again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly enjoy your lunch, provided in the right and left side of this ballroom, also provided in the foyer hall outside. You may start lining up from the signboard place near the stage and enjoy the lunch here in the ballroom or outside in the foyer hall as well. And please remember, please kindly return to your seat at 1:20 p.m. to the Java Ballroom for the public sector segment or to Denpasar Ballroom for the workshop. And please also take care and be careful of your belonging. Do not leave it alone at the chair or above the table without supervisions. Thank you so much.
In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley and Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley and Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley and Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley and Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley and Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley and Partners does, and we do it very well.
Copias de
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue our session for today. Please kindly return to the Java Ballroom and to your seat. To those who sit at the back of this room, please kindly join the others on the table so we can start our session soon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. Panel discussion dulu. Oke, so ini aku bisa start atau enggak? Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return to your seat as we are about to continue our session in 5 minutes. Concurrently, there will also be a workshop from GIPA in collaboration with Habibi Innovation Incubator, the Startup Diplomacy Indonesia Innovation Ecosystem that will take place in the Denpasar Ballroom. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness to kindly join us back in the Java Ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. Hadirin sekalian, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami ingin meminta kesediaan Anda untuk kembali duduk di tempat dan kursi yang sudah disediakan. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. To all GIPA's committees and team, please kindly keen to assist if we still had delegates or participants or attendees that sit located outside the foyer or outside the ballroom. Please kindly assist them to return to the Java Ballroom. All right, I noticed we had the door just closed a second ago. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Global Human Capital Summit 2023, Shaping Talents of the Future for a Resilient and Innovative ASEAN. Please kindly return to your seat and we are about to continue our agenda with our next segment. Before we jump to our second segment of the summit, we would like to mention that this event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. Therefore, we would like to address our highest gratitude to our main sponsor. This will be our event partners. To end, Prudential, SKF, Swire, Toig, Hanley & Partners, and Petskita. Claudia, back to you.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away and it's straightforward and the timelines are condensed dramatically and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means A, that they understand them back to front because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just watched a video from our sponsors, Henley & Partner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next session. We will have a panel discussion with question and answer. This session will also be moderated by Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita, the head of Indonesia at GIPA. Mr. Hilmi is responsible for developing relationships with stakeholders in Indonesia and mapping areas where GIPA can contribute. He spent significant time in the UK and Greater China. Currently, Mr. Hilmi is a professional at the Executive Office of the President, specializing in political, legal, and security affairs. to Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita. Please lead the session.
Hello. There we go. Thank you, fellow MCs. Thank you so much for the introduction. I think without further delay, I'd like to invite our three amazing speakers today to share some perspectives from the private sector. First of all, we have Dr. Yanwar Nugroho, who was a career academic in the UK and Europe before being called back to serve the government of Indonesia. Pak Yanwar Nugroho is a former boss in my office, previously serving as Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Development and Cultural Affairs. And now Pak Yanwar Nugroho has multiple hats. He is a senior fellow at the ASIAS Yusof Ishak Institute, founder of the Nalar Institute, and also expert coordinator at the National Secretariat of SDG Implementation at the Ministry of National Development and Planning, among other things. Please give a round of applause for Pak Yanwar, and let's welcome him on stage. Thank you so much, Bapak, for making time. For our second speaker, we have Dr. Dwi Larso, Director of Scholarship at LPDP. Dr. Dwi Larso is the Director of Scholarship at the Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education, Ministry of Finance. He was Vice Chancellor at Universitas Presiden Indonesia and Universitas Kebangsaan prior to his current position. Dr. Dwi Larso is an awarding scholar receiving prestigious academic awards, including the Ganesha Awards of Innovation from ITB. Welcome, Dr. Dwi Larso. Thank you. Give a round of applause for Dr. Dwi Larso. Thank you. Our last speaker is Ibu Mareta. Ibu Mareta here represents PD 4.0 or Pusat Industri Digital 4.0, a very new initiative by the Ministry of Industry to upskill and reskill Indonesia's workforce. Ibu Mareta serves as head of ecosystem at PD 4.0, and thank you so much for attending, Ibu Mareta. Give a round of applause for Ibu Mareta as well. Thank you. On stage, Bapak, atau di sini kalau berkenan ya. Okay, without further delay, we'll kick off the panel with some perspectives from each of the individual speakers. We'll start with Dr. Yanwar Nugroho regarding thought leaderships around human capital development. Pak Yanwar, without further delay, I hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Shall I speak from here or shall I speak?
Whatever you feel is best, Bapak.
Okay, maybe better if I...
Siap, Pak.
Thank you. If you can help put the slides up.
Team, can we have Dr. Yanwar Nugroho's slide?
So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. I think in the next 10 minutes or so, I just would like to offer some thoughts of what Hilmi and the committee asked me to speak about, which is about thought leadership. Especially when now we live in the global context, such as today. Next slide. I will just go through very, very quickly. But firstly, let us be clear when we talk about diaspora. Those who leave the country for better opportunities, be they in education, employment, research, you name it. And, not but and, with strong willingness to contribute where they come from. And that's important because this is the second keyword which we all need to focus on. With this in mind, next, when we talk about thought leadership, it is beyond expertise. Because, as I put there, it encompasses the ability to drive change, to inspire action, about contributing ideas that challenge the status quo. Therefore, when we talk about thought leadership, it is about the catalytic process for transformation. And all of you, all of us, if I'm included, because somehow I still hold my position in Singapore, we have our unique position. Next. And for those who are still abroad, if I put abroad, your role is vital. I think we missed previous slide before this one. Before this one. See? Okay, sorry, next. For those who are still abroad, your role is vital. You have your experiences, you have networks, you have all the experience, and what is important is that by leveraging your position, you can help forge the partnership. Stephen has done it for some years, and I think all of you do the same, okay? So, next. And for those who return to Indonesia, your experiences abroad have equipped you with perspective. In bahasa Indonesia, mainnya sudah cukup jauh. One of the biggest problem in Indonesia is that main kita itu nggak cukup jauh. Mainnya di situ-situ aja. Jadi mikirnya juga gitu-gitu aja. As returnees, you return with perspectives. Kalian sudah main jauh. Pengalaman itu yang dibawa pulang. So, you are uniquely positioned to bridge the gap, right? And don't forget about that role. Next. So, we know this from Spider-Man, right? With great potential comes great responsibility. We know the challenge. As thought leaders, you know what you need to do, what you have to do, especially today in the context of global challenge, climate change, conflicts, digital age. It is crucial to address the principles of inclusivity and diversity when you exercise this, when we all exercise this. Next, let me give you one example. Well, this is, let's go for the next slide. This was from my research when I was still in the UK, nearly 20 years ago. I did the research on the integration of European research centers. On the left was the research centers in the Europe in 2004. On the right, 2007. Within 3 years, the networks of researchers, the network of intellectuals, they work together. They are mobile from country to country. They work together. They try to strengthen each other. And you see from this network analysis how networking really, really mattered. You can download the paper by Professor Mariani Deva. This is empirical research, how networking really, really mattered. And this is how, if you were in the UK, you may have heard about the FP7 program, framework program 7 in the European Commission, European Union, how they try to increase the innovation capacity of the region, addressing the advancement of Asia, especially Japan and Korea. So, let me conclude next with some lesson learned from the EU's Researchers Exchange. What is important is the enabling conditions for the intellectual exchanges, for the diaspora and the policymakers, because we are now talking about the role of diaspora in policy. Second, to have opportunities for the diaspora to access policy space. And it is important to make sure that there is a knowledge management or repository for good practice, best practice, how you network. And lastly, that policy support is needed. Next. So, in conclusion, at the moment, we are navigating the complexities of our world. I mentioned earlier, climate change, technological disruptions, you name it. And the role of Indonesian diaspora in thought leadership becomes even more vital. Again, it is not just about individual success, but it is about contribution to a better world, better Indonesia. We stand at a crossroad at the moment of opportunity and responsibility. That's why we need to strengthen ourselves, to strengthen our network. And to conclude now, let us collaborate, let us communicate, let us co-create. And with this, we aim for a future that is better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yanwar Nugroho, for the very inspiring and relevant remarks. Before we proceed to our discussion, I'd like to invite Dr. Dwi Larso, perhaps to take the podium to deliver some remarks as well, if you'd like that, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thank you for inviting LPDP to this good session. Let me explain what's happening at the LPDP, at least in the last 3 years when I joined this agency in the early 2020 ya, bareng dengan pandemi ya, COVID-19. I think I should mention, I will use not like Mas Yanwar English, but Semarang English ya. I'm from Semarang. I live 9 years in Oregon, but my English still Semarang English. So when I joined LPDP in 2020, early pandemic, the mindset at that time is close down the operation because of the pandemic. And then we were thinking, you know, developing human resource even could not be stopped because of pandemic. Because we will lost at least one generation, at least 1 year. And then we thought at the time, okay, we can start in 2021, but you understand that pandemic ended officially actually in 2023. Luckily, at that time in 2020, we persevered to keep recruiting the application, and then we saved about 700 something best Indonesian applicant, mostly actually already accepted in the top 25 university in the world. So we lucky to save about 700, and then the rest is what you call it in Indonesia, gaspol remblong, habis-habisan. We did our best. In 2021, before pandemic, the average only 2,000, 3,000 per year. In 2021, we recruit above 4,000 already. Yeah, almost 4,000, sorry, almost 4,000. And then 2022, increase another 1,000. And then now, currently 2023, we plan to recruit almost 8,000. Yeah, it's already increased 3 times compared to previous year in 2019, 2018. If we add with the funding that we allocate to Ministry of Education and Ministry of Religious Affairs, per year now, we already allocate more than 15,000 master and doctoral degree through our funding from LPDP. To be more fantastic, if we include non-degree program, vocational program, Kampus Merdeka program, all in 1 year we recruit more than 250,000 scholarship be provided for best Indonesian student. Ini menurut saya tugas kita, our main goal actually, what I put on my presentation, 2045, in my deep confidence, Indonesia deserve to be global player. When I graduated from ITB in 1989 and then becoming faculty members in 1991, exactly Mas Januar joined industrial engineering in 1992, I believe. At that time we thought about 2040, Vision 2040, Vision 2045, but it was 50 years away. Terlalu jauh mikir kejauhan. Ya. But now if you think 2045 is only 22 years away. And we could not wait anymore. We need to jump, we need to do, it's not business as usual, because creating, developing people like Bu Sri Mulyani, Pak Basuki, Bu Retno, it takes time. Ya, developing, educating master degree student until taking the important post like Pak Januar, it takes time. Jadi kita tidak bisa menunggu lebih lama lagi. We need to gaspol remplong. All money we spend to do the best for our country. Kira-kira begitu ya, mentalitas dalam 3 tahun terakhir. Saya ingin sampaikan ini karena dimanapun kita berada, anywhere we have position, just like myself, assigned to LPDP, I believe it will not be long time. I will do my best in my certain limited time to help our country to be prosperous in 2045. Kira-kira gitu ya gambaran besarnya. Next, ini ada 20-an slide, saya tidak akan semuanya atau ya, ini kira-kira pola pikir kita ya. This is our mindset for Indonesia 2045. I think Indonesia is big country, everybody agree, and deserve to be global player. Yeah. And in my opinion, as a big country, we cannot ignore our industrial sector. So I'm happy, from Ministry of Industry join us, and I'm hoping, I'm dreaming, I'm praying for you to be Minister for Industrial Restrukturisasi for Indonesia in the next cabinet ya Mbak ya. I think you will be better to support industrialisasi of Indonesia. And then I will talk about involvement LPDP. Next. We have issue, we have problem about this thing that we need to address. Our GDP per capita improving, but still far away from becoming like advanced country in the world. Next. Berikutnya, we have problem for sure. Any country has their own problem. We need to challenge, we need to solve this problem. And mostly actually can be improved by involvement of higher quality of human resource. So LPDP put ourselves in the middle of helping, supporting, boosting any issue of developing human capital. Next. Number of engineers still very low, but this issue need to be analyzed thoroughly. Because in my opinion, most of even ITB alumni working not in the area of engineering. So there is a problem of ecosystem, there is a problem of entrepreneurship, technology, industrial, manufacturing. Yeah, we need to improve this ecosystem. Next. Per capita, I said improving, but still far away if we compare to other country, for sure. We need to jump to be at least in the middle income and then lolos ya dari middle income trap. I think everybody know when we need to escape from middle income trap ya. Waktunya tidak lama lagi. Ya mungkin 11-13 tahun lagi. Karena setelah itu makin tua ya populasi kita. Next. Ini pikiran-pikiran liar saya tentang industri dan entrepreneurship. Next. Pak Jokowi mention time over time always about these 5 area. Human resource, infrastructure, reformasi in birokrasi, birokrasi reform, ini harusnya Pak Januar yang ngerjain. Industrial revitalisasi, downstreaming, and then the last one is green energy, green economy, etc. LBDP, aku nggak tahu ya, very loyal on this mission. Kita posisikan bahasa Indonesianya tegak dan lurus pada arahan dari Pak Presiden. Next. Berikutnya ini nggak penting, ini entrepreneurship, ilmu saya. This is very important for Indonesia. We talk many time regarding UKM, SME. Actually, there are 2 different kind of SME. Opportunity based and survival based. Indonesia has many, maybe more, maybe very unlimited number of survival based entrepreneur, but less in the opportunity based entrepreneurship. And in my opinion, graduate of university, 25% must run business if we want to improve our economy, improve our value added. Ya, ini very important for our country. Next. Because 98%, 99% in the category of survival. Just like my parents long time ago, running a small business namanya warung makan ya di pinggir stasiun Tawang. Tidak membuat prosperous for others, but only for survival of the family. Next, ini hitung-hitungan saya berapa kesimpulannya. Kita ingin kalau Mas Januar jadi Menteri Dikbud, I will ask him to ask the rector to produce 25% of the graduate become or running business. Itu Indonesia dalam 5 tahun, 10 tahun lagi akan beres ya, masalah struktural terkait dengan unemployment, poverty, etc. Next. Next, ini ilmu-ilmu. Terus kita bisa hitung per provinsi, per universitas. Next. Universitas kita ada banyak, kalau masing-masing jadi pabrik entrepreneur, and then we will be better off dari Merauke sampai Sabang. Next. Next. This is LPDP in last 3 years, started by Bu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, 1 triliun rupiah in 2010. Now we have 134, will be 139 triliun rupiah. ya, by the end of this year. Tahun depan, next year, Pak Presiden already mentioned Indonesia will add endowment fund by 25 triliun rupiah, ya, next year. Tambah. Ini yang kita spend semuanya ya, gaspol remblong. Next. Our alumni almost to 20,000. Nah, ini penting. Oke. We have program that we run started in 2013, 2014. Right now we call it native program. And in the last 2 years, 2021, 2022, LPDP support what we call it collaborative program with Minister of Education and Minister of Religious Affairs. So the number will be different if we include collaborative program. 45 now becoming bigger than 45%, our awardee go to overseas. Yeah, go to overseas. 45% go to overseas. 55% still domestic in best university in Indonesia. 40% of our alumni categorized as researcher or teacher or lecturer. Dosen di universitas, ya, supporting human resource development. I can say 30% of our alumni working for government as government employee atau PNS atau civil servant. Ini yang di luar Dikbud ya. And then another 30% working for private sector. In my opinion, this distribution is quite well. Ya, tadi pagi saya seminar, webinar dengan kawan-kawan Korpri minta tambahan. Katanya harusnya Korpri PNS itu 2/3. Ya dalam hati saya, kan yang membangun bangsa ini tidak semuanya Korpri kan gitu. Private sector kan membangun, diaspora kan membangun juga. Ya, jadi dosen yang bukan PNS kan membangun juga. Dan saya sampaikan PNS sudah cukup banyak, 1/3 allocated untuk government officer, yang lain bisa daftar lewat jalur-jalur lain juga. Jadi angkanya sudah cukup besar, tapi nggak apa-apa, itu temannya Mas Yanuar tadi yang ngomong. Jadi, so we addressing many area, ya, 30% in the private sector, we need to have more and more as entrepreneur. Next. Berikutnya. Ini gambarannya ya. Ini dari tahun ke tahun Anda bisa lihat pergerakannya ya, akumulasinya meningkat, tiap tahun meningkat. Next. Year by year. Tahap 1 2023 kita rekrut rekor 4.634 hanya dalam satu tahap. In 2 steps, for sure will be above 8,000 per year ya. Only for master and doctoral degree. In the best university in the world and the best university in Indonesia. Kalau nggak the best nanti Mas Yanuar sebagai committee reviewer nanti menjewer saya. Beliau itu committee reviewer LPDP. Ini angka-angkanya. Next. Berikutnya. Ini ditambah dengan yang Kemdikbudristek. You can see, you know, there are many degree program run by MOE, Minister of Education, funded fully by LPDP. Another 30 type of program, non-degree program run by Minister of Education, funded fully by LPDP. Anda bisa lihat angkanya, dari sekitar 8 triliun yang di-spend tiap tahun, gaspol remblong, Kemdikbudristek, kita alokasikan 4,6 triliun, udah lebih dari 50%. Nah kalau di LPDP gaspol remblong kadang-kadang lewat ya, kecepatannya jadi 110, padahal kan batasnya 100% ya. Oke, karena biasanya kalau yang di departemen selalu ada sisa anggaran yang kita, jadi betul-betul kita gaspol remblong. Demi human resource untuk Indonesia 2045 yang kita tidak bisa tunggu lagi. We cannot wait anymore. Next. Kementerian Agama programnya almost same ya, 26 different program for non-degree. 18 different program for degree program ya, include bachelor, master, doctoral degree. Next. Ini kira-kira mimpi kita ya, Indonesia need to be united and prosperous. Begitu ya kira-kira petanya seperti itu. Next. Ini yang saya sebut tadi. Indonesia deserve to be the best. Indonesia need to increase in economic term. GDP per kapita need to be improved. Not only improve gradually, but need to jump ya from 4,000 something become hopefully ya 40,000 by 2045. Tentunya harus lewat 12.000, 25.000 ya milestone yang kita bisa keluar dari middle income trap. Apa yang dilakukan LPDP kita betul-betul lakukan yang terbaik untuk menambah quantity and then to prioritize pelayanannya. So we support downstreaming of lithium industry. We send almost 100 best Indonesian students to China and then back to Indonesia supporting Morowali state-owned enterprises in Indonesia. We collaborate with Stunet, Netherlands, they pay 50%, we pay 50%. Chinese partner pay 2/3 of the fee, LPDP only pay 1/3 of the fee. Jadi Rp1 jadi Rp3, satu beasiswa jadi 3 beasiswa. We collaborate with NUS, Mas Januar, on technopreneurship, they pay 50%, LPDP pay 50% on technopreneurship, atau entrepreneurship based on technology. Next. This is all of the program that we have, very supporting on affirmative scholarship for disabled people, underprivileged in terms of economic, prasejahtera, and then as well for eastern part of Indonesia, less developed region in Indonesia, and then we target as well, give affirmative for public sector, PNS, TNI, Polri, and then we put general top university in the world. Applicant of the general scholarship, more than 50% of all applicant. But because of affirmative, they have around between 33% until 40% per year, ya, for beasiswa yang umum ya jalur itu. Next. This is the applicant, number of applicant increased sharply in last 2-3 years. Next. This is the number of scholarship. The orange native, the yellow is from MOE, Minister of Education, the green one is from Minister of Religious Affairs. You can see the significantly increase in last couple years. Next. Thank you. Indonesia deserve the best. Jangan pernah lelah mencintai Indonesia. Itu kata Bu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. And I think all of us is intellectual. Jadilah lilin walaupun kecil menerangi, bukan pelaku korupsi, apalagi menggelapkan dunia ini dengan ilmumu. Karena dalam sejarah kebangsaan selalu ada orang yang ada di pihak lain tidak ingin bangsa ini maju dan merdeka. Saya perlu sampaikan satu hal yang penting. Our policy yang ke luar negeri harus kembali. Banyak yang tidak kembali. Laporan di media-media. I can say easily, since the establishing of LPDP, we receive 413 alumni yang dilaporkan tidak kembali. Reported not back to this country. Ya tentunya kan kita proses. Of course we proceed every report. Itu dari 2014-2015 itu. Dikumpulkan kumulatifnya 413. Sekarang yang tahun ini itu 137. yang sedang kita proses. Jadi yang lain udah beres gitu kan, dipanggil, oh ya sakit Pak, ini lagi nunggu istrinya mau melahirkan, ya tentunya ya untuk alasan kemanusiaan kita boleh, oh lagi risetnya penting, oke kita izinkan. Jadi yang dihukum dari alumni kita hampir 20.000 itu hanya 4 orang. 3-nya sudah melunasi seluruh biayanya, 1-nya memang bandel, kira-kira gitu. Hanya 4 orang dari 20.000, walaupun kecil kita kejar terus. Kita kerjasama dengan imigrasi, segala macam untuk mengejar mereka. Itu satu ya. Yang kedua, kita itu make sense juga. Gitu. Jadi kalau Anda bekerja dengan ke UN atau World Bank, pasti akan kita setujui. Seumur hidup pun nggak ada masalah, karena Anda membawa merah putih di sana. Anda mau lapor ke kita, Pak, saya mau mencuri nuklir, Pak, di negara tertentu. Pasti kita setujui. Ya kan? Karena untuk kebaikan negeri kan gitu ya. Aku ingin mengembangkan vaksin ini di mana? Pasti kita setujui. Ada yang bilang, Pak, itu ada keren, Pak, dosen keren. Harusnya semuanya dibolehkan seperti itu. Ya, saya bilang dalam hati, itu kan dosen keren. Yang nggak keren kan banyak juga kan gitu. Gimana membedakan yang keren dan yang nggak keren. Tapi selama Anda memang hatinya untuk merah putih, just let us know gitu. Dan sekarang kita punya policy, graduate setelah selesai itu boleh magang minimal, kalau saya bahasanya kan maksimal ya, 2 tahun. Tapi bisa di-extend kalau hal-hal khusus tadi. Jadi kita mulai rilekskan teman-teman, mohon bantuannya juga dari GIPA, mereka berikan pengalaman sebanyak-banyaknya agar mereka nanti kembali suatu saat nanti, kalau hatinya enough is enough gitu, bagi saya enough saya itu 9 tahun gitu. I spent 9 years in Oregon ya. Tapi begitu lulus, belum graduation, belum wisuda, saya udah pulang. Yang saya olor apa di tengahnya, saya mainnya banyak di tengah. Gitu. Tapi begitu lulus ya pulang kan kira-kira gitu. Dan bagi saya 9 years enough is enough. Karena kalau saya ngajar di sana kan 1.000 orang, tahu-tahu nanti pinter, tahu-tahu ngebom Irak gitu kan, nggak tahu Irak salahnya apa gitu. Kalau di Indonesia kan meracuni adik-adik kelasnya Mas Januar 1.000 orang, dengan integritas, dengan yang kira anggap bagus lah untuk bangsa ini. Itu kontribusi saya. Saya pikir itu ya, kalau nanti ada diskusi, sorry, yang terakhir bahasa Semarang kan keluar.
Thank you so much,
Dr.
Dwi Larso.
Terima kasih
Give a
ya.
round of applause for Dr. Dwi Larso, please. And the
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program LPDP is the rich engagement LPDP has with many ministries, institutions. I think for our last panelists, we'll invite Mbak Mareta for a very quick presentation before we proceed to the discussion session. And we'll open the floor to Q&A as well. So please, Mbak Mareta, the floor is yours.
May please the video, the short video, please.
Can we have the video?
PD 4.0 is located in Permata Hijau, South Jakarta, which stands on an area of 12,957 square meters, with a building area of 17,600 square meters. PD 4.0 has a smart building concept as a part of full technology implementation, which is able to manage buildings more efficiently and manageable, especially in terms of security, energy use, and facility utilization. A new era of Industry 4.0 has dawned, which is marked by increasing connectivity, interaction among people, machines, and other resources that are more convergent as the result of information and communication technology advancement. This has impacted the entire industry value chain, creating new business models on a digital basis to achieve higher efficiency and better product quality. Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, human-machine interface, robotic and sensor technology, and 3D printing are the key drivers of this new industrial revolution. Industry 4.0 assets. PD's partners can contribute machines or hardware to be displayed in the Showcase Center as a model factory, machines for testbed, machines for lab needs, or Industrial 4.0 technology tools such as VR glasses, sensors, logistics robots, and servers. Stakeholders are encouraged to share and collaborate to develop Industry 4.0 implementation in Indonesia. To build an interconnected network ecosystem, we have a business process consisting of 3 aspects: input, process, and output. Ministry of Industry has launched the Center of Digital Industry Indonesia 4.0 to embody the national campaign Making Indonesia 4.0. I believe PD 4.0 and its stakeholders are able to revitalize the manufacturing sector as an accelerator to achieve our vision to become a top 10 economy in the world.
Thank you for the video, Mbak Reta. A round of applause perhaps for PD 4.0, one of Indonesian government's latest initiatives in
Thank you,
upskilling industrial
Thank you
talents.
very
Please,
much.
Mbak Reta.
Very good morning to everyone. Honorable Mr. Yanuar from Bappenas, Honorable Mr. Dwi Larso from LPDP, Secretary General and the Chairman of the GPA. You have a great job, Stephen. This event is very nice. And thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here as the representative of Ministry of Industry. I would like to give a brief introduction about PD. Later, after the short video, PD is follow-up of the government initiative called Making Indonesia 4.0, launched by President Jokowi in 2018. So, by making Indonesia 4.0, PD is expected to be one-stop solution for the adoption of implementation of technology 4.0. And we can see here, achieving the mission and the vision of PD 4.0. PD provide 5 main services. The first one is Showcase Center. This service aims to provide experience the benefit of implementing 4.0 technology in industry. And the second one, this is the Capability Center. So this is the relationship why PD is here in the Global Human Capital Summit 2023. So we are in the same objective with GPA. In the May 2023, we have collaboration. So thank you very much to Hilmi and Irshad. We have been collaborating in the workshop called the Navigating Safely 4.0. So GPA also with PD 4.0 have the same objective, how to increase the capacity of industrial workforce. So thank you for all of the GPA members that contribute also to the industrial workforce capacity building. So we have the program such as joint training, joint workshop, joint conference, exhibition, and we would like also to encourage more collaboration with GPA also, especially for the digital skills program with GPA. And the third one is Ecosystem for Industry 4.0. So we're trying also to connect GPA with industry in Indonesia to collaborate together to do shaping talents of the future for a resilient and innovative Asian. So we have the same objective. The fourth one is Delivery Center. So we do some consultation advocacy to the industry. And I heard also we have participants from MBIS here. Maybe we have a potential collaboration relating the delivery center services. And the fifth one is AI and Engineering Center. We do research brokerage and we we do believe that there are very potential collaboration also with college from JIPA also, because they are really strong, have capacity in research also. So with these main services, we do believe that JIPA and our college for around the world could collaborate together to shape the talent, to improve the industrial workforce in Indonesia. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Mareta. So I think before I open the floor to questions, I'd like to use my privilege as moderator to easen up the conversation, perhaps, make it a more casual discussion. And I think I'll go around asking about experiences, because like many of you here in the room, what these three distinguished individuals have in common is they've both spent extensive time abroad. Dr. Yanwar Nugroho has spent 12 years in Europe. Ibu Mareta has spent 3 years in the United States, I think. And Dr. Dwi Larso, as mentioned, has spent 9 years in the United States. So my question to Dr. Yanwar, Ibu Mareta, and Dr. Dwi Larso, given before coming back to Indonesia, you've had strategic roles, you've had a comfortable life overseas. What was it that made you come back to Indonesia? So it's perhaps I'll go around from right to left, Dr. Yanwar, Ibu Mareta, then Dr. Dwi Larso. Dr. Yanwar, please.
Thank you, Hilmi. This is always a difficult question to me. I lived, yes, comfortably in the UK for 12 years. I was a lecturer in the university. I had, well, at that time, Pak Bambang Yudhoyono, the president, through Pak Kuntoro Mangkusubroto in UKP 4, Presidential Delivery Unit for Development Monitoring and Oversight, asked me to go home. Not offered me, but asked me, Yanwar, why you stay in the UK? You need to go back. At that time, I was permanent resident. I was already a tenured lecturer in the University of Manchester. Well, basically, maybe I had everything at that time. But one thing kept me, I would say, restless. I was an activist back in 1998. And I worked a lot with civil society, with social movement. And actually, when I got my PhD, I already tried to go back home. But unfortunately, I don't know whether it still happens now, it was not easy for me with my PhD in innovation to find a job at that time, 2006, 2007, I think. And then the university offered me a job. But my intention was always to go back home. So when Pak Kuntoro asked me to be back, to serve the country, to work for the government, he clearly told me, I cannot match your salary. And to me, it's okay, but I have wife and I have kids. So I asked my wife, what if we go home? And gentlemen, if you ask something to your wife or your girlfriend and she keeps quiet, something might have gone terribly wrong. She was quiet. And then after a few hours, she came back to me with a calculation. This is our saving. Your salary will not be able to cover you, so we have to use this saving. I think we can support your life for this many months. If you want to go, we go. I didn't know whether at the time, whether it was a wise decision. I felt it was right. I felt I was moved by that kind of request from the country, from the government. So I decided to go home, really. I know that I had to leave all the comfortable life I had in the UK. Maybe one thing, if any, I'm not grudging, no, but I'm one of the things that I had to let go probably is my dream to be a professor. Because when I was in Manchester, I was well on my way to be a professor in innovation for development, innovation and development. But in Indonesia, maybe it's rather difficult because you have to be having a linear, more or less, career trajectory before you can be a professor, which is not in my case. I was trained as industrial engineer. Pak Dwi Larso was my lecturer actually in ITB. And then I had my master's in informatics. I have another postgraduate diploma in philosophy, and then my PhD is in innovation studies. And my postdoctoral was in sustainability and knowledge dynamics. So it's rather gadu-gadu, you know, mix up of many things. But I think I never regret my decision to go back home, despite anything. I served the country, I served 2 presidents. For 7 years, I was working in the palace. I served 2 presidents and 4 chief of staff. Pak Kuntoro, Pak Luhut, and then Pak Teten Mas Duki, and then Pak Muldoko. And then in 2019, end of 2019, the second term of Pak Jokowi, I decided to focus more back to academic world. So I joined ISIS Singapore as a visiting professor there. But then COVID hit, and again, I was called back home to help the monitoring evaluation for COVID response and economic recovery. And then now, again, I serve the country in SDG Secretariat. So to me, it's a journey. I cannot plan everything. And in fact, I didn't plan. I never planned to be in the UK. No. When I did my PhD, my intention was to go home. I already sent my wife and my kids, and including myself, we went back home already. So after I submitted my thesis, we all went back home whilst trying to get job, including to ITB, Pak Larso at that time. But, well, I couldn't find it. But the university, maybe because at that time, I broke the record. I finished my PhD in 2 years, 10 months. It was the quickest in Manchester at that time. So the university offered me a job straight away. My record was broken by my student in 2014. He was Russian, and he finished his PhD in 2 years, 9 months, 1 month quicker than me. But again, I never regret the decision to go back home, despite anything and despite everything. So the ability to contribute back to Indonesia, and I think there are plenty of opportunities here. So that's just my story.
Thank you for the inspiring story, Dr. Yanwar Nugroho. It seems the country can't get rid of you now, yeah? Always asking you back. Thank you so much, Papa. We'll move on to Ibu Mareta before Dr. Dwi Larso. Why did you choose to come back, Ibu Mareta?
Okay, thank you, Hilmi. I think I'm not idealistic person. So actually, honestly, after graduating from master degree in State University of New York, the coordinating student asked me to, offer me a scholarship for the PhD program. And it's a very hard decision. Should I come back to Indonesia or continue my study PhD and like my other college, they stay in US and they becoming a very rich in US. So it's kind of, and as a government officer, it's very hard decision. And as Pak Yanwar mentioned also, this is a very, very difficult question. But I decide to come back to Indonesia because honestly, my provider or scholarship provider obliged me to come back to Indonesia. And before they give me the award, the scholarship, we have a contract that it is obligation for the recipient of the scholarship. They should contribute to their country. Even though I received the scholarship from the USAID, from the government of US, but they oblige us to come back to Indonesia because they don't need the smart person, the very genius person to be, graduate after the master degree of PhD program, but they need leadership. They need someone can contribute to the country. That's the contract of the scholarship. So that's not idealistic, but I just trying to be obedient then. And yes, that what Pak Dwi Larso mentioned also. LBDP also would like to have someone loyal to our country. It's not about how to create a very genius person or rich person after they having the scholarship, having their master degree, their PhD, but it's how they can create someone to be loyal, to contribute something to the country and the government, not only for the government but also for the community, because they send to the abroad to have the scholarship, to have the experience related to the foreign culture and some advancement of the technology and everything that we cannot find in Indonesia. We should go back and contribute and share it to around our communities. I think that's all.
Thank you. Yes, of course, Dr. Yanwar.
Before Pak Larso. In 2017, I joined LPDP. Pak Larso is the director for scholarship. In 2017, I was asked to join the reviewer committee by Ibu Sri Mulyani. I never received any scholarship from Indonesia. I got chevening scholarship for my master's. I got the scholarship from, various scholarship from my PhD, because at the time I could not secure one big scholarship. So I got a big scholarship from the late Pope John Paul II from Vatican. I got scholarship from Switzerland. I got scholarship from Netherlands and also from Manchester University, obviously. In 2017, Ibu Sri Mulyani asked me at the time, why don't you help us in LPDP? So with other 10 seniors, I was the youngest, I was the most junior. Pak Larso already told you everything about LPDP, how we try to be the best. And at the moment, I was with Chevening for some years. I was also reviewer in StuNet and also in Aminef for some years. And I can tell you confidently now that LPDP at the moment is the best scheme in Indonesia. In terms of amount, in terms of administration, I can testify that. So,
round of applause for LPDP, perhaps,
LPDP.
ladies and gentlemen.
And I think one important thing here is it is not about where you are actually, and you don't have to receive scholarship from somewhere else for you to be able to contribute to that place. No, it is about the sense of, how would I say, not only belonging but also responsibility as citizens. What we don't want, at least for me, what we don't want is just to be the inhabitants of the islands. Penduduk pulau-pulau, penghuni pulau-pulau. What we want is to be a concerned citizen, warga yang peduli.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yanwar Nugroho. Over to you, Dr. Dwi Larso.
Masih Mas Yanwar. This question for me very easy to answer because two of my parents actually not even graduated from elementary school. Mungkin nggak pernah sekolah SD ya. So the message from my late father always say, try to find the best school in surrounding and sekolahlah yang tinggi. Sampai mentok ya, until to the top. Try to get education until to the top. Jadi SD saya cari sekolah yang terbaik, bapak saya yang mencarikan. And then after graduating from elementary school, I was perceived as the smartest in the family, karena satu-satunya yang lulus SD kan gitu. Jadi nyari SMP-nya sudah nyari sendiri. Cari SMP terbaik di Semarang, the best middle school, and then for high school, I found the best high school maybe in Jawa Tengah, or now maybe one of the best in Indonesia ya. Sekolah saya namanya Loyola College di Semarang. You can check ya, that's one of the best in the country. And then at that time I was dreaming to go to the best institute in Indonesia. It is ITB. I have no relative live in Bandung, nggak punya uang gitu kan, but the dream is there. I need to go there. And then after graduating, message from my father, go to the top, for sure as a lecturer, master and doctoral degree. Find way, helped by Pak Kuntoro as well, Mas Januar. And then Pak Kuntoro asked me to talk to Ketua Umum Ikatan Alumni ITB, Pak Giri Suseno, almarhum. And then he commit to help me to go to Oregon. I asked Pak Kuntoro, why Pak, I should go to Oregon? I don't know about the quality of the program, he said. But Oregon is the most beautiful state in the United States. Wah, ini dalam hati menohok juga, kurang ajar juga, ini bukan karena programnya bagus ya. Tapi Oregon is, and I like outdoor activity, jadi Oregon cocok. Jadi saya begitu lulus ya pulang, nggak ada. Jokowi said 2 weeks ago, pulang sampai 5 kali. Jadi no question for me to go back to the country. This is my case. Kasus yang lain kan beda. Hidup saya very simple, very sederhana. Ya, kalau saya nggak bisa hidup, nggak punya tabungan, masih lebih baik dibandingkan waktu saya SD atau waktu sekolah. Jadi it was very simple decision for me. And now I see Indonesia, I live in all Presiden of Indonesia ya, dari Soekarno hidup 1 bulan, 2 bulan, Soekarno diganti tahun 65. I was born in 28 June of 65. Jadi masih mengalami lah Bung Karno tapi ya bayi. Soeharto apa. And I think in my deep keyakinan ya, I'm sure Indonesia now have the best chance to be one of the best country in the world. So I share to my awardee, thousand awardee, we need you. And live once, be meaningful. Hidup sekali dan singkat, jadilah berarti. Seperti yang saya sampaikan, saya bisa aja ngajar 1.000 orang di Amerika, tapi mengajar 1.000 orang di Bandung, kemudian membantu keluarga, teman-teman saya yang SD-nya nggak lulus segala macam. It's for me most meaningful for my life, hidup saya yang sangat sederhana. Itu aja sih. Terima kasih.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Dwi Larso. I think I'll go one last, this might be your concluding remarks as well. Before, if we have time, we'll open it to the floor. But I think the President Joko Widodo recently in his parliamentary address reaffirmed how Indonesia is going to become a developed country by 2045. I'd like to hear your perspectives, Dr. Yanwar, Ibu Mareta, Dr. Dwi Larso, regarding what is one cautionary note we have to take away as Indonesia tries to become a developed country by 2045, but what's one optimistic note we can take away as well, as well as some concluding remarks perhaps. I'll start with Dr. Yanwar Nugroho perhaps, and then we can go to Ibu Mareta and to Dr. Dwi Larso.
Let me try to answer this question. As Pak Larso mentioned earlier, if we talk about Indonesia 2045, we only have 22 years left. We have been trapped in this middle income trap for 30 years. 1993, Indonesia was no longer no longer poor country. Okay, we got the status of middle income country, 1993. Until today, we never leave this status. We was once as upper middle income country, 2019, and then because of the pandemic, we were back to the lower middle income. And then we regained the status of upper middle income just a few months ago, basically last month in July. But until now, for 30 years, we have not managed to escape this. And I think one key, if we want to escape the trap, is human capital. I agree with Pak Larso, 100%. if you look at the development as like a stream, in the upstream, it is about human health, education, social protection. In the downstream, it is about the performance, industrialization, competitiveness, you name it. We cannot focus on the downstream, industry, innovation, competitiveness, if we cannot fix, if we do not have a good upstream. And this is what we need to do. People keep talking about demographic bonus, right? What is demographic bonus? A condition, a circumstance, a situation where the number of people at the productive age is larger than those who are in the unproductive age. And they are productive. This can only be achieved if they are healthy, they are well educated. Without that, this demographic bonus will become demographic liability. So, I think the most important thing for us to do in the next remaining 22 years, maybe we need to focus on the upstream. Have we done enough? No. Have we done it right? Yes, but not enough. We need acceleration. The government policy, I can testify, I can say, we are on the right track, but we are not fast enough. If you want to have your downstream sector improving, if you want to have your downstream sector blossoming, you need to work on the upstream sector. Make sure that quality education is for all. Make sure that universal health coverage is for all. Make sure that. And I think why we gather today, people like you, most of you or most of us here, we got the privilege, I would say. Ability, privilege, opportunities to study abroad, to work abroad, and that's good. But do not forget that if we want to achieve something as a nation, as a country, we need to work together. And my plea, my offer to you, my invitation to you is to contribute, especially, of course, some of you, you will be, my competence would be in the downstream sector. That's okay. But if you can also contribute in the upstream sectors, because I believe the government, if you listen to Pak Jokowi's speech in the, what he delivered on the 16th of August, I think the focus on the upstream is very, very important. There is one thing, talent management. I think the country needs that. So this is also an invitation for you to join hands to contribute to the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yawan Nugroho. A round of applause for Dr. Yawan Nugroho, please. Moving on, I think we don't have time for questions, so this will be the concluding remarks as well to Ibu Mareta, and last but not least to Dr. Dwi Larso.
Yeah, thank you, Hilmi. So facing in Golden Indonesia in 2045, I think there are 3 points that we should emphasize. The first one is how to invest to the capital, human capital. By what? Because we are Indonesia, we have the bonus demographic. So if we cannot invest in the human capital, I mean, we will be so sangat merugi. So this is the relation with our forum now. So resilient and innovative Asian. We know that we're trying to be an innovative country. And we know the rank of the Global Innovation Index of Indonesia is under Thailand, Singapore. So I think that's the most important thing, how to make the culture of innovation. And also, as the representative of the Ministry of Industry, I would like to emphasize that it's really important to the mastering of the technology. It's also have the relationship with the economic growth. So if we want to come out from the middle income trap. So we have to be very adaptive to the technology advancements. So that's why the PD 4.0 is trying to have the program and activity related to industrial human resources development related to 4.0 technology adoption. So that's also becoming the most important thing, how to make how to achieve the vision of Golden Indonesia in 2045. So that's why, how to make the innovative human capital. And the third one is, as a woman here, I'm standing here as the only one woman, I'm trying to encourage for all women in the world that, do you know how much is the price of gender inequality? Is there anyone know? The price of gender inequality is 28 trillion US dollar. What is the mean? So the McKinsey research says that, so the women need to improve, optimize their role in the economic, so the world can reach the income as much as 28 trillion US dollar. So that's also not to downgrade the man role, but we have to optimize the woman role in the economic growth. So that's the third point. So the woman role, the innovative human capital, and also the bonus demographic, how do we optimize it with the adoption of the technology? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Mareta. Round of applause for Ibu Mareta. Last but not least, Dr. Dwi Larso, please.
Baik, thank you. I just came back from Jogja, Mas Januar, hari Sunday evening, and then back to Bandung, and then arrive in Bandung 3 a.m. Monday, 8 a.m. go to Jakarta, and then working Monday morning. We drove only, it took only 5 hours plus minutes from Jogja to my home in Bandung. Can you imagine? It is the first time for me to experience only 5 hours from Yogyakarta to Bandung by jalan tol, ya, toll road. 10 years ago, 10 years ago, it took about 12 hours even from Semarang to Bandung. Jadi kawan-kawan, Indonesia ini sedang bangun dan baru saja, tidak lama yang lalu, ya maybe less than 10 years. 9 years I live in Oregon in US. I was experiencing so many good things in US. Interstate-nya keren, nggak ada tol. I drove Interstate 5, yang Amerika mungkin tahu ya, Highway 5, Interstate 5, border Canada until border Mexico. I drove that road, very beautiful. When I drove from Bandung through Cikampek Tol to Semarang, it was like Highway 5, Interstate 5, even better. Karena sini gunungnya juga keren-keren gitu kan, dan lihat orang-orang Indonesia kanan kiri sawah. Indonesia ya kita harus bisa bersyukur juga ya, grateful, thankful, and then do our best. 9 years in US, I experience, saya suka jalan-jalan, I saw so many good airport. When I came back to Indonesia, only one good airport yang kira-kira similar dengan standarnya Amerika gitu. Airportnya itu di Manado. Manado itu menurut saya keren, mirip ya airport kecil di Amerika. Now, if you go to small city in Indonesia, all airport itu keren-keren kan, just like in US gitu. It happened less than 10 years ago. Jadi bangsa ini sedang bangun kawan-kawan. Saya pernah rapat dengan Ibu Menteri Sri Mulyani Indrawati dari border dengan Papua Nugini. Namanya SOTA. Pakai wifi jalan mulus 2-3 jam rapat tidak ada gangguan. Indonesia sedang maju rekan-rekan. Kaum intelektual like us, please find your call. Apa yang harus Anda kontribusikan, jangan banyak nanya. Let's do our best to our country because in my opinion Indonesia deserve the best. Kalau bukan kita, siapa lagi? Kira-kira itu Mas. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the very optimistic closing statement, Dr. Dwi Larso. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome as well to Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome, Professor Dante. A round of applause for Professor Dante, please. Thank you. With Dr. Dwi Larsono's closing statement, I think this concludes our panel. Dr. Yanwar Nugroho, Ibu Mareta, Dr. Dwi Larso, thank you so much for the incredible perspectives, insights. I think we've clearly seen the incredible work the Indonesian government is doing in setting the right course as Indonesia is set to become a developed country. Thank you so much once again for your time. I think we'll have a quick photo session, Bapa, as well as some tokens of appreciation. Team, may we get the tokens on stage, please? I would like to invite JIPA's chairman as well, Mr. Steven Marcelino, to hand over the tokens. Photographers, can we get photographers up here as well?
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our token of appreciation for the entire panelists of our segment just now.
Let's get a quick picture as well. Thank you. This ends our segment. Handing it over back to the MC. Thank you so much, everyone.
Dearest panelists, please kindly return to your seat. Thank you very much, Hilmi Karta Sasmita.
Apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our public sector segment. If you need to go to the restroom is located outside of this ballroom. You may turn left and the restroom will be seen on your right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue our agenda today with the health segment. Concurrently, there will also be a JIPA's professional development event with Indonesian youth diplomacy, ASEAN's workforce for the future of work that will be taken place in the Denpasar Ballroom.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start the health segment, allow us to invite the Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, to deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Dante, you may welcome to the stage and deliver the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm applause.
Thank you to the distinguished Chairman of JIPA, Mr. Stephen Marcelino, and then speakers, participants, and other invitees that coming this afternoon. It is a pleasure to me to attend the JIPA Global Human Capitals Summit 2023 with the title of Shaping Talent of the Future for Resilience and Innovation of ASEAN. Distinguished colleagues, after long hard fights against COVID-19 pandemic, we learned a major lesson. First, our health system is not ready to face as a crisis as big as the pandemic that we have. And also, there are still a lot of gaps in our health systems. One of them being the lack of the doctors. Currently, Indonesian doctors per population ratio of 0.47 over thousands populations. This is so far from WHO recommendations that should be 1 per 1,000 populations. It's far away for that. Therefore, the Ministry of Health is committed to do health system transformation through 6 pillars. One of them is the transformation of health human resources. It is expected to become one of the foundations to create affordable and quality health services. We recognize the importance of health professionals at the core of every healthcare system. Therefore, the government continues to encourage and support the initiative of programs that strengthen the capacity and capability of health workers as one of the strategies to improve the quality and management of health service in Indonesia. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia put a lot of concern into improving quantity and quality of health professionals. Our effort can be outlined in the three major programs. The first one is increasing the number of specialist doctors. We are developing health specialists and subspecialist education program in the hospitals now, in collaboration with Ministry of Education and pertinent college. Through international cooperation, we have developed technical collaboration, developed international recognized curriculum programs and certifications. And the second one, we provide scholarship for our health workforce to continue their education and fellowship the scholarship for the national specialists with the support from Ministry of Finance. The scholarship could be provided for health professionals to pursue further education locally or internationally. And the last one, I would like to say that we aim to simplify the process of adaptation for offices graduates, especially diaspora. Following the law of 17 of 2020 of health, there are several conditions that may enable the adaptation process to be quicker, such as the graduation from recognized institutions or expert in specific medical fields. Currently, we have 55 doctors going through adaptation process, with 16 of them already working in their destination adaptation hospital, all of Indonesian area, especially in the remote area. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, like many of you here, I'm also graduate from the overseas institution. I studied from 4 years in Japan before going back to Indonesia. I went back because I know that I can do something here. I can improve the health system, and a lot of diaspora should be think that way too. As the biggest country in ASEAN, we can lead the accelerate and the development of health professionals in ASEAN. I believe that the synergy formed by the health system transformation will become the foundation for national health development and will stimulatedly increase health resiliency. This health system transformation is an opportunity for us, not only to improve the quality of Indonesia healthcare service, but also strengthening ASEAN and global architectures. Last but not least, I congratulate to holding the meeting of the JIPA Global Human Capital Summit 2023. Let us embrace the spirit of union, collaborate and learning as we embark on this journey to transform the health system in order to pursue excellence in healthcare and ensure well of every Asian community. Thank you for your unwavering, dedicated, and support us to embark on this transformative journey together. May we forgive the brightness and healthier future of ASEAN. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuwono.
Now, Mr. Dante Saxono, if you may please remain on the stage, as we now would like to invite Ms. Christy Zacharias, the Secretary General at GIPA, to moderate our fireside chat with Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuwono. Ms. Christy Zacharias, please kindly lead the session.
Thank you. No, thank you, Dr. Dante, for that interesting recap in terms of some of the progress that the Ministry of Health has been making in the past few years. We also appreciate having you here with us. I think to touch on a little bit something you mentioned, kan dulu pernah PhD di Jepang. Penasaran juga maybe to also get to know how that experience was for you. How has that shaped your view of Indonesians going overseas for education, and how has that shaped kind of your vision when you came back home juga? So perhaps a little bit of color for us in your experience in Japan.
I'm studying in Japan for about 4 years, and what I am thinking when I'm studying there is what I could be do if I come back in Indonesia. It's very important because the facility, the equipment, the technology is very huge difference. So that I come back, I from the University of Indonesia as a lecturer, and at the time when I come back to Indonesia, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia, asked me to build the integrated laboratory. Why I agreed to make the integrated laboratory? Because I would like to make the laboratory in Indonesia as sophisticated as laboratory in Japan. So it will be make some diaspora who already studying in abroad, they know when he will come back and work in Indonesia. He know the home that we come back, and they have facility that they use in with the sophisticated equipment when they are studying. So that's why I come back and I built the modern capacity, and now the laboratory is still going on in the Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. So I think to come back Indonesia is very important because we are used and we have so many problems in Indonesia, not only problem in the technology and also the in medical field, and also because we should have collaboration with others. So I think this summit is very important to know each others from many fields of Indonesia, populations in medicals and its health sectors, economical sectors, social sector, and other to make collaboration to become Indonesia more bigger than before.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dante, for the interesting story there. I think what you said resonates with a lot of people. Karena mungkin orang mikirnya, oh kalau udah di luar udah nyaman gitu, gak balik-balik. But there's so much you can do. What you do is take the inspiration, take the connection, and then you come back and you make the impact. Tentu saja nggak semuanya mungkin bisa jadi wakil menteri, tapi bisa, the spirit is still there. You can still make an impact as you come back. And then if we move into the adaptation process for overseas qualified Indonesian doctors, tadi you mentioned that there's already 55 people going through the accelerated one, and 16 are already working. So what's the plans around that? I know you shortened the adaptation process. It used to take 5 to 6 years. Now it could take 1 to 2 years. So what's the next steps in terms of getting more inflow of Indonesian doctors from outside to inside? Would you have a more acceleration, or would you have more exchange programs, for example? What's in the works in the space there?
I think all the area in the medical field is very available now, and I try to make all field in medical specialty will be grow up with their own technology step by step, and we need the modern approach of in many fields of in health sector to become as sophisticated as our neighbors in ASEAN or our neighbor in other country. So I think if you study in abroad and you will think that you are not difficult to come back in Indonesia, is already different now because we already make some regulation. The doctor who study in abroad can easily to come back to Indonesia and getting a practice as a professional doctors in Indonesia. And you also have a chance to have a research, modern medical research in Indonesia. That medical research will be facilitated. We already have some scholarship. You know, we already give 2,500 this years from LPDP to the doctor who will continuing their education in abroad. But with one rule: after he finished, he should come back and build Indonesian medical field.
Untuk in terms of particular specialties or particular gaps in skills, what do you see in Indonesia? So in terms of, I think there are a few people in the audience I met earlier, they're thinking about, wanting to pursue medicine abroad, but they probably need some steer as well in terms of what's needed in the country. So what do you see in terms of specialty misalnya, atau mungkin particular skills that you want people to consider if they were going to come back to Indonesia after being abroad?
Yeah, I think every specialist will be needed in Indonesia. Not only specialists that like me as internal medicines, but and all specialists still needed in Indonesia. I already mentioned before that the ratio of the doctors in Indonesia is far from the WHO's recommendation. It should be 1 per 1,000 population. We only have 0.47 doctor for 1,000 populations. And they are not for only the public services, but also the research. So every research we have. You know, some specialties is very seldom in Indonesia. Just before I come back here, like pathologists, we only have 800 pathologists in Indonesia who could diagnose precisely of cancer in Indonesia. From 800 of pathologies that we have in Indonesia, there are 4 provinces in Indonesia doesn't have the pathology specialist. It's very important. And we try to make the pathologists more and more for in Indonesia. We try to make pathologists scholarship from people who want to, the doctor who want to continue as a pathologist. It's just only one sample. Another sample is for the surgeons. We only have very least surgeons for cardiac surgeons. This is very important for our problem in Indonesia. And also for the scientific area, they are not only a doctor. I don't want to talk only a doctor, but also biotechnology. Biotechnology is also important in Indonesia. When the COVID coming in Indonesia, we aware that we can do we didn't do anything at the time because 90% of our drug component, the API, is still imported from abroad. 88% of our medical equipment is still imported from abroad. So if we can build our capacity to build Indonesia resiliency to make this other part by ourselves, we can have a good, make as strong as possible in the future. I believe because we will try one step by step in my 2 years experience as a vice minister, we already make 4 biotechnology, bioscience, biological technology in Indonesia and could be produced in Indonesia. And we also identify 10 of the medical API that we need from medicines in Indonesia. If we can make the API from Indonesia, the drugs price should be cheaper in the future.
Amazing, cool. And then in terms of, I think when we then talk about outside of human capital, as we bring human capital back home, there needs to be then an ecosystem to continue to upskill and reskill the talent force, because things in health move very quickly. You know, things, research happens, new medications, new technology. So what are your priorities, or how do you think about reskilling and upskilling your existing talent who are already here, who are already in the hospitals across Indonesia?
Yes, I believe the doctor from Indonesia is not underestimate with the doctor from abroad, because we are smart as people around the world, and we can study. I believe because there are some scholarship that we give for some doctor, and they have then scholarship from another thing from abroad. And I also heard that some doctors can working in abroad because their skill is very sophisticated and their skill is very good in their field. But I believe the nationality of become Indonesian doctors should be built in ourselves, so we can come back to Indonesia, and then we can build Indonesian in medical services and medical health, getting better in the future.
No, thank you. I think what's interesting with human capital is that there are so many almost, like it's a constantly evolving agenda, because it's not that first skilling them in the first place is the first puzzle, and then having them get in the right places, find the right opportunities, another puzzle. And then when they're in those places, you still have to then think strategically about, okay, how do you make sure people still develop and people still grow? So I think things like scholarships, as you mentioned, I think knowledge shares in that sense would also be helpful. So yeah, that's interesting to hear perspectives on that side. In terms of then continuing on and looking forward to how you plan to, how you continue to identify strategic priorities for the Ministry of Health. Any thoughts as we go into future years in terms of the trends that you're seeing in technology, or the trends that you're seeing in how Indonesia will move forward? I think Indonesia Mas 2045, tentunya there's a lot of talks about GDP need to reach around 6%, per capita increasing, and naturally then you have to have better human capital in health, and you have to have a healthcare system that supports all of that growth. So how do you position your priorities to work towards that vision?
First of all, I would like to say to you that not country in the world have health expensive is more than less than GDP. GDP will be less than the health expensive. For example, in United States, they use $10,000 a year for health expensive, rather than they will still have it's more than their GDP. Also, and the life expectancy in United States is about 80 years old. In Japan, they use about $5,000 per year, and their expectancy of life is about 84. Only two countries that have the health expense is less than GDP. There are Cuba and India. Why they can make the health expectancy is less than GDP is because they make more prevention and education for the people in the nation. So it is very important to make education of the people in community to aware of their health. So they will come if they have a cancer, not the severe states, but in the early state, because it will be more cheaper and the curable in our space. And the second one is to use technology. We try to make technology is one of our pillars in our transformation in Indonesia, to make two things. First, if use the technology of artificial intelligence technology. We want to make, if you know, previously you use Peduli Lindungi in your phone. That Peduli Lindungi in your phone already download more than 100 million people in Indonesia. It's one of the biggest application that download in their phone for in Indonesia. It is the time of the COVID pandemic come. When the COVID already finished, the most important is to how to make the apps that we have already to make and changes to our services. And we make transformation, the Peduli to become iSehat application. By iSehat application, you can go to the doctors and the doctor will use a medical record and transfer to your phone. If you go to another doctor by permission of you, by specific number, the doctor can read the history of health that you already done by another doctor previously. If you go to pharmacist, you buy the medicines, it will be identified in your phone, and the doctor will know what the medication they need that already used previously. And then another day you go to the laboratory. The result of laboratory will be saved in your phone by the Peduli Lindungi application transformation. And then at that side, I would like to say that technology is very important. By using technology is very important of you to make that people around the world can make their personal phone to have medical record by their own self to get to the facility. And another thing to make technology is by biotechnology technology uses. At the time of COVID, we tried to find the variants of COVID. And you know, Delta variant, Omicron variant, by using the sequencing of genes. But now, the COVID already finished. We still have the machine to sequencing the genomic for ourselves. And then now, we try to make the genomic sequencing of machines to sequence your gene, and they can identify whether you will have a cancer in the future, you will have the heart disease in the future, you will have complication of diabetes in the future by sequencing in your gene. We call that as precision medicines. So we already try to make the system so all of Indonesia people will know, and in the early state of all of the disease that may come to you in the future. Maybe you remember the story of Angelina Jolie. They identify by genomic approach that they have possibility to have breast cancer in the futures, and they make operated their breast and evacuate the breast because of these genes. This technology already adapted and already built in our country by using a facility that we could use, we already use when we in COVID area by using genome machines. There are several things that we will try to make step by step to make the technology of medicines will comparable and as same as possible with the other country in the world.
Thank you, Dr. Dante. I will open, in the last 5 to 10 minutes of our session, I will open it up to questions from the floor as well. So we'll take 1 to 2 questions from the audience. As you prepare your questions, I think I see one hand up in the table there. If we can get a microphone for Q&A. And as we wait for the microphone to reach C7, I think. Yes, please also introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Bapak Vice Minister. My name is Aldrin. I'm an investor in a startup called No Doctor, which focus on No Doctors, which focus on health and wellness. And I see there are three main problems, and that maybe you can help me address. Number one, as you know, there are a lot of universities abroad that focus on research, right? And a lot of grants and funding from the government for research. How much funding and grants does the Indonesian government give to universities and private entities to do research? Number two, I think it's not just medical doctors that we have a shortage, but also mental health practitioners. We have a big shortage in the mental health sector. But as you know, it's always supply and demand. And to encourage more people to be a doctor, which you have to study many years, there has to be an incentive. In the US, for example, a doctor could charge $500, $1,000 seeing a patient. In here, they charge 100,000 rupiah, sometimes even less. So what will the government do to change this? Because they spend millions, and sometimes they have to pledge their houses, their assets, just to go to be a doctor. And if they just work in a small town doctor, they will never pay their loans. And lastly, this is a culture issue that I like to discuss with you. And I don't know whether this is anything we can do about this. You know, when you make an appointment with a doctor, it said, okay, 7 p.m. It doesn't mean your appointment is 7 p.m. It means you have to come at 7 p.m. and take a number, and the doctors might not even be there till 9 p.m., right? And this is very common in many hospitals, even especially with the famous doctors. What would you do to change this? Because if this is still happening, a lot of people, a lot of money will still go abroad. People will go to Malaysia. Remember, in the 50s, the Malaysians used to come to us to study. Now we are going to Malaysia for medical treatments. This is sad. So what will you do for these things? So mainly research, incentive for medical and mental health professionals, and cultures of medical professionals. Thank you, Pak.
I don't remember the first questions, but I will let me to answer for the last part of your questions. How to make the doctors, the patient in our country will be more confidence with the Indonesian doctors, because some of the people in Indonesia I know should be go abroad, and we already loss of about 160 trillion rupiah a year because of some patient go to the abroad, especially in Malaysia and Singapore. And do you know, we already investigated this story. In one day from Medan to Penang, there are 4 flights full of patients who will go to medical services in Penang. Why? It's because the confidence of Indonesia doctors should be increasing again. It's because we already make some expense for the medical services, PBI, you know, by using BPJS, we already pay more than 90 million people in Indonesia, so that the medical expenses is not as expensive as we can. More of Indonesia use medical servicing, you see their expenses by BPJS. Because by BPJS, they just only paying as about 30,000 rupiah a month, and they can treat their cancer, the heart problem, and etc. But the problem is in the middle class and upper class that they still believe with the doctors. And the doctors in Indonesia still expensive. Yes, I know. In some hospital, especially in the private hospital. So it is very difficult. And then you should waiting in the waiting room doctors for several long time is because the system in some hospital is not as well as we could use. For example, it's my case. I'm also still practice in one of the hospital in Jakarta. I can told to the patient that I can make one patient about 10 minutes. So if you will have a number of queue is 60, you can calculate it by yourself, not coming at 7 if I am start at 7, but you can calculate it. And by the time and by the methods, you cannot waiting to the doctors. We already separated and restricted the number of the practice place of the doctors in Indonesia. There are just only 3 practice place in Indonesia. It means it should be hope that people not waiting of the doctor if the doctor already finished in another hospital. And I then try the doctor just only practice in one hospital in one time, in one day. So that's why they not need to wait. The doctor is very too long. That is the question that you asked to me, I think. Oh, okay. The incentive for the doctor is very expensive. Yeah, I think it's not so expensive as you think because we also give the scholarship for the doctors. Scholarship for the doctors. Yes, it's expensive if you attend, if you use and you entering the international class of in Faculty of Medicine. It's very expensive. But if too cheap in Indonesia, too cheap. It is the price of the doctor. I think it's still expensive for some people. To increasing the price of the doctors, yes, of course. The doctor in Indonesia is very warm-hearted people. Not only the money that they service. The service of the doctors is just very cheap. You comparing with the other place in Singapore and Malaysia is still expensive. But they already have a category. But if our GDP is still low, we try to make the doctor is not expensive as our neighbor in another place in another country.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Dante, for the insights and for the questions and for the dialogue. It's been interesting to hear about the priorities. It's great to hear, you're doing scholarships, you're doing knowledge transfers, you're doing upskilling and all these. And for us at GIPA especially, what you've done in terms of overseas qualified Indonesian doctors, the fact that we actually see some progress in terms of how long it takes for them to transition back home has been such a refreshing progress. But just because udah rahasia umum, biasanya kalau studi kedokteran di luar negeri itu pas balik udah sulit banget gitu kan. Tapi the fact that we see some progress during your time in Ministry of Health has been very inspiring. Like I hear very good sentiment. Jadi banyak orang yang juga penasaran mau tahu lebih lanjut tentang prosesnya sekarang yang udah simplifikasi. Yeah, with that, on that note, I would like to wrap up this session. Thank you for your fireside chat. We do have a token of appreciation for you. So I would invite Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of GIPA, to hand over our token of appreciation. Thank you for your time. Please can we give Dr. Dante a round of applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause to Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono. So Mr. Dante, please kindly take your seat.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next sessions. We will have another panel discussions with question and answer session as well. This session will also be moderated by Ms. Christy Zakaria, the Secretary General of GIPA. Please allow me to present our moderator short bios while waiting to have all chairs being set up on stage. Christy Zakaria is responsible for driving GIPA's engagement with overseas professional hub and public advocacy efforts. Prior to GIPA, Christy was the executive director of YIPA in UK in 2019 to 2021. She works in climate risk for Barclays when she specialized in carbon modeling, net zero portfolio alignment, and TCFD reporting. To Ms. Christy Zakaria, please kindly join us on stage to lead the session. Give a big applause one more time to Christy Zakaria, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, MCs. I'm back, even though I was just here a few minutes ago. But this time we have an exciting health panel with us this evening as well. So I would like to welcome 4 of our speakers up on stage. So the first one, Pak Setiaji, Chief of Digital Transformation Office at the Ministry of Health. Pa, if you could join me on stage. So Pak Setiaji is previously also Head of Communication and Informatic Agency for West Java Provincial Government, and he specializes in smart city and digital transformation as well. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Also joining Pak Setiaji, I'm welcoming Michelina Laksmi Triwardani, CEO of Prudential Indonesia, up on stage. Please can we give her a round of applause? Next, we would also like to welcome Mira Diahwahyuni, CEO of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation. Bu Mira, if you could join me on stage as well. Prior to this position, she was the Director of Operations at Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, and prior to that, she spent 14 years at Hermina Hospital. And last but not least, we would like to welcome Pak Gunawan Wahab. Pak Gunawan Wahab is CEO of an Executive Director of the One Health Foundation. Pak Gunawan Wahab, please would you join us on stage as well? Can we give him a round of applause? So thank you for joining us here today and for all of your time. To start with, we will start this panel with each of you presenting 5 to 7 minutes. Share with us what do you do in the space of healthcare human capital in Indonesia. And if you could share as well maybe a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your background as well with the audience. And then from then on, we'll take it to a more panel discussion format and we'll open it up hopefully to a few questions at the end as well. So if we could start with Pak Setiaji, Pak, if you could let us know about your work under the Ministry of Health.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank from the GIPA having me today. I will tell about our journey, how to digitizing the health tech sector in Indonesia, especially during the COVID. I try to remember again about when during the COVID, we have some struggle, not only how we face the COVID situation, but how we got the data real time, because the data is very spread across the system and also across the region, etc. Because of that, we need to build the integration system, and then we now Peduli Lindungi. Peduli Lindungi, some people hate, some people like, because we need to use the Peduli Lindungi, and then after this we still continuing to build the others application, for example, Satu Sehat, to broaders, not only the COVID, but also the other disease like TB and etc. Because of that, we still on the journey to integrate all the health facility with our team. Actually, we have the special teams. We call this DTO, Digital Transformation Office. Actually, our team is many people young, including me, I think youth. And then we hire the many best talent from the startup, etc. Actually, we hijack the startup with us to integrate and also build more health system in Indonesia or health services more better. Thank you.
No, thank you, Pak Setiaji, for sharing some of that. I think it's interesting to see what you mentioned just now. You're hiring the best talents in digital transformation for health as well, because I think sometimes when we talk about healthcare, we think, oh, doctors, oh, nurses, but amidst all of that operations, you still need people like literate about healthcare to support all of the infrastructure. So I think it's great to hear the progress around that. Welcoming Michelina. Dani, do I call you Dani? Is that okay? Yep. So if you could share with us a little bit about Prudential Indonesia in terms of, I think no one needs introduction, everybody knows Prudential, but in terms of healthcare human capital, how are you thinking about that within your organization?
Hi everyone, I think you can call me by Dani, it's easier. I'm from Prudential Indonesia. One of the things that I want to share with you is that actually I'm a returnee. I work in overseas for 10 years before returning back to Indonesia, and I have no regret. I'm very happy to be here, feeling at home. So I encourage many of you who has maybe moved overseas to also maybe consider returning back to Indonesia. So I have to do some selling a little bit. Right. I think from Prudential, obviously we provided both medical and life protection. One of the things that where Indonesia is currently, the penetration of insurance in Indonesia is only 1.1% of GDP. And this is relatively lower compared to the markets in Thailand or Singapore or Malaysia, which is running at, in Thailand around above 3%. And this has obviously a challenge because a lot of the cost is absorbed by the government, and we are thankful for BPJS and the program that the government has. But there is still a huge significant portion out-of-pocket expenses that occur by the individuals. Obviously, we focus on individual customers. And in general, Indonesia, and including myself, is underinsured in a sense that I can ask you right now, how many of you have a life insurance with a sum assured, pertanggungan, so 10 times of your annual salary? Right? So if you know what is your annual salary, times 10, how many of you have a protection equal to 10 times of your annual salary? That is actually the pertanggungan or the sum assured or the protection that you need to protect your family in case something happened to you. Many of us in here are professional, and many of us in here actually support not just our immediate family, but also other family members in Indonesia context, which is usually a bigger, beyond immediate family. So 10 times basically allow the family that you leave behind survive for 10 years. Which is not a lot, if you think about it, depending on your age, right? Because my age, obviously with the white hair, I'm older. I think my family can survive 10 years after me, right? But when you are a productive age, you're very young, 10 years is not a lot. And I think COVID has brought back into light the importance of protection and financial resiliency. A lot of us is underinsured also on the health side and said that, many of us work for a company and said that, look, the company cover for it. So by the time we are 55, we start to shop around for an insurance. And that's becoming extremely expensive, and not to mention a lot of exclusion, or maybe some company cannot even insure you. So I think resiliency of financial and peace of mind is one of the things that is most valuable for any individual, especially all of us that work and have to take care of our families. And Prudential, in this case, support with the industry, support and our objective to make Indonesian more healthier and to protect the wealth. And I think that's what is our purpose. And we have been in this business for 175 years, 27 years in Indonesia. And we have a whole slew of products, whether it is investment link or traditional product, medical and life. And I truly believe that this is very important. I'm coming from a different industry. And I truly believe this is something that is lacking in many of our individuals. And we want to promote this because it is important to have not just a good health, but a resiliency in terms of financial. And even when you work overseas, and if you think of returning back to the country, you really need to make sure that you are also protected and your family are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Dani. I think next we'll go to Bu Mira for some thoughts. So as the CEO of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, if you could share a little bit, maybe untuk teman-teman juga penasaran kayak the scope of your work and also what you're doing about your healthcare talents. Silahkan Bu Mira.
Okay, thank you. Hello everybody. Let me introduce myself and also my company. I'm the CEO of Indonesian Healthcare Corporation. It's a state-owned holding hospitals who own, okay? Bisa ditayangkan lagi? Yeah, okay. We have about 75 hospitals. We also have like membership and also joint operational, like Rumah Sakit Universitas Indonesia is also under our management. And our hospital is spreading around Indonesia from Aceh to Sorong. And this holding is still a baby. It's formed in 2018. And in 2019, we faced a pandemic. Perhaps all of you still remember the hospital, modular hospital that we formed to provide the intensive care for Indonesian people. Next. Okay. We have, among 36 hospitals, we have flagship hospitals like Rumah Sakit Pusat Pertamina, and then Rumah Sakit Pertamina Balikpapan, Pelni, and also one of our baby is Rumah Sakit Khusus Otak dan Jantung. It's a heart and brains hospital in Makassar. This is the first special hospitals in Indonesian, East Indonesian. And the other, next, we have a big project. Perhaps you heard about KEK, Kawasan Ekonomi Khusus, or Special Economic Zone. This Special Economic Zone built for the purpose of preventing Indonesian citizen goes abroad to seek medical health care. And for this hospital located in Sanur, Bali, and we have a center of excellence like cardiology, oncology, neurology, and gastro, and also orthopedic. And will be open in the first quarter in 2024. So for gaining the trust from Indonesian citizens, we collaborate with next Mayo Clinic from USA. Why we collaborate with Mayo Clinic because we want to learn and to give the service as an international standard. We want to give Indonesian citizens the quality assurance of how the healthcare provide, and also the technology and the protocol and clinical pathway that international has been provided. Right. So for collaboration with GIPA, perhaps that GIPA can also help us to recruit the diaspora in healthcare. We're still inviting diaspora to return and practice in Indonesia. Just like our Vice Minister said that there is a relaxation and regulation. There is no need to adaptation more longer. You can practice in this special economic zone without to endure the long adaptation as usual. And also in a special economic zone, we provide also the high-tech technology that Indonesian could provide, and then the other is medical and drugs. Medical and drugs who usually use as a best practice in abroad, we can bring it in to this hospital. The other thing that you can also help us, for example, like networking. We still need like a place and healthcare facility abroad for fellowship and also observership for upskilling our health worker in Indonesia. Okay, perhaps that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. Okay, moving on over to our last panelist, Pak Gunawan. So Pak Gunawan is the founder and executive director of One Health Foundation. Interestingly, this is a non-profit dedicated to preventing zoonotic diseases. So over to you, Pak Gunawan.
Hi everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm Gunawan Wahab, the co-founder and executive director of One Health Foundation. Our foundation is dedicated to advocating for the implementation of the One Health initiative, bridging the gap between public and private entities to strengthen our health ecosystem in response to zoonotic diseases. Now, as we gather here to talk about human capital, we must not overlook one of the most pressing issues right now, which is the global threats posed by zoonotic diseases, the diseases that jump from animals to humans. Well, just to give you an idea, 60% of known infectious diseases come from animals, and 75% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. And every year, 2.7 million people globally lose their lives to these diseases. And that's excluding the blow of COVID-19. Well, majority of these zoonotic diseases occur in developing countries, such as Asia, Africa, and ours, Indonesia. Well, Indonesia, like many countries, we have seen firsthand the devastating consequences of zoonotic diseases. Well, COVID-19 is a wake-up call and a grim reminder. It represents merely a fraction of the rising wave of current zoonotic diseases. While COVID-19 may be the most devastating zoonotic diseases we have confronted, it is not the first. We have previously experienced with other zoonotic diseases like Ebola, SARS, MERS, and rabies, being one of which we are currently struggling with in Indonesia and many countries in the world. Well, recent data paints a concerning picture. We are dealing with increasing number of rabies cases every year. And It's short one thing loud and clear. We need to step up our game in animal health, not only human health. And this is just the tip of iceberg because zoonotic diseases are claiming lives globally, and many of these, rabies included, are what we term as neglected tropical diseases. Now, the thing is, if we don't act now, the next big health crisis is not a question of if, but it's a question of when. The good news is there's hope here. The truth is, to tackle zoonotic diseases effectively, we need the right talent, we need the right human capital, and we need the right infrastructure. And also, digital tools and technologies can play an important role in better tracking, monitoring, and preventing zoonotic diseases, and ensuring that potential health threats are identified and addressed swiftly. We need thinkers, innovators, researchers, and tech-savvy individuals who understand the complex of interplay human, animal, and environmental health, and who can leverage technology for comprehensive and proactive measure. This brings me to initiatives like 0 by 30, and also another initiative like One Health Initiative by the United Nations and the World Health Organization. Science and COVID-19 has proven that there's direct interconnectedness between human, animal, and environment. The recent inclusion of the One Health Initiative in the ASEAN Leaders Declaration that was signed by all ASEAN leaders at the ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo recently in May was a huge step forward. But the problem is having this initiative isn't enough. Why? Because we need execution. We need the right human capital. We need the right talent, the right resources, and the right digital infrastructure to effectively implement and execute them, ensuring that the objectives of this One Health Initiative or 0 by 30 are fully realized. And speaking of ASEAN, with Indonesia at the helm of this year, we are in the unique position to lead. We have the chance to rally our fellow ASEAN members, and together we can learn and collaborate with countries globally, learning from those with advanced expertise in handling zoonotic diseases and animal health. To wrap things up, let's not wait for another wake-up call. Let's not wait for another pandemic. The future of a nation and the world depends on our proactive measures today. The implementation of One Health Initiative is very urgent. And a major part of it includes investing in the right human capital and investing in the right technology to handle zoonotic diseases and animal health. Focus on animal health care is just as crucial as human health care. Why? Because the source of zoonotic diseases comes from animals. We need to handle it from the source. We're not just protecting our animals or ourselves here. We are ensuring a safer and healthier future for all. So let's prevent the next pandemic together. Let's make this our legacy. Thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give our panelists a round of applause, please? Thank you. I think if you can see right up here on this panel, there is a breadth of topics that we can pick up from. So from digital, from insurance, from hospital management, from animal health, like there is such an array of things. So when we talk about health, there is so many complexity, there's so many strides, there's so many actors that are interconnecting, and there's the market is very, very crowded, and you can take human capital from various different angles, right? What's interesting, what stood out to me as well, for Pak Gunawan, I think with your foundation especially, because I think with Prudential, with IHC, with Ministry of Health, they are well-established organizations, but curious to hear your motivation for starting the foundation. What drove you to set it up, and yeah, maybe some color around that.
Thank you. So I started this foundation as a concern of because before this foundation, I have this startup. It's called Petskita. It is a startup that it's a startup with a mission to improve animal health, but it's more of a business. But we as a business, we see that we cannot do this alone. We need to work with government. We need to work with other health sectors. Business is a business, but at the end of the day, what is a business without a cause, without a social cause? What is a business without making an impact to the world? And I myself always believe that if you want to do something and you want to be passionate about something, you need to find why you want to do it. And for me, I all about that, making a small impact. So from the things that I'm passionate about, which is animal health. Then, so that time I spoke with a couple of concerned people about animal health. Couple of people who wants to see things better, a healthier future. People who have the same cause. Then we say, okay, why not we set up this foundation? And because we talk about health, and health is not only about human health. And again, it's back to the One Health initiative, back to the One Health. Everything is connected. Environment, like the weather, like now the polusi udara. Also about animal. Kadang, sorry, I add Indonesia. Kadang kita melihat juga why we should care about kesehatan hewan gitu loh. Apa pentingnya sih gitu loh. Apa pentingnya kita peduli dengan lingkungan? Why we should care about it? We should just care about human health. But we forget that we need to protect. We protect one day, we protect all. Dengan kita menjaga hewan, dengan kita menjaga lingkungan, itu juga akan menjaga manusia. Dan berangkat dari isu seperti itu, dan memang dari latar belakang tentang animals, dan spoke with a couple of friends, and okay, let's do this. Let's set up this foundation, and hoping it can make a small difference. Yeah.
Interesting story. And yes, I actually heard about Petskita. If you Google the logo, it's very, very cute. So that foundation sticks with me. So interesting story there. I think in terms of if we can distill a question for all of you really, because you're sitting in such different organizations with different priorities, different goals as well, but all united in having a healthcare infrastructure that can support the country's or for people's health, I think if we can distill, what is the greatest challenge you think your organization is facing in terms of human capital? Is it more on the supply? Is it more on resources? So keen to hear a little bit, perhaps if we can distill one key thing, like if you can leverage that, what significantly change your human capital agenda. So if we probably start with Pak Setiaji, mungkin di Digital Transformation Office.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for I think the issue not only in the government sector, but also from the private sector have same issue about how we build the transformation, especially digital. Usually we need to focus about the three aspects: people, business process, and also technology itself. The big issue is about the talents, especially in the government. In the government, mostly the rate is very small, especially the government employee, if you can compare with the private sector. Because of that, we need to change. The government now can give you the great salary. For example, our team, DTO, we hijack from the startup, we hijack from the best CTO, CDO, CPO from the project, from the startup. Because what we need to accelerate, because we have some limited window to build we don't want to lose the momentum, because the COVID is momentum for us. This is like we got the economic crisis on 1998. After the economic crisis, and then the fintech is very big, increasing, and then now we know about the QRIS, virtual bank, etc. Because of that, if we only rely off our employee, for example, the civil servant or ISN, we actually, the transformation digital in Ministry of Health, not like today. Because of that, we set up the digital transformation office, and then we hire the many big best talents. And then the other thing is about also the data itself. You know, about the one data is already discussed a couple years ago. It started from 2019. We already have a president decree, but until now, we not yet have one data itself. Because of that, why? Because we don't have any standard, for example, in the Ministry of Health itself. Because of that, we need to build the standard, for example, medicines, the medical devices, also the clinicians, and etc. Also the, what we call this master patient index. Because until now, we don't have digital ID. We can compare with other countries like Singapore, they already have digital ID. So if we want to talk about the digital, but we don't have digital ID, so we need to build the digital ID the first time. Because of that, now we build the digital ID but for the digital health. And then the other side about, you know, Indonesia across, we have 17,000 islands, and some of islands not yet have internet access or blank spot. Because of that, we need to consider about that also. Yeah. For example, our primary care, we have 10,000 primary cares, but we have 747 not yet internet. We need to push the acceleration, the digitalization, but we don't have the infrastructure internet access. Because of that, maybe you know, our minister went to and then meet with Elon Musk, because they already have 30 satellites in Indonesia. Because of that, it's very important thing, we accelerate them. We use some technology to accelerate this. And then the other side about integration or capacity of the talent, yeah, especially the health workers. Because of that, we need some cooperation with others sector like Ministry of ICT. They have digital literacy. Last year, we already teach or train more than 10,000 health workers here to aware and also to upgrade their literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Setiaji. Mungkin Bu Dani, yeah, in Prudential, what's the greatest human capital challenge?
So for the insurance industry, there are a couple of key talents that are lacking. First of all, similar to Pak Setiaji, is the IT background, digital background, whether it is as a data scientist or as just an analyst, because the industry is quite labor intensive, there's a lot of analytical. I think the development, we are excited about AI, but then we need to have resources in Indonesia that have the expertise or able to work in developing the AI capabilities also. The second one is on the very specific to the insurance is actuaries. So actuaries is very limited in Indonesia, and actually they are one of the best paying job in the insurance, but because they are very limited. And I think we are concerned is that there are less and less people move towards science and more about social studies. And these are the areas that are quite lacking and very specific to the insurance industry, and it's not easily find or transportable from other industry. The third one, actually, we echo, I think maybe Dr. Mira. We employ doctors and nurses, actually, for the insurance industry. And we heard from Professor Dante today is that there's only 0.47 doctor per 1,000. The insurance industry employ, I have about 40 doctors in my organization, and not to mention countless of nurses background, with medical background. So this is some area that will constrain or impact the growth of the industry going forward, given the lack of specialized skill set within the industry.
Yes, I think it's interesting you called out like actuaries and like the AI technology experts as well. I recall you mentioned earlier in the panel you were an attorney by background. So what was the journey there? What led you into healthcare?
Well, actually, I am a banker. So I work in Indonesia for 10 years and then I think you can guess my age because I worked for Indonesia for 10 years and then I moved overseas for 10 years in the bank also. And then after 10 years, decided to move back again to Indonesia. But my background is actually education-wise. I have a computer science degree and MBA, but my work experience is primarily in the banking. But I moved to the healthcare industry because I have observed family or close friends where they are significantly impacted when unfortunate events happen, and also the same with my family. And I don't think it's about going to the dentist. It's about flu or other minor illness. It's always about critical illness. It's about unfortunate events in terms of death, where I have seen and observed where the dream of the parents, the lifestyles of the family are significantly impacted. So I really believe that this industry can add value to each of the individuals that we serve.
Interesting. Okay, moving over then to Bu Mira. Yes, in terms of IHC, what are your human capital priorities?
Okay, challengesnya for recently hospital not challenging only for medical services, but also the hospitality. Yeah, how you deliver the service more faster, more easy for accessibility, and then from the start the registration, appointment, and also at the end the administration. Yeah, that is our challenge now. So faster, easier, and also more murah itu apa ya? Affordable. And then the other thing that in healthcare now IT is a must. Yeah, IT is a must. E-medical record, yeah, the integrated medical records from also nursing, doctors, and also there is an issue about medical legal. So that is also important. The other thing is how you manage the hospital with also the business sense. So we still need that. I think that is the opportunity for you all, for the MBA, the economic, the management basis could also join in hospitals. And the most important is the shortage of medical worker. We know that doctor is very limited in Indonesia, for especially the specialized and the nursing. In Indonesia, nursing is only implemented nursing. In overseas, the nursing is in the higher level, like registered nurse, practitioner nurse. The level is more higher, more like a master in nursing. So they can analyze and can make a prescription also. Closer to the doctor. So it's become a partner of the doctors. So I think that is what our challenge in hospital now in Indonesia.
Oh. I will recap this somehow. I think there are so many challenges already at this stage, but I will somehow find a way to recap. No? Pak Gunawan, how about you? What are the key challenges? What are the key leverage? Like if you were to, what are the pain points basically in terms of how you can solve that human capital challenge in your organization?
Sorry, the challenges?
Oh, so the key challenges. It's the same question, same question.
All right. Definitely I cannot speak as part of the healthcare industry because I'm not part of healthcare, but what I can speak is on behalf of, as a foundation that's advocating for One Health initiative. The main challenge is the public awareness and the human capital. Why public awareness? Many people still don't believe that we need to care about animal health, we need to care about environmental health. People are still very focused on human health. Human health as in, okay, cancer, okay, diabetes, cholesterol, but there are other things that are more important than the human health as in the human as we know it. For example, zoonotic diseases. Many people don't even know that what's the meaning of zoonotic diseases. What is zoonotic diseases? Things like pets now like our own family, and it's the closest zoonotic source at our home. For example, rabies. So one of these is public awareness. People need to learn that it is very important that we need to care about zoonotic diseases, how we can prevent it. The second is the human capital. Human capital in animal health, probably in healthcare, there's already DTO transforming the healthcare industry with Satu Sehat. Probably there's already Indonesia IHC, but for animal health, for veterinary, it's actually the first gate, gerbang nomor satu untuk kita mendeteksi tentang zoonotic diseases. Why I say that? Because in countries like Singapore or countries like US, ada standarisasi seperti compulsory reporting system. Klinik-klinik hewan itu mereka harus melaporkan kepada pemerintah apabila salah satu hewan yang datang ke kliniknya ada salah satu dari penyakit yang ditentukan oleh pemerintah. Oke, ini harus dilaporkan, rabies, or there are lots of other animal diseases yang potensial menjadi zoonotic, yang potensial bisa menularkan kepada manusia. I believe those are the two main things, the challenge in Indonesia. But the other main challenge is that Indonesia is huge, from Aceh to Papua. The distribution of health industry itu masih susah, pasti kurang merata. Orang-orang people living in Jakarta, people living in Medan, or people living in Surabaya, people living in Bali, they can get access to better healthcare dengan orang-orang yang mungkin tinggal di kota-kota kecil. And here I'm not talking about animal health or human health. I'm talking about health in general. Jadi akses pada kesehatan itu masih belum merata karena ya Indonesia ini luas gitu. I think that's one of the main challenges that we are facing sih.
Amazing. Thank you to all of our panelists for answering. Before I open it up to Q&A, I just wanted to recap in terms of some of the things you highlighted. So there is a big focus on technology, not surprising, on data, not surprising as well. Actuaries, it came up, infrastructure, business management. I think just general, I think also tadi you mentioned meratakan akses requires a lot of knowledge in terms of governance as well, things public policy. So I think the breadth of specialty and skills that you mentioned, even if this is a healthcare panel, I think it just shows that there is a lot of interconnectivity and there's a lot of transferable skills as well. I think especially Bu Dani tadi mentioned a little bit about her background, and I was a bit like, actually, just because you're not a healthcare professional at the moment does not mean you can't start now, even if you're not a doctor, even if you're not a nurse. So that's been quite interesting to see the dynamics is consistent despite the differences across your organizations. So I think, thank you for sharing some of that with us. I'll open the floor to a couple of questions. I think we have a question on B4, if we can get a mic on B4. And when you ask your question, if you could introduce yourself and your institution, please. Oh, I think the mic doesn't work, sorry. Yeah. Oh, there we go, yep.
Yeah, thank you for the chance. I'm Tania. My questions aims to Mas Setiaji and also for Ibu Miselina. First, we know that we are already in a health system transformation, which is salah satunya itu transformasi digital kesehatan. Nah, and we also know that Indonesia have regions and limited by decentralisasi. And I still curious how DTO, Digital Transformation Office, will expect the blueprint of digital transformation, especially in east side of Indonesia, which is we know that there are many regions in this Indonesia, especially inside Indonesia, wilayah Indonesia Timur, that still have no facilitate with JARCOMDAT, Jaringan Komunikasi dan Data. And maybe this, that is the question for Mas Setiaji. And the second one is for Ibu Miselina. Now, we also know that all countries already in universal health coverage era, which is we know in Indonesia, we know as Program Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional, as private insurance, how Prudential help Indonesia to achieve the target of the financial protection dimension, which is it is important dimension of universal health coverage, and we should achieve that on 90-80% on 2024 on next year especially. So I'm curious how Prudential as private insurance help Indonesia to achieve the UHC especially. Maybe that this question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if we then start with Pastiaji dulu, then we go to Budani. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know your name, yeah. Before your name, yeah. Okay. Thank you for the questions about how to make sure all the region, all the health facility, not only obey, but also follow our journey. Yeah, we have actually some initiative or some approach or some scheme to make sure our blueprints implemented. First, we already have new bill. Actually, this is omnibus law. And one of the chapter, we mandate some hospital or all the health facility need to integrate it with us. Yeah. So we put some mandate in our new bill about the health information system and also about the health technologies. Health technologies to make sure the innovation for the health tech will be growth like fintech company. We hope we have a new unicorn in the health tech because the last unicorn coming from the fintech. So we need to build the ecosystem in there. And then the second thing is about before we implement this digital transformation, we do like a measurement to get like a map. We call this maturity level. For example, on the primary cares, and also the hospital, we have some maturity level. Some hospital have on the first level, and then some hospital are already on the top level. Why we do that? Because we want to know the approach, because it's very different approach from each level. For example, if the hospital now have internet access, so we give the internet access first, and then after this, we build the digital maturity, for digital literacy for its human capital on there. And then the second thing is we also give some incentive. Yeah. For example, if you're not digitizing, so we will take your accreditation. For example, because accreditation is very important thing to claim the BPJS. If you're not accreditation, so you can get the claim from the BPJS. And then also, we, together with the KPK, the corruption body, to run, we call this rencana aksi, the action plan. If you not digitize, so you not mendukung to support the corruption, ya. Tidak mendukung pencegahan korupsi. Itu juga one of our initiative. And then the important thing, we just only build the platform, so we engage more startup, especially the health tech company, to support us. So the startup can doing like a B2B to support the digital, for example, health information system, clinic system, etc. And then they can connect with us. Yeah, I think this is some initiative to make sure all the digital health industry in Indonesia can connect. And then until now already 11,000 facility connect with us. Our target is 30,000, so we still optimistic. Yeah, all facility can connect, including the IHC.
So we actually work hand in hand, and we support the government initiative on the BPJS, and we welcome that. I think BPJS plays an important role to cover as much as possible of Indonesian, and with the objective of reaching, I guess, nearly 100%. One of the biggest challenges that we are facing as an industry, and I think this is something that BPJS is also facing, is the literacy, the financial literacy. And not just about financial, even insurance literacy is actually below financial literacy. The importance of insurance and the mindset of insurance. There are many things that we do to tackle this in Prudential. First, we do, there is one program that we call Caching. Is a program targeted towards 7 to 12 years old. It's about financial understanding. So it's not just about, it's not about insurance, because we believe this is the age that is very critical for an individual to learn to be responsible about financial. So it's about how do you spend money, what is your allowance going to be used for, and so on. So it started with that, and that is a program by us that is very curriculum. Jadi it's a specific curriculum, so it's not just about 1 hour, 2 hours training. So we certified about 15,000 teachers throughout Indonesia and have reached about 470,000 students or that have passed the curriculum for financial literacy. We also do a lot of training, webinars, and working together with Masyarakat Ekonomi Syariah on training of the women, the entrepreneur. I think the mindset, I think none of us have any objection of insuring our car, yeah, and not claiming insurance for our car, right? But a lot of people have objection paying insurance from BPJS for their own health and feel that they are rugi if they don't claim, right? So I think that the mindset as insurance is a protection against disaster, right? You basically shift the risk to either in this case BPJS, the government, or to the private enterprises.
Thank you, Budani. I think that wraps up our health panel. We do have tokens of appreciation for all of you, so please stay on stage. And I would invite Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of KIPA, to give the tokens of appreciation. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I think personally I learned a lot about each of your organization and the healthcare sector in Indonesia. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give one last round of applause to our notable speakers, Mr. Setyaji, Mr. Gunawan Wahab, Mrs. Michelina Triwardani, and Mrs. Mira Diah Wahyuni. To all of our notable speakers, please kindly return to your seat.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our health segment. If you need to go to the restroom is located outside of the ballroom. You may turn left from this ballroom and the restroom will be seen on your right side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue of our agenda today with our last segment, which is digital and finance segment. Concurrently, there will also be another event, which is Women in Industry, cultivating and empowering future women leaders in industry, which take place in the Denpasar room. The location will be at the left side of the ballroom. To start the digital and finance segment, let us hear the headline speech by Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of APindo. We're still waiting for our distinguished speaker to arrive, and please kindly allow us to do some setting on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have free flow drink and then coffee and tea on the left side of the ballroom. Please also enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we would like to inform you we're going to proceed to the next segment, which is distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to warmly welcome Mrs. Sinta Kamdani, the chairwoman of APindo. Welcome to Westin Jakarta, Indonesia, Ibu. We're very happy to have you here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, for our next segment, which is digital and finance segment, let us highly apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Again, let us hear the headline speech delivered by Mrs. Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of APindo. To Ibu Sinta Kamdani, please kindly join us on stage and deliver the remarks. Silakan, Ibu. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat sore, Bapak Ibu semuanya, teman-teman semua dari GIPA. Senang sekali saya bisa berdiri di sini dan bergabung dalam acara GIPA. Saya terakhir, saya rasa tahun lalu ya, pada saat conference GIPA, pada waktu itu saya masih bicara soal B20 kalau nggak salah Pak Stephen ya. Jadi senang bisa berbagi pada hari ini dan topiknya kebetulan hari ini juga menarik mengenai digital, talent, skills. Saya rasa ini sesuatu yang mungkin belakangan ini juga sangat menjadi perhatian saya, khususnya setelah saya ditampuk menjadi Ketua Umum Apindo. Nah, I'm supposed to speak in English, so I would like to also welcome all the diaspora Indonesia yang mungkin juga dari berbagai from all the different countries that's here. It's really happy to see you back in Jakarta. So I think as you know, Apindo is the Indonesian Employers Association, and I think in this session it is really a pleasure for me to talk regarding also investing in the future talents in a more automated and digitized workforce, especially in Southeast Asia as the epicenter of growth. So as you know, the theme of ASEAN as the epicenter of growth is really what the theme is for our chairmanship this year, and we'll be hosting starting next week. We'll be having a number of series of events in which the business also will be conducting and organizing a number of business events related to ASEAN. So I think digital technology has disrupted the industrial landscape irreversibly. And the World Economic Forum highlighted a convergence of major trends during the beginning of the decade, in which the accelerated use of the fourth industrial revolution technology during pandemic is one of them. Okay, can you see? Okay. According to the PwC in 2022, 79% of CEOs in the Asia Pacific changed their investment focus into digital transformation within the past 3 years. And the very same report also stated that the digital transformation has deeply influenced practices within the financial and banking sector. A WEF survey on 6 countries of Asia, ASEAN in 2021 even claimed that digitalization has a flywheel effect. What is this flywheel effect? Meaning users who have first experienced the benefits of technology are more likely to desire further digitalization. And driven by the development of technology through artificial intelligence, automation, big data analytics, and cloud technology, the Industrial Revolution has resulted in disruption to the way of work, patterns of work, and economic activity, as well as education. This brand new technology, along with human-machine interaction, is expected to lead higher productivity, GDP growth, improved corporate performance, and new prosperity. However, despite bringing numerous invaluable benefits, the shift into the future of work will also change the skills required of human workers. I think a variety of manual and cognitive tasks are increasingly being augmented by machines and algorithms, or in some cases even automated completely. The inclusion of new technology in business models across different industries is predicted to result in the loss of 85 million jobs by 2025. Although it also says that it will be counterbalanced by 97 million new jobs that are more adapted to the new division of labor between humans, machines, and algorithms. So as much as it brings new hope toward revolutioning the employment landscape and the economy as a whole, this transformation nonetheless concerning as far as our digital readiness goes. Workers with low levels of education and low technological literacy are at the highest risk of losing their job, as repetitive jobs are mostly at risk of being replaced by machines. And this, I think, ILO studies, if I'm not mistaken, also being conducted in 5 ASEAN countries, contributing 80% of employment, even said that 56% of the workforce is vulnerable to the job loss. Now, how about Indonesia? Indonesia ranked 3rd out of the 5 most affected countries by the Industrial Revolutions and are pretty much in the same tough spot. The result of the IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking Survey placed Indonesia on 37th out of the total of 64 countries. So this is not an attractive number. Moreover, across the country, leverage of digital technologies and educational platform is still minimal, with Kominfo Digital Literacy Index showing that eastern provinces such as NTT and Maluku Utara are still very much behind. We need to take immediate action, especially since we are still grappling with unresolved classical issue, namely low productivity and workforce competitiveness in the global labor market, the availability of information and communication technology professionals in Indonesia is still significantly below leading countries. For instance, Indonesia has only 0.8% of ICT workers compared to the whole workforce, while Singapore has a 5.1%. On the other hand, the demand for ICT talent is projected to increase further as Indonesia accelerates its digital environment development. In this regard, it is critical for Indonesia to boost availability of digital talent through targeted initiative. We need to follow the WEF recommendation that suggests 47% of skills in Indonesia need to be reskilled and upskilled by focusing on development of creative thinking, artificial intelligence, big data, and analytical thinking. Indonesia already has the Making Indonesia 4.0 roadmap initiated by the Ministry of Industry as a manifestation of industrial revitalization with a target of creating 10 million new job opportunities by 2030. We also have breakthrough through the Indonesian Digital Roadmap 2021 to 2024 from the Ministry of Communication and Information as a directive for accelerating Indonesia digital transformation. However, a holistic approach is required to solve this issue through collaboration and cross-sectoral consolidation involving all stakeholders through pentahelix strategy. All stakeholders needs to come together, map the negative impact on each industrial sector, conduct due diligence as a preventive and mitigative effort, and also formulate policy in the form of legal rules and regulations. These are crucial. So first, to ensure the creation of sustainable jobs that drive the employment opportunity needed for the future. Second, to map education and skill that align with the workforce productivity to address the human skill gaps while also promoting lifelong learning. The third is to establish strategic action for the engagement and inclusion of all segments of society, including also ensuring a link and match between educational institutions and the future needs of industry. I think building capable human is a necessity to keep up with the rapid and massive pace of digitization and automation. Developing workforce competency and creating new job opportunity is crucial, and it requires a supportive ecosystem involving all stakeholders. It is time for us also, businesses, to support our government in managing our talents properly for a better future. And in that spirit, I hope that we can all benefit from the lesson learned through our in-depth discussion today. And I would like to thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. This is Cinta Kamdani. If you may, please remain on the stage as we are about to begin the fireside chat with Ms. Dinya Hernanda to moderate the fireside chat, the head of Professional Development and Global Skills Center at GIPA. To Ms. Dinya Hernanda, please kindly lead the session.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you again with a full room after this morning. So, Bu Sinta, thank you so much for the keynote speech about the digital and finance skills. I just wanted to recap. So, Bu Sinta is a woman of different sides, many different sides, Bu. As a chairwoman at Asosiasi Pengusaha Indonesia, CEO of Sintesa Group, regional coordinator for Asia Pacific at the International Chamber of Commerce, special advisor to the coordinating minister for economic affairs, and the most important one for today, special friend to GIPA. This is the first time I will interact with you, but I know that you've been a very integral part of the GIPA family, helping out last year as well with the Global Skills Center that we unveiled this morning. So, in so many aspects, we thank you for another visit today in this Global Human Capital Summit in 2023. So, you pointed out so many important facts and so many problems that we have to deal with as a nation. But what I would like to explore the first time is in your capacity as the chairwoman of APindo, you must have a lot of insights into what Indonesian organizations are doing in order to upskill their employees, as well as make sure that they have a proper development program for their future workforce. So, could you share this insight with us? Do you have any examples of part of the association probably that have been doing a lot of good works in this regard?
Yeah, thank you very much. And you're based in Germany, right?
Yes.
And actually Germany we always use Germany as part of benchmark for us, especially when we do the vocational training and what we do, because Germany has special certification as well. So we have been sending actually a lot of people to train in Germany, specifically for our industries, to work on the link and match. So I think Germany is a very good example. But let me maybe start by sharing with you what is important today. I mean, we've been talking a lot about future of work, shifting of jobs, but I want to specifically talk about Indonesia and what we're facing today, because this is, I think all of you also, although many of maybe are not working here in Indonesia, that you should know this is an issue, a big issue that Indonesia is facing. You know, Indonesia has always been called that we have a bonus demography. And this bonus demography has always been looked as our asset, right? Because we have young age population, productive age, very unlike
the
Japan.
opposite.
Yes. So what we are facing today is, unfortunately, we don't create enough jobs in Indonesia. This is the basic problem. We have to come up, there's about 146 million productive workers, but we have to come up about 2 million jobs each year. This is not possible for us. So our worry is the bonus will become a liability if we don't do anything. So putting aside talking about the upscaling, rescaling, we need to understand the fundamental issue that Indonesia doesn't create enough jobs. And if you see the investment that comes in, so we always look at creation jobs through investment as well, right? If you see investment that comes in since 2007, the absorption of every 1 trillion rupiah investment has reduced 1/4 until today. So we are actually moving from what we call the labor intensive to a more capital intensive industry. So if you see the structure of workforce in Indonesia, that's why we always say we are having a lot in the informal sector, not enough in the formal sector. And we've been trying to push how can the informal sector become formal sector, but this is an issue. So this is why when we look at what is happening in the link and match, first of all, in the industries, this is still an issue that what comes out from the education cannot be observed by the industry, even today. That's why we have vocational training, kita, the SMK, BLK, semua, untuk identify sebenarnya what kind of jobs. Nah, then we have this movement and shifting towards the job that we call going more on digitalization, high-skill jobs and technology, involvement technology. This is also impacting the jobs itself, right? Because with automation, industry, manufacturing doesn't need that many workers anymore, right? Because automation, you can use machine. Udah gitu sekarang with all this labor issues, demo, manufacturers start thinking maybe it's easier we even use machine aja. The machine cannot go demo, you know. Jadi lebih gampang. Jadi ini juga, this is also technology automation is also impacting the jobs itself gitu. Jadi not just the kind of job, but the availability of jobs. Because if you look at many of the manufacturing facilities, mereka juga reducing employees gitu, reducing labor. So this is I think the issue that we are facing. Jadi besides also we need to look at into how to shift the jobs into a more upscale job with digitization and so forth coming out, but we also have to see that the industry absorb less. Gitu. Ini yang what's happening in Indonesia at the moment. So I think we have to really pay attention how then, what kind of solution we can do so that we have to look at the future of work in Indonesia, in Indonesia's perspective. We need to create more jobs, and the creation of jobs cannot only come from the industry. And this is why we have been pushing a lot in also development of the small medium enterprises, because we believe this is where you create jobs. Industry doesn't create enough job, then means we have to create our own jobs. And this is where the direction that we're taking.
That's super interesting. And I think you also mentioned in your keynote speech that there will be 85 million job loss, but 97 million new jobs, just completely different skills.
Yes, but the 97 million new jobs, can Indonesia fill that in, right? Because this is the upscale job. Talking about sustainability, the green jobs. Can Indonesia fulfill the green jobs? I just had a meeting with the Confederation, the labor force. I said, enough lah. We've been talking about minimum wage increase and so forth. Let's not talk about what kind of jobs you need, right? How we can upscale them. And we're talking about the energy transition. We're talking about the new skills job. But this needs new skill. That means you need to upscale them, right? You need to rescale them. So this is an issue. There is 97 million jobs, but can we fill that fast? And it will take time before we can fill in all the jobs that are available.
Yeah, especially if you mention like the kind of skills that are necessary or this big fancy technology that we don't have a lot of it at the moment either here.
Yes, exactly.
I find very interesting when you mention the small medium enterprise as the next source of jobs or next source of where we need to reskill and upskill. You mentioned in Germany, I think in Germany there is also this phenomenon about the fact that the the strong core of the economy in Germany is not necessarily, yes, we have Daimler and all these big names of industries, but in Germany we always say hidden champions. So the small, medium enterprise that actually employ a lot of people, and they are the big names like Faber-Castell, the pencils that we use. It's a small company in Germany, but it employs a lot of people.
So in Germany, actually, SMEs is also quite huge, right?
Yes.
And the government is supporting the development SMEs. Do you have the percentage number?
Unfortunately, not in my mind.
That's curious.
Yes, but what I'm very curious about is, do you have any examples then about how you have supported, or like what kind of things
Program.
that our SMEs are doing to upskill, reskill?
Yeah. So the problem with SMEs is more, I think we have the entrepreneurial element of workers that wants to start their own business. I think it's there. It's more the ecosystem to support them to be developed. So actually, right now, our biggest problem is not just creating new SMEs, but to have the SMEs long-lasting. Nah, kita ngomongnya naik kelas, to go to the next level. Because sekarang what happened, SME, they start, close, 1 tahun, mulai lagi, bisnis lain lagi, tutup lagi, gitu. Jadi ini yang sekarang kita juga lagi gerakkan. Nah, some of the issues for SMEs in Indonesia, ini the government of course is also focusing, because this is 97% of our economy is SMEs. Now, what is interesting, what Apindo is currently doing is we are now developing a program, what we call UMKM Merdeka. Because we find that actually we have to start from the students. Selama ini when we talk about internships, we talk about student interning in big industries, in companies. We never talk about student interning in small medium enterprises. So we tried this out in a few provinces and it's been quite successful. So we work with the university. So the university put this as a curriculum. Jadi we developed, so they have the curriculum. So the students itu have internship with kita ada namanya Apindo UMKM members, right? So in each of the provinces. So what we do is the universities put this as a curriculum, and the student get credits. So they work for 1 semester in SMEs that's been selected, pre-select. And what happened is, students from all kinds, so there's like 5 students per teams. They come from all kind of background. Jadi ada yang dari accountant, ada legal, hukum, there is marketing, and then they work and help the SMEs. SMEs has been, it's for them, it's really a big support because they go into e-commerce and things like that. Maybe area that before they were not that knowledgeable. Ini dibantu. But the interesting part, these students start developing their entrepreneurial skills because then they help the SMEs. They can see, oh, this is how SME works and what are the challenges SME is facing. So besides that, we also have the third component, which is the big companies give mentors. Jadi mentorsnya juga masuk. Jadi kita ada SMEs, mentor dari big companies, and the students. And this is what we call the program UMKM Merdeka. This has been quite successful. We start with 3 provinces, now we're going national. And we are also monitoring the progress. Jadi you can see, it's interesting how the SMEs revenue yang tadinya cuma sekian bisa naik 2 kali lipat, 3 kali lipat, and it's a good spirit for the student that has been helping them. So that's one of the example of the program we're doing. Tapi the common challenge for SMEs, I think first is still access to market. A lot of the SMEs does not have the market to penetrate the market. We don't even talk about export of the global market, even domestic market. Karena if you go into SMEs products in the retail and so forth, itu shell costnya itu very high gitu. Jadi this is something that they have issues in accessing to the market. The second is also issues in access to the financing. Karena a lot of our SMEs doesn't have the modal and they cannot, the financial institution are not providing sufficiently gitu. Jadi this is why there has to be other mechanism of financing, and this is why we have angel investing and so forth also to help many of them. The third aspect is the capacity building. Nah, capacity building ini we talk about the basic bookkeeping, izin. Now with the new omnibus law, actually it's much easier to perizinan for the licensing for the UMKM, because you have one license that can be used on all activities. Tapi kenyataannya it's not that simple gitu loh. There are still issues lah in terms of izin, especially when we talk about products. Yeah, a lot of the SMEs are productnya tuh food and beverage, for example. They have to have the standard of Badan POM, our FSDA. That's very difficult for SMEs to register for Badan POM and then get the product out and so forth. Jadi this is still an issue. Also the production, right? Because production biasanya volume wise and things like this is why China has been very successful, because the economic of scale is there, not with us in Indonesia, right? So a lot of our SMEs are still having those challenges. So we also have what we call the SMEs academies. We also provide the support for SMEs for the market e-commerce and so forth. So we have platform on this. But what is also interesting now is a lot of our SMEs start looking into sustainable business. So we are talking about no longer about single bottom line, where we're talking about triple bottom line. And even we talk about SMEs start looking into impact businesses. And this is interesting. And we found that SMEs has also new innovation, as far as sustainability is concerned. So we are very optimistic also on that progress. But again, the biggest issue is how we can bring them the business itself to be long lasting, rather than every year you have to restart again your SME's business.
Well, Bu Sinta, I would have listened to you all night talk about this topic, very, very fascinating. However, we need to wrap up. But before that, I would actually ask you to give 3 words to diaspora in the room or people at the friends at GIPA. What would you tell them? Just 3 words.
Well, first of all, I think for all the diaspora, I know there's many opportunities. I know you guys are doing, very well, I'm sure, wherever you are. But please remember that Indonesia needs you. And needs doesn't mean you have to be here. You can do many things when you are overseas, that how you can support us in Indonesia. So what we're trying to do also in Apindo, and would like to link up also GIPA, Stephen is also now part of Apindo, is how we can bridge that, because there's so many support that we need here that you guys can do there. We started also with trading houses. We tried promoting our SMEs products, many things. We talk about training and so forth, but let's do something so that even though you are there, you can still support Indonesia. So that's one. Second, I know how many of the diaspora has so many expertise, innovation, and so forth. Share it with us. Share what you can do. This is why I very much enjoy having this kind of forum, that you guys can also share your best practices, your experience, what you have learned there, and what we can learn here from you. So I think that is also a key element in bringing the innovation back. So to learn more from what you guys have up there. And I think the third aspect, I have to say, I always use this. We need to establish Indonesia Incorporated. For Indonesia Incorporated, include the diaspora. You are a shareholder in the Indonesia Incorporated. So let's build Indonesia together. We want to be an advanced nation by 2045. This is not easy. We want to get out from middle income trap. This is not easy. So we need your support and collaboration. Let's work together and make this Indonesia Incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucinda. I asked for 3 words, we got 15 people. So, to summarize, Indonesia is you, share what you can do, and you are a shareholder in Indonesia Incorporated. Thank you so much, Lucinda, for taking the time. Stephen is gonna come up and share a token of appreciation from us to you. And then I think we are also going to play a background video as a surprise. Am I correct?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the commemorative token of appreciation given to Ibu Sinta Hamdani for her support and contribution. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you the next visual of the demo. So we created Global Skills Center with a lot of Indonesian diaspora support group. That's, I think, what sets GHC apart out of all the other learning platform. We created 6 different courses based on green, digital, and health with different learning paths. There you can see more of them. So for each different industry, they can now be supported through Global Skills Center with different kind of learning courses. And it's not only learning courses that we have in Global Skills Center, we also have many other different learning products that are provided by GIPA. We have a lot of white paper and point of view. There is the Going Global series, there is the Global Connect series. So the learners are not only just learning, but they will also keep updated with GIPA's content. This is to thank our founding signatories from last year. And if we wait a little bit in the video, there is also an insight into how it looks like. So you know that it's not just a landing page. There is actually something behind it. So people can sign up. So meaning here, employee are from the organizations, and then access different kinds of learning platform inside. Once we log in, we'll be able to see the first learning course, which is telehealth, which came from the pandemic need necessary. So here's for our medical professionals in order for them to be able to deliver medical services, mobile. There are different kind of videos, content in bahasa Indonesia, Bu, supaya lebih aksesibel juga buat teman-teman kita di perusahaan-perusahaan berbeda. And then there is also expert talk from true Indonesian professionals who are supporting the development of this Global Skills Center, who are telling not only their expertise, but also their inspiring stories. So yeah, I think the rest of the video is just showing you the content of it. But yeah,
Thank you for the GIPA core team, for the support, and everyone who has contributed to the Global Skills Center.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of APIDO. Thank you, Stephen and Dinye Hernanda, representing GIPA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the next sessions. We will have a panel discussions again with question and answer sessions shortly. The session will be moderated by Mr. Zul Fahmi, an engineer at Microsoft Japan. Please allow me to present our moderator short bios. Mr. Zul Fahmi pursued computer science in Japan as a MEXT scholar, attaining both bachelor and master degrees. He ventured into an IT engineering career, specializing in IT infrastructure, cloud systems, and IT management. With over a decade's experiences, he excelled in system architecture, IT development, and client reports for financials and insurance sectors. Proficient in cloud tech and project management, he adopted private clouds, IaaS, DevOps, and cloud migrations. Passionate about customer success, he promotes cloud-native technology adoptions. He is also involved in voluntary efforts uniting Indonesian professional and communities in Tokyo. To Mr. Zul Fahmi, please kindly join us on stage to lead the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fahmi. I'm the hub leader for Indonesian Professional Associations in Japan, currently working as cloud infrastructure engineer in Microsoft Japan. I'm honored to welcome all of you in the very exciting this discussion panel. And then for these sessions, we have an amazing lineup of speakers. And of course, our discussion will focus on the topic of digital and finance talents. Yeah, of course. And then, as we know that this is our last sessions of discussion panel, so I hope we are, I would like to invite all of you to rejoin us to take advantage of the discussion panels, okay? Yeah, okay, now let's dive into our panel discussions. I would like to introduce our speakers. Here is the panel that we will going to have. First, Dr. Sharospom Chalamtiarana, Dr. Ong. She is the Senior Government Affairs Advisor at Ant Group. Prior to her role, she served as Senior Economist at the Ministry of Finance of Thailand and continued her career as Vice President of Kiat Nakin Bank. Dear Dr. Ong, please give applause. Yeah. Okay, and the second one is Ms. Gita Shahrir. Yeah. She is currently the head of investment at BNI Ventures, and special advisor to the coordinating minister for maritime and investment affairs. Please, Ms. Gita, please give applause. Okay. And then the third speaker is Mr. Sumit Dutta. He is the founder and chief executive officer of ASEAN Business Partners. Prior to this, he spent 26 years working for HSBC, one of the biggest banks in the world, in countries including Indonesia, Vietnam, USA, Hong Kong, and Indonesia. Dear Mr. Sumit, please give applause. Okay. Yeah, and then for the next speaker, we have Bapak Roni Supardi. He will be joining us online via Zoom. Yeah, maybe for the committee, if there is any online Zoom, we can. Yeah, Bapak Roni, you already there? Okay, please give applause too. Okay, and then we also have a special guest, Pak Boni Pujianto. Bapak Boni Pujianto dari Kementerian Kominfo, kami persilahkan Bapak, silahkan. Yep. Okay.
Check. Okay. I'm sorry, there's technical problems. Okay. To kick off our sessions today, each one of the speakers will give some brief remarks, and then I would like to invite our first speaker, to Dr. Ong. Please, Dr. Ong, we would like to have you to give some remarks about our topic today is actually about digital talents, right? Then please, digital and finance talents, please, to Dr. Ong, we would like to have you for a speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very excited for me, and that's very honored to be here with all the distinguished guests here and with you all in this room. Well, today as I come in here, and then when I say that I come from Ant Group, some people just come to ask me that, oh, what is Ant Group? Anyone knows? Do you know what is Ant Group? Well, let me tell you, if you see the Chinese tourists coming into Indonesia, and they would like to pay with what they call the app Alipay. Do you know Alipay? You know Alipay, right? Yes, Alipay is one of our products. So that's why Ant Group is in the finance segment, and especially the financial segment. But one thing, Ant Group is not coming from the beginning of the thing that we are doing the financial system, or we are doing the financial solutions. We come from the technology part, which is, may I have my presentation for the first page, please? Well, anyway, the fundamental of Ant Group is we are trying to get the technology to help solving the pain of the people in the society. So this is our ground ideas and mindset of what we are having. Then I heard many speakers of the events today talking about how the people wants to have a job or wants to elevate the knowledge that they have. I would like to tell you guys that one thing I would like you to consider about is about mindset. If you have the right mindset to go to the solution that you have, you get whatever that you want. So allow me to show you more about what is Ant Group. So we are, thank you. Well, as I say that Ant Group we have headquarters in China. So in China, you know that the Chinese people use a lot of digital solutions and digital apps to do everything in their life. That's where our ideas come from. Then there's a lot of digital access into the daily life. So the way that people want to work and the way that we try to create the solutions for people is coming to involve the digital technology into the everyday lives. Not just only for like the business like Ant Group, but we also because of the behavior of the people is very embedded with the digital technology. So we also want to give the knowledge and share our experience, what we have found in our organization into the society, especially for the SMEs who wants to elevate their own business. That's why we are come here. And next slide, please. Next one. You can go to the next one. Okay, thank you. So Ant Group is, we are not just having our own products and then selling as a business like that, but we also want to share what we have to others, especially for the SMEs. Because as you know, in China, there's a lot of SMEs, and SMEs is the base of the economy in China, and even here in ASEAN, I believe. So we also have one of the programs that we call 10 times 1,000 Tech for Inclusion. This program is just about telling people, for SMEs, for people who wants to understand about digital, who wants to understand about the digital transformations, those kind of things, that how to do it and how to understand the steps by steps. And not just only telling as a lecture, but we also try to create the community for these people to share the experience between the participants of the program. So, well, I think this is what Ant Group would like to share for what we are looking for the talents and how we can help for the people to elevate the knowledge of what you have for your jobs as today. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ong, for a very remarkable conversations. Please take applause, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Yeah, it was very insightful, this talk, especially about the slide that you have written there, that 10 times 1,000 for tech inclusion initiative. Yeah, this is important because the digitalization is changing many industries actually, and the open fintech training platform uses technology to teach people skills for the digital economy. Thank you very much. I think we are all here because we believe in these solutions and we are working together to make it happen. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, going to the next remarks from Ms. Gita Shahrir. Ms. Gita, I would like to invite you to provide us more, especially in your insight, especially for the digital and finance talents, especially. So if you have ideas or insight that we can share, that you would like to share to our audience. Yeah.
So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I know it's the end of the day, so I have some great news. I have no presentation. There are no numbers at all. There's no slides, which is great for you. You can totally tune out now if you want. Really quick background. I'm actually a 5-time serial entrepreneur. I've built 4 profitable, sustainable businesses, epically failed one. Feel free to go on my Instagram to read all about it. It's very, very public. And now I had investments at BNI Ventures, which is the venture arm for one of Indonesia's largest state-owned banks. We write check sizes for pre-Series A, Series A, up to Series B, mainly for deals in the fintech space or technology that helps build up the fintech ecosystem, which really is a fancy way of saying I get hundreds of decks all the time. So far, our going rate has been like rejecting most of it. And it really is not because actually, because we have bad entrepreneurs. Actually, we don't. So if there's one thing that I'm very hopeful about when it comes to human resources is we have self-starters. Indonesians in general, as you all know, I bet some of you have side hustles. In fact, I know that the people I work with right now have side hustles. Even I have a side hustle. You're more likely to start something. But as Kak Shinta just recently spoke about, really the question isn't how much can you grow this year or how much can you raise or any of those, let's call it vanity metrics, because they're not real. But really, my question is, I don't look for unicorns. I look for cockroaches. Yeah, That wasn't sexy, right? But what are cockroaches? Cockroaches are these things that are small, that can freak out anyone and can make you run away from your house. They're very powerful, very small. They know what they can do, and they can survive almost anything, including a nuclear explosion. That's really what I'm looking for. So not looking for waves, so basically things that can explode if, macro conditions go awry, but things that can survive at almost any situation. Because if there's one thing 13 years of entrepreneurship ever taught me, is that growth is not always in your hands, actually. It depends on the macro conditions, market, whatever it is. The one thing that is in your hand, though, is survival. And that is something that I see when it comes to entrepreneurship. Who are the entrepreneurs who are cockroaches? Who are the entrepreneurs that can withstand almost any macro wave? Who are the entrepreneurs who are willing to be coached, who are willing to listen, who are willing to change strategies, perhaps even business model? Which entrepreneur isn't so in love with their product, but they're more in love with their vision, which is very different than your product, by the way. So which entrepreneur is obsessed with solving an issue in the market? Not what's nice to have, but what is needed. Need and nice are two different things, right? So it really is that. It's about first principles. It's about people who are willing to shift and change and are not afraid of change. So I think when I look at, when you're thinking of AI, are you scared? That actually takes away and detracts from the real questions of how should we upskill and reskill people today, because that's more than just like technical information and getting another degree or whatnot. That has so much more to do with, are you really building up talent that will last? Are you really building up cockroaches that can scare the hell out of everyone but can withstand any explosion? So that's it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gita, for the wonderful talk. I think it was, we need to accelerate the increase of technology as well as its talents, and there is clear demand. And that is exactly why we need to redouble, maybe tripled, our digital talents to be able to hopefully adapt proportionally and in a timely manner. Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay, going to the next remarks from Mr. Sumit Dutta. Will provide us more insight about digital priorities for the finance industry. Mr. Sumit, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah. So I've never actually thought about being a cockroach before, but I'm willing to start considering it now. I'm basically an ex-banker. I worked in HSBC for 26 years, including 6 years in Jakarta in Indonesia. And now I've switched across to technology because it's much more interesting. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is about, the finance sector is a very big sector in Indonesia, in developing markets, and gradually how the finance sector is being shaped and transformed by technology into something relatively new. So next slide, please. So a couple of quick things which I wanted to sort of talk about, right? First of all, when I started, right, I don't want you guys to be too shocked, but when I started work in 1991, yes, I'm a dinosaur, technology in banking meant ATMs, right? ATMs were just about coming into the circuit, right? And ATMs came into, I'm sure many of the people, don't even use ATMs, but they came into banks. It was a big innovation, transformed banking, right? So initially, right, technology and banking were as far apart as you could get. Ledgers, banking records were all manual. Gradually, banking and technology began coming together. ATMs came into the picture. Mobile banking happened. 1999 with the dot-com era, etc. Internet banking gradually began to start. But today, in the mid-2020s, 23s, banking and technology are virtually inseparable. And a bank without technology will not survive. And for all of you who are in the finance sector, so what happens, right? bankers grow up in banking. They learn retail banking, they learn commercial banking, they learn investment banking, they learn acquisition and mergers, and all that's great. But if you are a banker and you don't learn about the benefits technology can bring to you, you will not survive for very much longer. Because today, when I was in banking, and I left banking in 2020, right, I didn't need to learn about technology because I had a chief technology officer, I had a chief operating officer, they looked after technology for me. But today, banking and technology actually have to work together. So for those of you in the finance industry, learn about technology while you still can. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I wanted to talk about a couple of things, right? You know, when I grew up again in the banking world, technology was built in the West for Western companies primarily. And global multinational companies bought big, massive systems like SuccessFactors, Adobe, Salesforce, etc., produced by vast, very successful, very efficient organizations, but primarily for a Western MNC orientation. But today that's changing. Today technology is coming up from emerging markets, from the East, right? For a bank in Indonesia, right, to adopt a massive global solution is a bit like wearing a size 52 Armani suit. It's very expensive and it doesn't fit, right? But in the past, banks had no option, but today they have options. Technology is coming up from emerging markets, right? So in my organization right now, ASEAN Business Partners, we look at identifying top-class technologies which are coming up, which are reshaping the way banking is being done. And the kind of technologies we are seeing coming up from Asia are absolutely amazing. So in Asia, we are seeing a lot of new technologies coming through, and technologies which suit not just the large local banks, not just a BCA, but also the smaller banks. The banks which are KBMI Satu, KBMI Dua, right? Even those banks. So what I will urge you, for those of you in the finance industry, look for the kind of technology which is flexible. In the past, when you had to buy technology or you had to build technology, banks like HSBC, at one time HSBC had more IT engineers than Microsoft. And the question began to be asked, do you want to be a bank or do you want to be an IT shop, right? So today people are realizing we leave the IT bit to the IT professionals. And by the way, we don't even have to buy expensive solutions. We'll buy solutions which are in modular form. So we buy a small one if we're just about starting out. And maybe we don't even buy. Maybe we rent. Maybe we have shareware. We pay based on usage, right? So a lot of interesting innovations are coming through in the finance world, which all of you need to be aware of. I want to talk to you about a couple of interesting trends. In the finance world, everyone is going into expanding the unbanked population, which is a really good thing to do. In Indonesia, 17,000 islands, you want to make sure everyone across this massive country gets access to banking services. So great thing to do. But don't forget, also, at the upper end of the spectrum, people, right? People are living longer. And people who live long usually have a lot of wealth. So Indonesia needs to also look at, apart from the bottom end of the spectrum, expanding the unbanked population, also for people at the upper end, right? How are you guys, how are we providing wealth management to people who have worked their entire lives and have savings? Now, as of today, many countries in Asia, including Indonesia, have some restrictions on the kind of products, on the kind of global products you can access, right? And unfortunately, the unintended consequences, rich Indonesians go to Singapore, they go to London, they go to New York, and they invest the money there, right? So I know that the OJK Bank Indonesia are looking at options to make Jakarta more of a global financial hub by bringing in international products. So to my mind, if you want to go look at the entire banking spectrum, the unbanked population is a very important place to be in. but the fintechs are coming in there in a big way. And having worked in a bank, in that part of the market, I can tell you the fintechs have an advantage because they're nimbler, they're faster, they're quicker. In the upper end of the spectrum, the private banking, wealth management end, that's where the fintechs have not yet made headway into. And if you are working in a bank, do look at that particular segment. Look at wealth management as a very important segment for your profitability and growth. That's for profitability and growth. The other factor to look at for your survival is cybersecurity, right? Cybersecurity is a massive industry and people are putting millions of dollars in to secure themselves, but also to hack into the banking systems. The hackers are going into financial services in a big way, and if the banking industry doesn't invest equally or even more, they will fall prey to cybersecurity threats, right? I'm sure we've all come across instances of cybersecurity issues in our personal lives. To apply that into a bank does not take a huge amount of incremental effort. And I can tell you, having been in the financial industry for 26 years, a top-class hacker, right, between having coffee for breakfast and lunch would be able to hack into a variety of different banks and take a substantial amount of money out. Even, look, if you look at the news, the government of the state of California got held to ransom by hackers, right? And these guys have really advanced systems. So again, for those of you working in the banking sector, working in the financial sector, invest in cybersecurity because it's really important. Finally, very quick takeaways. Talking of human capital, right? It's not good enough to be a banker in today's world. You've got to invest in technology. Make sure you recruit people. Make sure you have training programs which allow your professionals to develop themselves, not just in banking products, but also in technology. And the final point is, as I mentioned, do look at wealth management and cybersecurity. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Yeah, please give applause to Mr. Sumit. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sumit, for the very remarkable conversations. That one point that I would like to emphasize myself is about the term cyber attacks. Yeah, I believe that we must stay alert to protect our data from potential breaches that can harm ourselves, maybe our family, of course, because of this cyber attacks is very threatened, and the impact will be very vast and big, of course. And I believe it's essential for us to prioritize the issue of cyber attacks and take immediate actions to strengthen our system's resilience against these threats. Yeah, thank you very much for the insight. And then we will go to Bapak Boni Pujianto, beliau Direktur Pemberdayaan Informatika Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informatika Republik Indonesia. Pada Bapak kami persilakan. Please give our insight, your insight about digital talents in financial.
Terima kasih. First of all, I do apologize. I would like to present my presentation on Bahasa to make it easier, and I do apologize for those of you, all the speakers. Selamat sore, Bapak Ibu semua. Pada sore hari ini, mohon maaf, saya mewakili Pak Menteri yang kebetulan berhalangan hadir. Tapi isu ini sangat krusial dan sangat penting karena benar-benar sesuai dengan kondisi yang kita hadapi saat ini. Oke, first slide please. Ya, saya akan mengutip salah satu yang disampaikan oleh pemenang Nobel Perdamaian Mr. Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Coba kita pikirkan ini ya. Jadi pendidikan memang penting sekali dan harap diingat ini bukan hanya untuk mencari gelar ataupun pekerjaan, tapi pendidikan yang dilakukan Bapak Ibu semua dan terutama para diaspora yang masih berada di luar negeri setelah mereka menyelesaikan sekolahnya adalah sebagai katalis untuk transformasi dan juga kekuatan bagi Indonesia. Wherever you are. Ya. Nah, ini tujuannya adalah untuk mengangkat derajat Indonesia, kemudian mendobrak batas-batas dan membuka pintu kesempatan. Ini yang juga kami lihat sangat penting dilakukan oleh diaspora Indonesia. Di dalam slide ini saya mengutip juga mengenai revolusi industri 4.0 saat ini. Ini telah mengubah cara pandang kita bagaimana menggabungkan 3 mega trend. The first, it's about physical world atau dunia fisik, digital world, dan biologis. Ketiganya ini membuka peluang besar. Tidak hanya untuk Indonesia, tapi juga dunia. Untuk mega trend fisik, ini mencakup terobosan teknologi di dunia nyata. Contohnya adalah pertumbuhan dari mega kota yang saat ini terjadi di seluruh dunia ya. Dan ini lebih dari 10 juta per kota. Ini menjadi fenomena yang terjadi di berbagai negara dan Indonesia juga terjadi. Jakarta itu overpopulated sebagai contoh, begitu ya. Kemudian megatrend digital, ini terkait penggunaan teknologi. Para narasumber tadi sudah menceritakan semua bagaimana teknologi itu menginfluence bahkan mengubah kehidupan kita. Terutama dalam hal ini adalah internet, ya, yang bahkan saat ini sudah digunakan lebih dari 7 miliar orang. Ini estimasinya, sekitar tahun 2023 ini. Sedangkan megatrend biologis ini merupakan kemajuan di ranah teknologi biologik, khususnya di bidang rekayasa genetik. Nah ini yang sangat mempengaruhi kehidupan manusia. COVID-19 kemarin adalah suatu pertarungan teknologi di bidang biologi. Mungkin di sesi sebelumnya di health kita mendengar hal tersebut, tapi yang perlu kita ingatkan Indonesia masih sangat bergantung pada teknologi dari negara-negara maju. Beberapa diaspora yang berada di Amerika bahkan mereka dengan voluntarily membawa teknologi dari Amerika untuk COVID yang bisa dicangkokkan atau diproduksi di Bio Farma sebagai contoh. Itu adalah hasil riset dari kampus Baylor di Houston. Itu adalah hasil kerjasama dari ataupun effort dari diaspora di Amerika. Berapa biayanya? Zero. Transfer of technology, zero. Siapa? Ini adalah suatu budi baik dari seorang profesor riset di Baylor Institute. Nah, ini adalah contoh dari bagaimana peran diaspora, dimanapun juga Anda berada, untuk berkontribusi kembali kepada Indonesia. Saya lihat diaspora kita, cobalah untuk sometimes give back to your country. Slide selanjutnya, next slide please. Oke. Ini sedikit kita membahas urgensi penguatan sumber daya manusia digital. Saya agak fokus kepada digital di sini. Ini SWOT analisis secara singkat aja. Indonesia memiliki potensi demografis yang sangat masif. 215 juta pengguna internet. Nah, ini setara sekitar 78% ya dari populasi kita. Namun tingkat literasi digitalnya memang masih menengah. Begitu ya. Dan ini yang perlu ditingkatkan. Nah, peran generasi muda terutama yang mereka sedang kuliah, generasi Z kita sebutnya, mereka ini yang menjadi kunci pokok untuk terus mendorong transformasi digital ke depan. Tidak kalah penting peran serta diaspora untuk melakukan transfer teknologi, sharing knowledge, dan apa yang tadi dibuat dengan platformnya GHC, sorry kebalik-balik namanya tadi. itu sangat baik untuk bisa membagi atau melakukan sharing knowledge dari para expert diaspora kepada masyarakat kita. Namun ada sisi kelemahannya juga, pengguna internet itu 8 jam 52 menit, tinggi sekali. Tapi, nah ini kembali, kita harus mengukur sebenarnya seberapa efektif ya. Rata-rata menggunakan media sosial 3 jam 14 menit. Tinggi juga ini. Kemudian mengakses layanan hiburan digital 2 jam 50 menit, hampir 3 jam juga. Musik 1,5 jam, podcast sekitar 44 menit. Ya ini dari yang bisa kita lihat di berbagai We Are Social dan lain sebagainya ya. Nah, namun dari semua aspek itu ada muncul tantangan. Dari segi kecakapan digital, kita lihat kita membutuhkan banyak talenta di bidang yang saat ini sedang naik daun adalah data analytic, artificial intelligence, machine learning, process automation, Internet of Things, system analysis, AI, dan segala macamnya. Ini menjadi hard skill yang saat ini dicari. Dan ini menjadi sesuatu yang dibutuhkan oleh industri. Mau tidak mau, sumber daya kita harus bisa memenuhinya. Nah, sifat teknologi itu terus berkembang pesat. Sehingga mau tidak mau, semua orang berkompetisi. Mereka bisa melakukan upskilling ataupun reskilling agar bisa terus catch up with the new technology. Nah, pesatnya kebutuhan teknologi ini tentu tidak mudah karena harus diikuti dengan kesiapan industrinya juga. Nah, saudara-saudara sekalian, kita melihat bahwa selain aspek kecakapan teknologi yang harus dimiliki oleh masyarakat untuk memenuhi kebutuhan kerja, kita juga harus melihat bahwa ada aspek literasi digital. Ini paling basic. Tadi sudah dibahas mengenai UMKM, small and medium enterprise begitu ya. Mereka baru mulai go digital segala macam, tapi mereka harus diberikan literasi dulu. Ya, ini untuk mendorong transformasi digital. Dalam kondisi yang wajar, tanpa ada intervensi kebijakan strategis, sebenarnya potensi talenta digital Indonesia itu dapat berkontribusi sekitar hampir 2.000 triliun terhadap nilai PDB Indonesia di tahun 2030. Jadi investasi di sumber daya manusia ini sangat penting. Kemudian kalau kita melihat potensi tersebut, kemudian juga dikaitkan dengan kuantitas dan kualitas talenta, maka diprediksi kontribusi talenta digital Indonesia itu dapat meningkat sekitar 4.400 triliun atau 2,2 kali lipat lebih besar dibandingkan kalau kita tidak melakukan intervensi. Ya. Jadi kalau linear itu hanya sekitar 2000-an, 1.965 triliun, tapi kalau kita melakukan intervensi pemerintah dan seluruh masyarakat dan stakeholders itu bisa meningkat menjadi 4.434 triliun, 2,2 kali lipat. Nah, bagaimana upayanya? Ini slide selanjutnya. Next slide. Oke. Nah, melihat program tersebut, tadi kita lihat ya, kita uraikan bahwa memang dari paling dasar adalah literasi digital. Ini basic, masyarakat kita berikan literasi digital, target kita sebenarnya 40 juta, tapi tampaknya sampai dengan tahun 2024, mungkin sekitar 27 juta bisa kita kejar. Tapi ini at least memberikan intervensi tadi kepada masyarakat untuk bisa menggunakan teknologi informasi atau digital teknologi ini dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya meningkatkan nilai tambah hidupnya. Di tingkat yang menengah, itu kalau di dalam segitiga itu, kami dari Kementerian Kominfo, bahkan juga kementerian lain, kita dorong untuk memberikan Digital Talent Scholarship. Nah, Kementerian Kominfo sendiri memberikan berbagai scholarship, sifatnya ini course gitu ya, 3 bulan training. Tapi ini certified, bekerja sama dengan seluruh pemilik teknologi dunia. Nah ini pesertanya kurang lebih sekarang sudah mencapai setiap tahun sekitar 200.000 sebenarnya kita harus bisa capai, begitu ya. Nah, di tingkat menengah ini selain yang skill labor yang harus kita tanamkan, juga kami dari Kementerian Kominfo juga membuka scholarship S2. Kalau tadi lebih ke skill, ini yang S2 untuk masyarakat umum. Terbuka, siapapun boleh. Pegawai negeri, swasta, semacam LPDP. Dalam negeri dan luar negeri. Kami memberikan scholarship for all citizen, Indonesian citizen. Indonesian citizen. Kalau Anda bisa tembus Oxford, Harvard, scholarship kami siapkan, MIT, silahkan. Kami ada listnya. Silahkan dibuka di website kami. Ini sedang open sampai dengan 31 Agustus. Jadi ini ada opportunity, silahkan disebarkan kepada rekan-rekan atau diaspora yang baru selesai S1 mau melanjutkan S2 silahkan juga ikut. Nah, DTS ini kita telah melatih sekitar 530.000 orang. Tapi kebutuhan kita lebih daripada itu. Sebagai contoh, Indonesia membutuhkan sumber daya manusia tadi talenta digital itu setiap tahunnya 600.000. Tapi Kominfo mungkin hanya bisa sepertiga atau kurang, itu pun berkolaborasi dengan seluruh institusi sepertiganya. Jadi masih banyak. Otherwise kalau kita tidak bisa memenuhi kebutuhan talenta tersebut, maka talenta dari luar yang akan masuk. Kurang lebih demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Semoga ini menginspirasi rekan-rekan diaspora untuk give back kepada Indonesia, whatever you can deliver. Karena demi pertumbuhan bangsa, kita harus terus melaju demi Indonesia makin maju. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Boni. Oke, insight yang sangat menarik sekali Pak tentang digital literacy. I would like to emphasize more. I would like to ask more about digital literacy. And then before that, I would like to invite Bapak Roni Supardi. Please kindly give us your thoughts about digital talents, especially in the financial tax. Please, Pak Roni.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm not being able to be there in person. It's just, the schedule a bit mixed up. I'm supposed to be in Jakarta next week, not this week. But the idea is what I've been hearing so far, we're talking about, changes. We're talking about technology. Do we need to be scared? What are the things that we need to be prepared on? We're talking about upskilling. We're talking about reskilling. I think this is all just exactly on point. Earlier when Bu Sinta talking about how many jobs, 85 million jobs will be gone, and then the new job will be created. Do we, in this case, Indonesian, do we have the people with the right skill? Do we have people with the right knowledge that can able to take on the new job? Should we be scared of technology? I think in this whole idea that what me representing LinkedIn, with what we're seeing is that we always think that skill is the way to go in the future. We've been talking about skill first future since the past 2 years. We're talking about, nowadays we're not really looking about job titles anymore. We're looking about what are the skill that you need to, improve the business for sustainability, for AI related, for digital literacy. Because now we're talking about skill. Everything is just about skill, and it come to a point from us in LinkedIn. What we're seeing is that now having that, learning program, building that training, you train your human resource, pemberdayaan SDM, and everything is now for every single company, and no matter how big, no matter how small, whether you just starting as a startup, diaspora, you just started, building something, or you are already an existing legacy company. Now, this learning program, upskilling is no longer nice to have, but it's a necessity in every industry for you to be able to survive. I always like to quote the very old philosopher from Greek. They're always saying that the only constant is change. I think we've been seeing this as we go through how technology has changed the way we work, how technology has changed the way we live, how technology has changed the way we think, and how technology now also changed the way we learn. Another quote that I always like to give is from Michael Scott. The day we stop learning is the day we die. Because this is so true in our day-to-day activity, no matter what role, even come to a single point when, not even working related, a new parent, a new mechanic, a new HR personnel, a new IT. We learn every single day, every single minute about what are the things that we need to be successful. Yeah. So when we're looking at this, like everything is about learning, everything about skill. Another thing that we also need to take a look at, what are the right skill? When do we need to learn the skill? Are we learning something that actually relevant, or are we learning something that may not make us ready to for the future? Because we need to understand that what get us here may not take us there. That's also another saying that, is quite common. People always saying that, we need to constantly learning. Sometimes we need to upskill, reskill, or even learn and unlearn. So I think everything that, everyone has been talking, Bu Sinta, then all the other panel, Kuncharun, Gita, Mr. Samit, and even Pak Boni, talking about pemberdayaan SDM, talking about how important is the people. Because I think that is the key in terms of the successful for any businesses, for any country, and for everything. People is at the center of every success. People is at the center of everything that we need to improve. Now the question is how we continue upgrading the people side, which this come into that process of, continuous learning, digital learning. And especially when we're talking in terms of the mega trend, Industry 4.0, moving forward, AI related, I think there's always been a scare, oh, now will AI take over my job? Now, the idea, what we need to understand is we need to be able to embrace the change. We need to be ready for the change and be ready for the future as well. And we need to understand the one thing about technology, we need to leverage technology, but we should not be over-reliant on technology. In LinkedIn, what we're looking at in terms of all the activity, yes, there's a lot of technological AI automation skill that actually being required, being needed. But another thing, the other side that we need to take a look at is also the soft skill part. While automation is good, robot AI can help make a lot of things faster, more efficient, but they are still a robot, right? People skill, soft skill, when we're talking creativity, when we're talking people skill, management, compassion, this is something that robot cannot do. We're talking about things skill need to be changed. Skill will continue to change. Whatever the job that we have now, in the next 5 years, it might change. Whatever skill we have now in the next 5 years might become irrelevant. When we're talking technology, is even shorter, the window of time. But the idea now, like everyone has been saying, is just all about skill, continuous learning, and how we as a country, as a businesses, as a leader, as a family, as a father, as a mother, how we can actually provide that learning opportunity for everyone and providing them with the equal opportunity. In LinkedIn, our vision and mission, we're talking about creating the economic opportunity for every single professional wherever they are and connect them to their dream job. So we are in the business of, helping people, kind of giving them an insight. What is the future skill we need to be ready on, and what are the skills that we need to be mindful of, and how we can actually continue to build that learning skill. Yeah, I think probably that's from me. Not gonna take too much time. I do feel a bit weird because I am on the big screen. But going back to the moderator, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Roni. Please give a warm applause to him. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for our wonderful speakers today. So before we are going to the next sessions about question and answer, Q&A sessions, I would like to address some questions, but since we are having a very limitations of time, so it will be very helpful if we can just make it simple for the answer for the panelists or for the speakers. And first, I would like to ask for Dr. Ong and then Pak Roni, would you kindly, in the Dr. Ong's presentations that I take key points that in your presentations you say that 10 times 1,000 tech for inclusion initiative. It kinds of give knowledge for peoples about ITs. And yeah, I think it's good, very, very good initiatives. And when we're going to give IT's knowledge for peoples, is there, what do you think that the most hard points, I mean, what kinds of hurdles that you are facing when 10 times these initiatives is being rolled by the companies? And also, Pak Roni, in your company, for example, what is actually the most challenging problems that we have to handle, to tackle about the IT, digital, and finance talents? Yeah, please, first Dr. Ong and then Pak Roni.
Thank you very much. So I won't take a lot of time. But a little bit before I answer that, I would like to explain more about the program. The structure of this program, this 10,000 Tech for Inclusion program, divide into 3 parts. The first one is about mindset. It's telling you how to think about the digital transformation, about SMEs, how you deal with the current situation now. The second one is about knowledge. It's give you purely knowledge about technologies. And the third one is about skills. So for the questions is, what is the hardest, what is the hard points of this program? I would like to say expectation. Because once you see this program, even though you know that this the program divide into 3 parts of this kind of structures, people from different countries, they have different expectation for the program, because they face the pretty, well, kind of the same, but pretty much difference in details for each countries. So we try to share those kind of expectations between participants from different countries. And this is what we try, that's we come up with a community after you finish the program. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ong. Okay, Pak Roni, would you kindly give us the insight about problems that, what is actually the most difficult problems for digital talents, educations, for example, like that?
Okay, so I think in terms of this, just gonna go straight to the point. The hardest in terms of you building digital talent, or in terms of technology, we know that technology keep changing. The key is for you to find out which technology that actually you need, and which technology that you will need to develop as well. Because again, in terms of my interaction with all businesses in Indonesia, multiple industry, banking, manufacturing, we know that there's so many technology available out there. but it doesn't mean you have to take everything. Finding that right sweet spot, oh, this is the technology that I need to help me achieving what objective. That will be the initial challenge. Then second of all, basically for you to how you can continue to motivate you people to continue to have that growth mindset and continue to learn.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Pak Rodi, for the explanations. Yeah, thank you. For the next questions, I would like to address to Ms. Gita and Pak Boni. Actually, I would like to point out about the terms of digital literacy. Recently, there has been many cases where fintech applications, for example, financial technology apps, is being used the wrong way in places where people do not know much about digital things. For example, it is characterized by the lack of knowledge of digital literacy. For example, we might hear about criminal behavior from the online pinjaman, for example, pinjol. For example, university student, they do pinjol, but unfortunately, they use it in the wrong way, something like that. So I think it is because the digital literacy from each of the user itself, the consumer itself, from your perspective, what action should be taken to address these problems? And who actually bears the responsibility? And what approach would you consider most effective in resolving the problems? Yeah, in your insight. Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a really fun statistic. Does anyone here know who takes out the most pinjol? Which profession? I know one person who knows, he's over there. Pinjol, yeah. Who takes out the most? Yes, teachers, 42%. Second are people who are unemployed and mothers. So actually, when we're really talking about issues regarding pinjol, P2P, it really isn't a question of per se digital literacy, to be really honest. I think it has a lot to do with basic education, the fact that people don't have their basic needs met for many, many reasons. You can feel free to point fingers wherever you go. And a lot of it is also financial literacy and being very real. This is not something most people have. Financial literacy, while we're at it, is very much connected to your ability to manage emotions. As everybody knows, this country with only about 800 psychiatrists for 285 million people is very, very sorely lacking. So that's the really brutal, brutal truth. Now, when we're talking about technology being used in the wrong way, blah, 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 like as much as, as a private sector player, well, SOE, but as much from a venture capital perspective, we'd like to say, yes, we do need to work on increasing financial literacy. We need to work on investing into better companies and lobbying for better regulations. In the end, this is a public sector question. So in the end, this goes back to what are the parameters? What are the safeguards that government is installing? What are they thinking about? And this has so much to do with the question of, and by the way, I'm a special advisor at Kemenko Maritim dan Investasi, so I kind of have a front row seat too, to government and bureaucracy. And the real question is, do people in government have the political will to make regulations that are important even if they are not in office? So, are they willing to make things to safeguard the public 50 to 100 years from now? So after they don't get the thanks, after they are forgotten, maybe even after they die, are they willing to do that? Do we have that political will? Do we have the political will in general from public sector to really think about where is this country going 50 to 100 years from now, even if we're not here? And that really is, I think, the real question when we're talking about digital financial literacy and even education at large.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Gita, for your insights. So, Bapak Boni, pertanyaannya apa diulang lagi nggak apa-apa, Pak? Tentang misalkan digital literasi buat generasi muda, atau tidak hanya generasi muda saja, karena mungkin misalnya ada fintech, aplikasi seperti pinjaman online, dan banyak kasus yang sangat menyedihkan, seharusnya tidak terjadi seperti itu. Mungkin karena disebabkan oleh digital literasi. Kira-kira apa yang sebaiknya dilakukan oleh pemerintah ataupun badan-badan pihak swasta untuk meminimalisir hal tersebut, Pak? Ya.
Iya, terima kasih. Kami dari Kementerian Kominfo menyelenggarakan program literasi digital. Tapi ini sangat umum. Terdiri dari 4 pilar kami menyebutnya. Yang pertama adalah digital skill, kemudian digital safety. These are technical aspect. And then the third one, digital ethics and digital culture. Kenapa ada yang digital culture dan ethics? Karena seringkali kalau mereka sudah berada di ruang digital, mereka menjadi different person. Kalau ketemu ramah, tapi begitu di digital, kok apa yang ditulis tuh kok galak sekali. Atau seringkali bahkan menyinggung orang lain. Nah, hal ini yang harus kita pahami di ruang digital, hukum dan dampaknya. Jadi aspek hukum yang bisa dikenai kepada physical ataupun yang di digital sama dengan yang dalam kehidupan real. Jadi kalau mereka melakukan kejahatan di dunia digital, hukum dan tuntutannya sama dengan di ruang fisik. Jadi jangan merasa menjadi different person di dalam ruang digital. Hal yang paling penting adalah juga yang pertama dan yang kedua. Literasi digital, kami mengukur yang disebut sebagai indeks literasi digital. Yang paling rendah apa? Digital safety dari 4 itu. Dan ini benar dalam kehidupan sehari-hari kita. Pinjol itu ada yang legal dan ada yang ilegal. Masyarakat tidak bisa membedakannya. Serta-merta mereka menginstall, ternyata dia melakukan pencurian data pribadi dan lain-lain hal. Sehingga muncul dampak-dampak negatifnya. Ini yang harus diberikan literasi kepada masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, tentu kita perlu kolaborasi bersama-sama untuk mengatasi dampak negatif dari hal tersebut. Karena apa? Tidak seluruh masyarakat kita memahaminya. Kita meliterasi agar masyarakat Indonesia makin cakap digital.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Boni. Please give applause to our audience, our speakers. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, the last questions I would like to address to Mr. Samit. I'm very interested on your terms cyber attacks in your presentations. Given the current widespread and massive threat of cyber attacks, could you offer insights into key considerations for effective prevention strategies? For example, what approach would you deem more advisable? Is it wiser to allocate resources to strengthen IT infrastructures and the underlying technology, or would prioritizing the enhancement of human awareness or human resources be more effective? If decisions were necessary to prioritize one over the other, maybe would you kindly give us the brief explanations?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello. So look, again, great question, and the obvious answer is we need both, right? So what is the simplest way for a fraudster, I won't even call that person a hacker, for a fraudster to get access to your personal information? It's for them to ask you for a particular application, what's your user ID and what's your password? And if they were to ask you the question and you were to give it to them, no amount of technology could help protect you, right? So today, we are coming into a world where artificial intelligence is becoming more and more sophisticated. So I was reading about a technology which can now listen to just, I think, 6 or 8 seconds of my speech or of any of the panel speakers, and that software can now almost exactly produce that same sound. So you could have your friend calling you up and asking you for your user ID and password, and you actually believe it's your friend because the voice sounds exactly the same. Right? So the point I'm making is, I think there are 2 aspects to it. One is the understanding that we are gradually moving into more and more dangerous times where there are organized groups of people whose job is to figure out what is your credit card number, what are the passwords, where do you store your passwords. I'm sure we all have a variety of different mechanisms, right, to store confidential information, right? I probably have 30 different user IDs, probably 50 different passwords. And I'm sure we all have that information either very methodically stored somewhere or strewn around, right? How many of us have passwords which say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? How many of us have passwords which have, 7th August 1966 as, your path? So the thing is, there are 2 aspects to it. One is the understanding that the information you use to access products today is something you have to keep secret. And that understanding is not very widespread. Right? If someone was to call up my mother and say, do you have the password to a particular thing? Of course she'll give it because she trusts the people she's talking to. And that's what we've been brought up to do, to trust other people. But today, we've got to learn to distrust and mistrust people as well, and to hold on to certain information. And, all of us are advised, right? Don't give up confidential information. But we do. We do it, right? So one is just that awareness that confidential information has to be kept confidential. Don't share it with your partner, with your spouse, with your family, with your friends. And above all, don't share it with people who call up asking for it. The second aspect is the technology aspect, right? Which is, there is very sophisticated technology being prepared which can simulate for an individual, your friend, your relative, your loved one, to compel you or induce you to give your personal information. There's also very sophisticated software being produced to hack into company systems. Just think of the number of people you give your credit card information to. Today, I had coffee in Astha. I had lunch in SCBD. I had a coffee in the Westin Hotel out here. I went upstairs. I've given my credit card numbers to 3 people today, or to 3 organizations. Now, how carefully is Westin Hotel, how carefully is Coffee Academics in Astha, how carefully is the lunch place I went to, how are they protecting my credit card information? I have no idea. I believe they are looking after it, but I really have no idea. So the responsibility for organizations to actually manage the confidential information they get from each of you is massive. And today on the dark web, you have databases being sold at very cheap prices. But when hackers become even more effective and they're able to use that data to actually take away millions and billions of dollars, we'll all be sitting up and saying, oh my goodness, why weren't we more careful before? So it's a combination of the two. Sorry for a long-winded answer. And I think, organizations and we as individuals, we have to spend much more time and effort investing into our understanding of cybersecurity to protect ourselves and the companies we work for.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Samit. Yeah, please give applause to our wonderful speakers. So, unfortunately, we are already running out of times, and it is very sorry for questions. I cannot give questions from the audience. I think we already running out of time. So we would like to end our sessions today. Thank you very much, Dr. Ong, Ms. Gita, Pak Boni, Mr. Sumit, and Pak Roni. Thank you very much for all your times. After this, we will give, there's token from the committee. Yeah, okay. Yeah, please give applause to our speakers once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our notable speakers. And Mr. Moderator, please kindly remain on stage. Pak Steven Marcelino, please join them in terms of presenting the commemorative token of appreciations for these amazing panelists. Photographer, media team, please kindly capture the moment. In this amazing summit, we would like to address our highest gratitude to Mrs. Charospon Charam Tiarana, Ms. Gita Shahir, Mr. Boni Pujianto, Mr. Roni Supardi joining us virtually, and Mr. Samit Duta. Okay, we have Pak Roni join us virtually and then also in the moment. Thank you very much, everyone. To our panelists, you would like to ask for your kindness to kindly return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we really end our event for today, allow me to once again invite Mr. Steven Marcelino, the chairman of GIPA, to wrap up our today's event and introduce us to the marvelous team behind the summit. The entire Global Indonesia Professional Associations, or GIPA team. Mr. Steven Marcelino, please kindly welcome on the stage. A big applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, that marks towards the end of Global Human Capital Summit. But mark the date, we'll be back every August, right? So, hope everyone enjoyed today's session. Right? And I think, as I mentioned at the beginning, how we're pleased to be able to support this year Indonesia ASEAN Chairmanship 2023, where we're really able to highlight a key catalyst that makes ASEAN Matters epicentrum of growth, which is really the human capital element. We've heard from distinguished panelists and moderators from a number of overseas professional hubs on how we redouble key talents in the green industries, in the digital and finance just now, in health, as well as in the public sector segment. So great that we're able to hear all of those. We also heard how many of the speakers shared there are more that we could do with GIPA ecosystem of those overseas Indonesians that went global with global career and those who are returning. I mentioned 3 R's, remarkable energy, remarkable expertise, and remarkable endeavors. Today's Global Human Capital Summit is hosted by GIPA in collaboration with Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Today cannot happen without the support of our corporate partners. So I would like to thank corporate partners of GHC Summit 2023, with Prudential, Ant Group, Henley & Partners, Petskita, SKF, Swire Pacific, International Test Center. Huge thank you. And most importantly, thank you to the team who put this all together. The GIPA Global Council, we're spread all across the world. So there is a lot of limitation that we can do. So also thanks to all of the GIPA team, but special mention, and I want GIPA Council to come here on stage. So Hilmi, the chair of GHC Summit and head of Indonesia. Christy, Busekjen, come on stage. We have Kay, head of our PR, with all of the last minute changes, come on stage. We have Dinye, who marvelously run the professional development and the GS Center. And we also have Jos and Daryl, who cannot be here because they are in Australia. I also want to invite especially GHC Summit team, Diva, Jason, Dico, for your marvelous support. And there is a lot of GIPA team and family that I cannot call one by one, but we'll take a team photo later on. But let's just be all here. And also huge thank you to our speakers. I think your perspectives will be super valuable as we really compile the diaspora strategy POV that we'll be sharing to Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think this is a chance for an active role that diaspora professionals could do as the Indonesia government think about putting together RPJMN 2025-2029. This is really our moment, and please join me to give a round of applause to the amazing team.
All right, we're going to capture the moment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly the marvelous, amazing GIPA's Indonesia Hub teams that make things impossible become possible on the Global Human Capital Summit 2023, shaping talent of the future for a resilient and innovative ASEAN. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You're able to proceed, sir. Yes.
Oh, so we have some light refreshment and networking session outside of the foyer. We can stay around, mingle, get to know each other, and the one call to action is let us know what we could do for next year. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Stephen Marcelino, for the closing remarks and wrapping our event for today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give the last round of applause to our Global Human Capital Summit 2023 today. It marks our collective commitment to improving the skills and opportunities for all Indonesians, especially our SOE, digital health and green talents.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to give our highest gratitude to everyone that has taken a very big part in this event, including our main sponsors once again, and Prudential, SKF, SUAR, TOEIC, Henley and Partners, and also Pets Kita.
Once again, thank you, your distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. My name is Melati Dewi.
And my name is Claudia Noli. And we hope to see you again in the next occasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, and after this, please stay for the drinks and the networking reception. This event is warmly closed. Thank you very much. Please kindly attend and be careful of your belongings. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have an amazing networking day. MC sign out. Thank you very much.